You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how.
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome, I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. A reminder that if you want to skip my commentary, you can go to the timestamps below in the description and just jump to the radio show that you want to go to. Now, today's feature is a different show that I'm guessing most of you have never heard before. Tonight at 9:30 was a local radio drama broadcast in the San Francisco area on KPO Radio in 1945. It was written by local writers, voiced by local actors, and produced locally. It was never broadcast nationally or picked up by any of the major radio networks, and it was never aired outside of the Bay Area. Only 11 shows survive to this day, although I honestly can't say how many were originally broadcast. I stumbled across these about a month ago, and I really loved these shows, which covered several different genres. Really great writing and incredible acting on most of them. I honestly can't oversell these. The host/narrator of each one was Dad, the old stage doorkeeper, who introduces each story or play as if we, the listeners, are just entering the theater. He tended to go off on a tangent, remembering the good old days at the theater, but eventually he got himself back on track. He was played by an actor named Jack Lewis. First up is Gastus Strom, which is about a famous aging actress, the title character played by Sally Thorson, whose real name is Martha Stewart, but she has created a Swedish persona for herself. She's married to her publicist Andy, although they keep that a secret at first. After her latest picture flops, she and Andy retire to a chicken farm. William Price plays Andy, Lou Tobin plays Van Orsdale, the studio president, Ray Lewis, the Hollywood MOC, Ruth Peterson is Miss Dodd, and Frank Allen as Bart. This is a really charming little story, and I think you're going to like it. Next is the comic strip about a cartoonist, Lonnie, who loses his sight and all of his money, but winds up seeing things, the most important things, far more clearly than he did when he wasn't blind. It's a great drama about love and honesty and discovery. It starred Phyllis Newman as Joan, Dudley Manlove as Lonnie, Marcia Kent as Peggy, and Gordon Connell as Brits, among others. Again, none of these actors, to my knowledge, ever broke out and became big Hollywood names. Maybe they were big on the local theater circuit. I don't know. Next is The Ghost of the House of Ingar, a mystery thriller, which is actually an adaptation of Balzac's Le Grand Bretèche. A husband, Mr. Ingar, believes that his young wife is having an affair and hiding her lover in her closet. So he has the closet bricked up. Robert Fasson played Dawson, Ray Lewis as Captain Crane, Everett Glass as Mr. Ingar, and Julie Ferris as the wife, Mary. I really enjoyed this one, and the story took some really surprising turns. After that is The Devil is a Woman. This one is missing the stage doorkeeper. It's narrated by a bookstore owner, William, who reveals he was in prison for confessing to a murder committed by a woman, Irene, which has convinced him that all women are evil. A better conclusion might be that man's common sense goes right out the window when they fall in love. A very self-reflective and philosophical drama with sinister undertones. It starred Yvonne Petty, John Grover, and Hal Wolf. Then we have The Return of the Blauden, about an elderly has-been actress, Lizzie Blauden, played by Corey Burdick, who's forced out of her boarding house room along with her grandson Bobby, who she takes care of, who's played by Bobby Dean. Broke and hungry and forced to sleep on a park bench, she attempts to get a part in a movie. I'm not going to spoil the rest, but it's one of the best endings I've ever heard. And this is a moving, heartfelt drama that honestly could possibly move you to tears. It's about coming to terms with age and the inherent cruelty and kindness of people and hope. The acting in this one is honestly some of the best I've ever heard in any radio show of any decade, and I think that these actors could easily stand side by side with some of the most famous of the actors from the golden age of radio. I hope you enjoy them.
sir. I've been doorkeeper here at the stage door for the past 42 years. I've seen them come and I've seen them go, and one and all, they agreed that San Francisco was the best all-around theater town in the country. I can remember when Burt Lytell and Evelyn Vaughan were playing stock at the Alcazar. Young Ernest Glendenning was with them, and Bessie Barriscale, and a lot of others. I can remember when Henry Miller used to come out every year with his repertory, and not a season would go by but he'd stop at the stage door and hand me a good 25-cent clear Havana and say, "Dad, mark my word, someday I'm going to have an all-year-round repertory house in San Francisco." I can remember when William Crane, a fine gentleman if there ever was one, came out and Father and the Boys. That was when the new Columbia opened. But you're not paying to hear me do a lot of remembering. I want to tell you about tonight's play. It's called Gastus Strom. It's about a Hollywood actress who's been the sensation of Hollywood for more than 10 years. She's just made a super picture called Thais, and this is the night of her premiere. Right now she's lying on her stomach all wrapped up in a big bathrobe. And with her is her publicity man, Andrew Jones.
Rub the other leg, Andy. Hard.
Well, lie still and stop bobbing around.
I'm tired of lying on my stomach.
You want me to rub you or don't you?
Yeah.
Well, then lie still.
Ouch!
Now what?
Not so hard, darling.
You're getting fat, darling.
Rub behind this knee.
Here?
Yeah. Andy.
What?
If the picture's a success,
Well,
and I get another good contract,
go on.
I want to tell.
What? You're crazy.
I'm not crazy. You love me. And you're proud of me.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no reason why we shouldn't tell. I want to tell. I want to... What are you doing?
Sit up.
Yes, Andy?
Look at me.
Yeah?
Now listen. When we got married, I promised to make a famous actress of you. I've worked like heck. Now, after 10 years, you want to spoil it just to satisfy a sentimental whim.
I'm not sentimental, Andy.
Yeah, like a school kid. Yeah, go on. You'd better be getting dressed.
Okay.
So I spring you on Hollywood as the European sensation Gastus Strom. I sold the bill so well that I even find myself believing Gastus Strom is a real person and forgetting that your name is, well, or anyway, was Martha Stewart, born in Salt Lake City. I built a swimming pool for you where you could swim in goat's milk.
And maybe the Sunday supplements didn't eat that one up.
Yeah. I have your jewels stolen when that stunt was still good for a front-page story. I create scandals about you. Have you having love affairs with John Dale and, well, almost everybody in the country.
Button this button, will you, Andy?
Stand still. I have you break up a dozen homes, give wild parties, fall in love with an Indian Swami, donate $10,000 to the new Theosophists, smash all the recognized commandments and a few special ones just made for you, and then... Then you want to come along and tell the screwball world that you and your publicity man, Andrew Jones, Esquire, have been married respectively for 10 years.
Yes.
Oh, Martha, you're crazy.
You said that before.
And I can say it again. The thing is, you just don't want to have your public in general and Mr. Jeffrey Gregg Van Arsdale in particular find it out.
Honey, I'm not afraid of Jeffrey Gregg Van Arsdale.
Yeah, you'd better be. In addition to being the president of Miracle Studios, he's the bird who lays your golden eggs.
I think you're cute, honey.
Oh, don't be an idiot. Answer the phone.
Hello. This is Gastus Strom. Oh, yes. Jeffy, darling, I will not be late.
Yeah.
But of course not. But, darling, have I ever failed you? Yes. Yes. Now, darling, be a good boy. Yes. Yes. Goodbye. It was Van Arsdale.
What did he want?
He says the place is mobbed. It'll take an hour to get my machine through the crowd.
Well, he can mind his own business. Just let him attend to distribution, and I'll attend to you. I don't want you to get there till the crowd gets restless.
Why, Andy?
Why, Andy? Because, my darling little fool, you're a rotten actress.
But we've always known I was a rotten actress.
Yeah, and you're getting old.
Just older, dearest.
Yes, and I've got to play every trick in my bag to keep up their interest.
I've been an awful burden to you, haven't I, Andy?
No, I'll say you have. And I still love you. I'm crazy.
Andy.
What?
Let's tell him we're married.
I said no. Unless...
What?
Well, look here, Martha, you've known my dream. I want to quit all this. I want to buy a farm. I want to raise chickens and pigs and things.
I always told you I wanted that, too. When I was washed up in pictures.
Well, you're washed up now. You've got to put an inch of paint to hide the lines in your face. You've never learned to act, and this, Thais, is a rotten picture.
You wait and see. They'll give me an ovation tonight.
Oh, sure they will, at the premiere. They always do. Wait till Van Arsdale begins to balance the cost sheets.
Looks like I'm not good for anything.
Sure you are. You're a grand wife. And I love you, and you take it like a sport.
Much good it would do me not to. Kiss me.
Martha, will you do it?
Do what?
Quit and go on a farm. Be my wife.
Darling, I couldn't be your wife more than I am.
Will you please answer me?
Don't be a nut. Hey, pin my corsage for me. We'll never get there if we don't get started.
This is the biggest night Hollywood has seen in a dozen moons. The patio of the Baghdad Theater is mobbed with a milling, seething mass of gala humanity. Oh, I wish I had time to describe the theater to those of you who have never been fortunate enough to see it. The patio is a perfect replica of the bazaars of Baghdad, with bakers and princes and silk merchants and dancing girls. Soft lights play on sparkling fountains and... Wait a minute. Here comes Ronnie Doyle through the crowd. You remember Ronnie and the Prince of Night? Hey, Ronnie, say hello to the folks, won't you? Folks, Ronnie Doyle.
Hello, folks.
Yes, that was Ronnie Doyle, star of The Prince of Night. And, yes, there goes Conrad Ulrich. I'll get him over here if I can. He's with a lovely little platinum blonde. And, there's Bill Saunders. Bill is that way about Prince Lane, you know. Now to get back to the patio. It's such a marvelous grand spectacle, and the crowd's pressing thicker and thicker around me. Any minute they're likely to kick me over this microphone. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Baghdad premieres Gastus Strom super film Taste. Huh? Oh, yes, Thais. Miss Strom has promised to say a word to you when she arrives. That is, if she can get through the crowd. Who's that, Charlie? Huh? Oh, yes, I thought so. Folks, here comes little Peggy Love, the baby star, pretty as a picture, and yes, sir, she's wearing a monocle. Hey, Peggy Love, come over here and say hello, will you? Oh, that's right, boys. Toss her over. Hello, Peggy. Say, how do you do, won't you? Just talk right into this microphone, huh?
How do you do, everybody? I'm also excited about Gastus Strom's premiere in Thais. Good night.
Thanks, Peggy. That's fine. That was little Peggy Love, friends, wearing a green taffeta it was. Yeah, edged with three white ermine. And, hey, what's this? There seems to be some new excitement coming. Yes, sir, it's Gastus Strom herself and her escort and leading man, Beverly Dodd. She's coming right toward the microphone now, and boy, oh boy, is she a stunning creature. I wish I had the words to describe her to you, folks. She's got that intangible something that only the great continental actresses have. And eyes to paraphrase the poets, that have wrecked 1,000 ships. Yes, indeedy. And here she is, Gastus Strom. Good evening, Miss Strom.
Good evening.
Miss Strom, won't you say just a word to all the millions of people waiting eagerly to hear your voice?
You wish me to talk in here?
If you be so good.
Really? It is so foolish. I am afraid I have, what you call it, stage fright. Is that right?
Or microphone fright?
Yes. But I do want to say just one word to my many, many dear friends. I am very proud to have been chosen by the Miracle Studios Incorporated and by my dear friend, Mr. Geoffrey Greg Van Arsdale, to play this grand role of Thais. I am grateful to everybody who has made the making of these super pictures so pleasant a task. And it was a task, and one which I could never have succeeded in without the aid of every member of the staff of Miracle Studios Incorporated. From Mr. Van Arsdale, the president, to Jeannie, the little page boy. I love you all. I thank you a million thanks, and I hope, I do hope you will all come to see me in Thais and like me. Good night, everybody, and bless you.
Was it a flop?
In the first place, it was a cheesy story.
What's the matter with Thais?
Of course, you writers think production is to blame. When it's a wow, it's a swell story. When it's a flop, it's punk production.
If you ask me, Strom is 50 years old and looks it.
Nobody asked you. You're supposed to take dictation and not think.
Wait a minute, Miss Dodd. Take that down.
What he said?
Yes. I'll use it in my scene between Queen Elizabeth and Sussex. Say it again.
You're supposed to take dictation and not think.
Got it?
You're supposed to take dictation and not think.
Sussex wouldn't say that.
Sussex was a sap. I'll have Elizabeth say it.
Forget it, friend. That chance of Van Arsdale ever doing another historical superfilm. He'll have Thais in his hair for a year.
He's a moron.
Oh, Mr. Barton, not Mr. Van Arsdale.
What's cooking about Mr. Van Arsdale?
Oh, Mr. Van Arsdale.
Sit down, dopes. You don't have to bounce like tennis balls when I come in. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
You too, Barton.
Yes, sir.
And tell the dame to scram.
Yes, sir. Wait outside, Miss Dodd.
Yes, sir.
Is anything the matter, sir?
Look, dope. When anything's the matter, I'll tell you.
Yes, sir.
Plenty's the matter.
Yes, sir.
I got a headache.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Thanks for nothing.
Yes, sir.
Can I get you anything, Mr. Van Arsdale?
No.
Yes, sir.
Will you sit down, sir?
No.
Yes, sir.
Solinger, get this. We're sunk.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you something. Have I or have I ain't done everything I could to keep scandal away from Miracle Studios?
Oh, yes, sir.
I've seen to it that no mother or father could say of Miracle Studios, I don't want my kids to see a Miracle production. Well, haven't I? Answer me, you mutts.
Yes, sir.
Purity. That's been our slogan. Pure Miracle Productions for American homes. Huh?
Yes, sir.
I've pulled talking pictures up by their shoelaces. Or am I crazy? Schools and the great fraternal organizations have put their okay on our pictures. Gold seal, right?
Yes, sir.
And now what happens? Go on and tell me. Go on.
We don't know, sir.
Sure you don't know, but I'll tell you. Gastus Strom has disappeared.
Disappeared?
You heard what I said, taking a powder.
But where she disappeared?
If I know, I don't ask you dopes naturally.
Yes, sir.
I'm not a mutt, am I?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Yes, sir, no, sir. You're mutts, that's what. All of you are mutts.
Yes, sir.
Strom has disappeared completely, entirely. Nobody knows where she is. It's colossal.
It's marvelous.
What's marvelous about it? Tell me that.
The publicity. What a story.
Publicity? What for? When Thais is a flop and Strom has disappeared. Gone. And you talk publicity. It's a scandal. A blot on the escutcheon of Miracle Productions. Well, ain't it? Or ain't it?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you agree with me. Solinger, I tell you this. Miracle Productions washes Gastus Strom's hands of the studio. It's as if she never existed. She is, get this, from this day henceforward, dead. We don't know her. We stopped distribution of Thais. We put our loss in our pocketbook. The page is closed. Send Bob Williams to me. I myself will issue the publicity story. Now. And I don't mean next year.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What do you want?
Come into lunch.
Just when I get half the chicken wire up, you've got to holler, come to lunch.
Don't you want any lunch?
Oh, sure. Sure, I want some lunch. But you choose the orneriest time.
Keep still. It's 12 o'clock. Wash your hands.
They're clean. Oh, good grief, Martha. Beans again.
You like beans, Andy.
Beans. Fine nourishment for a publicity man. What kind of publicity could I write about beans?
Darling, you're so clever you could write publicity about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you're not a publicity man. You're a chicken farmer. Now sit down and stop arguing. Andy, you look tired.
No, I'm not tired.
Your hair is gray.
Well, so is yours.
Mine was before we came here. Just because I don't do anything to it anymore.
Oh, that's all right. I like it better this way.
But I don't like you to get old. You're on a ranch ought to make you younger, not older.
Don't worry about me.
You're happy, aren't you, darling?
Sure, I'm happy.
We got everything in the world we want.
Sure, everything.
Nobody knows us. Nobody gives a darn if we're alive or not. We do what we please, wear what we please, eat what we please.
Yeah, beans.
Including beans. You got dyspepsia or something this morning, or you wouldn't talk that way. Usually you like beans.
Now, Martha, don't go making a fuss over me. I'm okay.
Well, you look all right. Brown as a native. You've taken off fat and put on muscle.
Give me some more beans.
Oh, yes, dear. Andy, did you ever wonder...
What?
what they think happened to us?
We disappeared, that's all. Just dropped out. Probably a 12-day wonder, and then they forgot us.
Sometimes I think I'd like to go down to the city, go through the files of the Hollywood papers, just to see what they did say.
Ah, that's out.
Sure,
The agreement was we wouldn't look at a newspaper, wouldn't listen to a radio, wouldn't go to a show.
I haven't missed them.
I have.
Andy, you don't mean...
Sure I do. I was a publicity man all my life. Sure, I was interested in what was going on. Then, all of a sudden, to be cut off from everything...
But I was an actress. I never missed anything.
You were a rotten actress. I was a good publicity man. I brought you success.
You were wonderful, Andy.
Hey, I was good, all right.
Andy, would you like to go back?
Would you?
I don't know.
Well, we can't, so forget it. I made you a famous actress once, but I couldn't do it again. I'm not good at staging comebacks. And I used every publicity stunt on you that was ever thought up. They don't work twice.
So? That's that?
Yeah, that's that.
Now, you have a piece of apple pie.
You remember the French apple pie at the Ambassador?
Isn't this pie good?
Oh, sure, it's good. I was just remembering. Give me a kiss.
Oh, fool.
You know what I'd like, Martha?
What?
I'd like to stick here about 10 years and then swoop down on Hollywood.
We don't have to wait. We've got plenty of money.
No, when I go back, I want to go with a bang, not just sneak in the way we sneaked away.
You do want to go back, Andy?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'd like to think you're happy here. Got everything you want. I wanted you to be happy, Andy.
Now, don't go getting yourself worked up, Martha. You've been swell, and I've got no complaint. Only, naturally, when a man's been clicking most of his life, he's bound to get a craving now and then to be back in action. No, I'm satisfied.
Well, that's all I want.
You're pretty wonderful.
But No good as publicity material. Listen.
Yeah. Somebody tooting a horn.
Of course it's somebody tooting a horn.
Well, let them toot.
Well, hadn't you better see what they want?
Well, what for? Well, where are you going?
To see what it is. Hello?
This the road to Mariposa?
No, you've passed it.
What?
You've passed it. Hey, come up and we'll show you a map. Wants to know the road to Mariposa.
No, he's past it.
That's what I told him.
A person gets no privacy.
Oh, snap out of it, Andy. Get all the privacy you need. And there to be civil to people. Come on in. Oh, Andy.
Van Arsdale.
Gastus Strom. Gastus Strom
and Andy Jones.
Gastus Strom. I thought you was dead.
I am not. Do not stand there like a fool, Andy. Give Geoffrey a chair.
Yeah, sure.
I am speechless. For the first time in my life, I'm speechless. Gasta, your hair, it's gray.
You do not look any too young yourself.
Never mind me. Would you mind, to explain what's cooking?
This is where we live.
You mean you live here? You and the Jones?
We raise chickens.
Raise chickens? Now I am crazy. What do you raise chickens for?
Well, we've got to do something.
So you live here with that dope and raise chickens? You're killing me.
What's wrong with that?
You're asking me what's wrong?
You heard me.
I suppose you know what Variety said about you. And what the newspaper said, huh?
Yeah, we haven't seen a newspaper in a year.
Not a word.
So I got to suffer and tell you. You made that rotten picture, Thais. It's a turkey. Then you disappear. Then this dope Jones here disappears. It's like the 4th of July. Everybody goes crazy. You can't be found. There's blood on your front porch. So it's murder. Extras come out. Gastus Strom murdered and her body hidden. Then they say it wasn't blood on the front porch and it ain't murder. You've been kidnapped. The whole cockeyed world goes on a scavenger hunt looking for you and the dope. Then what's next?
You tell us, Geoffrey.
Sure, I'll tell you. The Hollywood Bulletin offers 25,000 smackers for your return. In New York, a friend who doesn't want his name revealed offers 10 grand for your return. Then along comes a letter saying, we got Gastus Strom safe.
Oh, well, who's it from?
If we knew that, we'd know who kidnapped her.
But I wasn't kidnapped.
No, that's right. Then what happens? Stories everywhere. Gastus Strom has become a missionary in Africa. Gastus Strom has gone to the Follies Bergerie in Paris. Gastus Strom is weaving textiles in Santa Fe. Gastus Strom has been murdered. The school children of America have a Gastus Strom Memorial Day and give 10 cents apiece to build a Gastus Strom hospital for crippled children. They raise, so help me, 52 grand and some odd cents. The president of the Consolidated Ladies Forum goes on the radio and says, what this country needs is more women like Gastus Strom. The whole country goes crazy. What do I find? You, Gastus Strom, living here on a chicken ranch with
my husband.
Now I am seeing butterflies. He is your what?
My husband.
Oh, my head. Give me an aspirin.
We don't have aspirin up here.
Oh, it don't matter. It won't do me no good. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Now what?
Don't talk, I told you. Don't say a word. Do you know what it is? Can you see what it is? Don't you understand
Geoffrey, be calm now and cool and collected.
Pipe down, I'm thinking.
Yeah, now look here.
Be still, Andy. He's thinking.
I've got it.
He's got it.
The picture grows clear. I can see it. The most magnificent, the most colossal, the most super gorgeous super film ever made. The return of Gastus Strom.
Yeah, but she's not going back.
Shut up. I'll do the talking. Tell me the name of a famous mother. A great mother in history. Make it snappy.
Electra?
No, not a foreigner. An American.
Oh, Eleanor.
Stop talking like a dope.
Well, if you tell us what you're talking about...
I'll tell you now. It's... Come on. Give me the voice.
Colossal.
Keep still, Andy.
The greatest picture Miracle Studios has ever made. Gastus Strom, the passionate, the magnificent, the superwoman, gorgeous, flaming. She disappears. And what returns? A gray-haired woman raising chickens, married to her publicity man, playing in the great American mother picture.
Oh, my gosh, and I never saw it.
You never saw what?
The publicity story. And I thought I was a publicity man. Come on, Martha. Get your hat. We're going to Hollywood.
Oh, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wolf, testing. Hey, Masters, watch that mic cord, will you? Somebody's liable to get tangled up into it. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wolf. How much time we got, Sam? Huh? Now, friends, this is the greatest night in the history of Hollywood. 1 million people are milling and seething around the patio of the Baghdad Theater. 10 million more are listening to my voice. What a night! What a night! Oh, wait a minute. Here's Eddie Dugan, the chop man of the films. He isn't chopped tonight. No, sir. He's got a gardenia in his buttonhole. Hey, Eddie. Say hello to the folks, huh?
How are you?
That was Eddie Dugan, folks, the tough man of the screen. And over there I see little Ruth Lark, the baby star. I don't know if I'll be able to get her to take the mic, but Ruthie is with Lionel Clay, and a little bird says they'll be church-isling soon. There's Frank Sinatra and Katharine Hepburn. They're all here tonight. And here, ladies and gentlemen, on the arm of her distinguished husband, Andrew Jones, is, yes, no other than the great American mother, Gastus Strom. Hey, gentlemen, if you'll just make way, please. Miss Strom wants to get to the microphone. Thank you. And now, good evening, Miss Strom.
Good evening.
And Andrew Jones? Miss Strom, won't you say just a word to the folks?
I would adore to, but I am so terribly nervous. My heart, it is so full tonight. I just want to sit in front of my old-fashioned fireplace and cry. I am so happy. I love you, all of you, every one of you. And I do want you to like me in this beautiful, beautiful picture that the Miracle Studios Incorporated and my adorable Mr. Jeffries Gregg and my darling husband have created for me. I cannot talk now. My heart, it is too full. But thank you. Thank you. I love you. Bless you all. Well, darling?
Are you tired, old girl?
Not very. Too excited. It was thrilling, wasn't it?
It was colossal.
How they loved me.
Yeah, they were mad about you.
Do you love me?
I adore you.
Darling.
But you are a rotten actress.
You have just heard the farce comedy Gastus Strom, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire tonight at 9:30. The cast included Sally Thorson as Gastus Strom, William Price as Andy, Lou Tobin as Van Arsdale, Ray Lewis as the Hollywood Master of Ceremonies, Ruth Peterson as Miss Dodd, Frank Allen as Barton, Tom Green as Solinger, and Jack Lewis as the old stage doorkeeper. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for The Old Doorkeeper, with his memories of the theater in San Francisco and his radio dramas tonight at 9:30. Coming to you from San Francisco's Radio City.
Well, sir, I said last week that in the 42 years I've been doorkeeper at the stage door, I've seen theater folk come and go, and they all agree San Francisco is one of the best all-around theater towns in the country. Now, of course, my own recollections only go back to the turn of the century. And those were the days when there were more great thespians in the country than you could crowd on the stage of the Hippodrome. But San Francisco was making theater history long before that. Back in the days when Bill Ralston built his California Theater on Bush Street. And right back to the day when the Bella Union and Tom Maguire's Opera House were down on Montgomery Street, just about where the Montgomery Block is now. I figure that's the reason I always had a room up in that old building the youngsters call the Monkey Block. Of course, in those days, I was always at the stage door. Never was allowed to play a part in a drama. But now radio's here, and I suppose they figure folks can't see how funny a looking old codger I am. So tonight they're going to let me play a small part in our radio drama. You'll be watching for me along towards the end. I'm the old artist called Mr. Potter. Now, this drama is the story of Lonnie Beale and Joan. They were two youngsters living in the block. Artists, both of them. Lonnie, he had quite a reputation in the artist colony. And Joan, well, Joan was just a good commercial artist, showing promise of being a lot better someday. Lonnie was a comic strip artist, doing a strip called Sally and Blimps. Then, suddenly, one night, everything went dark. Lonnie's eyes went back on him, and he was blind. Of course, all the young artists in the block rallied round him. They were always filling his room with noise and the smell of salami and coffee and red wine. It was a sort of a gathering place for most of the artists and would-be artists in the city.
I'm going home.
Oh, wait a while, Peggy. I'll have your ear finished in a minute.
How's it look, Joan? All right, but you never know it was an ear.
The trouble with you, Joan, is you don't know art when you see it.
Is that art?
Listen, Joan, I wish you'd go far, far away and never come back. You've got no soul.
Don't talk that way, Fritz. Here, have a piece of salami.
I don't want salami. Give me a piece. Rotten stuff.
You're so temperamental, Fritz. What's that?
Where?
Those crisscross lines.
That's the ear.
I guess you're right, Fritz. I don't understand art. Well, I'm all right as a model,
The
but...
trouble with you is you talk too much. Give yourself away.
Fritz. Don't you think you children had better run along? Lonnie's tired, and I want to straighten up the place before I leave. And I'm tired.
Oh, I suppose so. You're about as much inspiration as an onion.
Fritz.
Come on, let's go.
You're always shouting at me, Fritz.
Are you coming, or shall I go alone?
I'm coming. Good night, Joan. Good night, Peggy. Good night, Fritz.
Good night.
Good night, Lonnie. Good night, Lonnie.
Good night.
Don't you feel well, Lonnie?
Oh, come on. Don't you see he doesn't want to be bothered? Good night.
Wait for me. Wait for me. Move over, Lonnie. Let me sit on the arm of your chair. You don't feel well, do you?
I'm all right.
Lean your head back. There. You've sat here at the window all night with your chin in your hand. It's not good for you.
I wish you'd leave me alone, Joan.
Oh, all right. That's the way you feel?
Now, don't be getting touchy. I'm jumpy enough myself without your starting in. Those two fools, they got on my nerves.
Tell them not to come up here.
Well, it's not only those two, it's the whole crowd. Mary Ellen with her smell of gardenias, Hank borrowing butter, borrowing coffee, Lizzie striding up and down like a Valkyrie and singing me, 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 and Fritz thinking there's no one understands art but himself.
And me.
And you're the only one I can stand.
Thanks, darling.
And don't call me darling.
Yes, Toad. You are in a nice frame of mind, aren't you?
Gosh, don't I know it. Sitting here all day listening to noises, not knowing if I've spilled soup down my front or if... Oh, well.
Go ahead. It'll do you good to beef. Get it out of your system.
I don't want to beef. I just want to be left alone.
I'll go in a few minutes. You're out of toothpaste, by the way. Remind me and I'll get you some in the morning. You can use soap tonight.
Thanks.
Lonnie, let's get married.
Joan, I told you never to mention that to me again.
You love me, don't you?
No.
You're lying.
All right. I'm lying. I'm not going to marry you.
Why not?
Because I don't want your sympathy. You wouldn't marry me before I was blind. Now, just because you're sorry for me...
I'm not sorry for you.
Well, I'm not going to be under obligations to anybody. Gee, Joan, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. You've been wonderful, and I'll never forget it. But...
I know, Lon.
Hadn't you better beat it now?
I suppose so. Lon, I want to talk to you.
Go ahead.
Do you know how much money you've got left?
I don't suppose much.
Of course, you knew it wouldn't last forever.
Sure.
What did you expect to do when it was gone?
I've got that all figured out.
I suppose so. Lonnie, your money is gone.
All of it?
All.
Why didn't you tell me?
What good would it have done?
I suppose none. I've just gone along like a fool, leaving it to you to draw the checks, knowing it'd be finished sooner or later. Well, there goes the comic strip.
Poor Sally and Blimps.
They sure brought the money in while they lasted.
Yes.
And now, what am I good for?
Don't talk like that.
Why shouldn't I talk like that? What am I good for? Do you think I'm going to let you support me? I'm blind.
What if you are?
That's why you want to marry me now. So you can take care of me. So you can support me. No thought of whether you love me or not. No, that doesn't matter. You're just going to be a good Samaritan.
It does no good to be bitter.
Well, what am I going to do?
I don't know. Lonnie, have you anything you can sell?
A few books, that's all. They won't bring anything. And my watch. I ought to get about $5 for that.
What good will that do? You've got to get real money. Lonnie. Your etchings. I'm sure I could get something for them.
I'm a comic strip artist, not an etcher.
You know they're good. You've always underrated your real work. Lonnie, let me see if I can sell the plates. Please, Lonnie.
Oh, what's the use, Joan?
Where are the plates, Lonnie?
In the pigskin box, wrapped up in cotton. Where are you going?
Stay still. I'm going to get them out. Everything piled in the box. I've got to take an hour off sometime and straighten things. Here they are.
You're wasting your time, Joan.
Maybe. But we can't just sit and wait for something to happen. This is good, Lonnie.
What?
3 trees. Pine trees, I guess.
And those are the trees on the hill behind Belvedere.
And I like this. A lot of boats tied to a wharf.
Fisherman's Wharf. I did that the week I met you.
Lonnie, these will bring money. I'm sure they will. If you let me sell the plates outright. I'd take them to Harcourt's or Savelli's or...
The Rembrandt studio might consider them, too.
Will you let me try, Lonnie?
Well, it'll be a waste of time, but if you want to take a shot at it...
We've got to do something. There are 12 of them, Lonnie.
Yes, 12.
I ought to get at least $50 apiece for them.
Oh, they'll laugh at you.
I'm going to take them to my room now. Your bed is turned down, and here are your pajamas. Have you everything you want?
Yes, everything.
I'll go out early tomorrow. And buck up, Lonnie. Buck up.
I'm bucked.
Kiss me goodnight.
Joan, please go away.
Lonnie.
Please, Joan, go on. Go on to your room. Please. Can't you see I want you to go? Come in.
Hello.
Is it Peggy?
And Fritz, what you got to eat, Lonnie?
Well, there's some cold beans. You can warm them up. What have you been doing all day?
Fritz has been painting my ear.
Good grief. Are you still on that ear? You were working on it a month ago.
I never leave a thing till I'm satisfied. My art must be perfect.
Nobly expressed.
I can't find the beans, Lonnie.
Under the table. There's a can of them.
What, may one ask, are you doing with that typewriter, Lonnie?
I'm teaching myself to type.
Teaching yourself to type?
Well, didn't you ever hear of a blind man teaching himself to type?
What's the use of learning to type?
So I can earn some money.
Haven't you any money, Lonnie? Neither have we.
Oh, I'm flush now. But it's not going to last forever.
Joan still selling your etchings?
Mm-hmm. They like them. I guess they were better than I realized. She sold the fifth one yesterday for $100. $100
for just one single old etching?
For the plates, stupid. They make a lot of etchings from one plate.
I didn't know.
You wouldn't. You never posed for an etching.
Don't be hateful. Can I help it if I'm just a little stupid?
The less you talk, the safer you are, darling.
I don't think you're nice. I'm not going to talk to you. Lonnie, you talk to me.
Pleasure. What'll I talk about?
About what you think about. I mean, when you sit all alone in the dark.
For heaven's sake, Peggy.
Well, that's all right. Don't mind her. I'm not touchy. You ought to know that. Let's see. What do I think about? Well, when the window is open and the smell of the fish comes up from the market in the alley, I think about...
Fish?
Exactly.
Well, I think you're very lucky.
You do?
I certainly do. Having nothing to do or worry about, just to sit and think.
About fish?
He thinks of lots of other things. Don't you, Lonnie?
Oh, sure. How are the beans coming along?
They're beginning to bubble. Lonnie, could you lend us $5?
$5?
I told you to be tactful.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead, Peggy. Are you broke?
Oh, well, of course, we're always broke, but I saw the cutest negligee on Grand Avenue for $5, and Fritz said I'd look adorable in it, and he'd buy it for me if we had the $5.
So you want to borrow $5?
Now, look here, Lonnie. You shouldn't let her sponge on you.
Of course, we'd only be borrowing it.
Sure, that's all right. My wallet is over on the desk, I guess. Look in the little drawer.
There are 2 little drawers.
The one to the right.
I have it. Oh, what a lot of money.
Nice, isn't it?
I'm sorry we didn't ask to borrow $10. Shall I take 5?
Take whatever you want. I'm a millionaire, as long as the etchings hold out.
And then, of course, you can always make some more.
Well, hardly.
Oh, I'm ashamed. I forgot. Of course you can't when you're blind.
Peggy, will you stop jabbering?
Well, I didn't mean to say anything. Oh, here's Joan.
Hello, kids.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
How goes it, Lon? Those beans smell good.
Okay. I've typed 2 whole pages, and I don't think I've made a mistake.
Let me see. Oh, that's fine. How's your ear coming along, Peggy?
Oh, I'm so tired of hearing about my ear.
So is everybody else, darling. Now, Fritzy, don't look savage.
You sound exuberant, Joan.
I am. We've struck a gold mine.
A gold mine?
What do you mean?
I sold the Rembrandt studio the etching of the 3 Pines for... Guess how much?
$100?
$150?
$500.
Joan.
$500?
You mean that?
Here it is. 5 shining greenbacks. Let's have some beans.
Gee, it seems a shame to eat beans with all that money.
Well, it does, sort of.
Of course, we could celebrate. Go out and have a real binge.
That's an idea.
No. No. You 2 go. Have a feed at Lonnie's expense. Here, take this.
But we shouldn't take money from Lonnie.
I insist. Go out and get a grand dinner. And buy that negligee.
What negligee?
Well, Fritz is going to buy Peggy a negligee.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Well, why shouldn't he?
You talk and talk and talk.
Well, that's more than you do.
Are you coming?
Yes.
Well, then come.
Well, I'm coming. Goodbye, Joan. Goodbye, Lonnie. I'm so glad you're famous.
Am I?
Well, the etchings and everything.
Oh, come on.
So long, Fritz. Treat the little woman well.
Goodbye, all. We'll be seeing you. I don't suppose you 2 would like to come along.
No. I want to talk to Lonnie.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Crazy kids.
We'll come up and show you the negligee, Lonnie.
The little fool.
I'd kill her if she was mine. Come here, Joan.
Wait till I get my hat off. It's stuffy in here. My feet are tired, too.
What are you doing?
Getting out of my shoes. Oh, gee. It's swell to stretch my toes.
Now what are you going to do?
Going to put a cushion on the floor and lean against your knee. Lonnie.
What, Joan?
Let's get married.
Joan, I told you never to say that again. It's out.
But things are different now. You've got almost $1,000 from the 6 etchings. There'll be more coming in. The others will be easier to sell now that I've got started.
You're as crazy as Peggy. Just because I've got $1,000, you think I'll take a chance? How long did the last 1,000 last? How long did the last check from Harrison Loeb for the last strips of Sally and Blimps last? Tell me that.
Oh, I know, Lonnie.
And if I had all the money in the world and there'd never be need for your supporting me, I still wouldn't marry you. I'm blind.
You usually see more clearly than most people.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just nothing. Lonnie, do you love me? Answer me. Please answer me.
I'll answer you once. And then I'll never say it again. Ever. I love you more than I ever believed I could love anything on earth. I loved you before I went blind. But since everything's gone dark, I see more clearly. I know you. I know the sound of you, the fragrance of you. And I seem to have brushed away all the meaningless things that clutter up a person's mind. Just because it's easier to think clearly. I mean, in the dark. And I love you. And that's why I never, as long as you live, want you to talk to me about this again. Joan, go away. Please go away. Well, Mr. Potter, it was nice of you to come down and sit with me.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Beale, I assure you. I was at my easel painting and I became tired. So I said to myself, that young man downstairs, sitting there most of the day in darkness, must be lonely for him.
Yes, it does get lonely.
An artist wants light in his eyes more than any other man.
What are you working on, Mr. Potter?
A poor thing in its way. This modern generation won't accept it. I call it a modern Madonna. A factory girl, you see, with a shawl about her head and a babe in her arms.
Well, I guess the vogue for babies isn't what it used to be.
Nothing is as it used to be.
You get lonely, too, don't you?
I think too much. Because I've lived for a lot of years and now can sit back and look at life. You can, too, because you're in darkness and can see more clearly.
Come in.
Mr. Beale?
That's Mr. Beale.
Oh, yes. How do you do? I'm Cynthia Carter.
Oh, yes. How do you do? Will you pardon me if I don't get up? Just find a chair, will you?
Thank you.
This is Mr. Potter, Mrs.
Carter.
Mrs. Carter. Archibald Potter, one of our most distinguished artists.
How do you do, madam? Now I'll leave you, my young friend. You'll be occupied, and if you want anything, any time.
Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Goodbye.
Nice old fellow. He comes down to keep me company now and then.
Perhaps I should explain, Mr. Beale. I am Mrs. Carter of the Harrison Loeb Syndicate.
Oh?
It's strange, isn't it? After all the pleasant dealings we've had together, that we never should have had a personal interview.
Well, it was business.
Exactly. Mr. Beale, I'm not going to take a lot of your time. I have a proposition to offer you.
Yes?
Yes. You have made a lot of money out of your comic strip, Mr. Beale. Sally and Blimps have become one of the most popular features in the country.
It's been a godsend.
I don't mind telling you that it has made a lot of money for Harrison Loeb as well.
They were entitled to it.
I'm glad you take that point of view. Now, from a purely business basis, here's a fact to be faced. Your work has improved consistently. Your popularity has increased. The feature of this kind reaches a point where it has to become much bigger or stagnant.
Well?
As I say, your work is improving. The material you sent us last week was by far the best you've done.
What?
Oh, it has maturity. And the introduction of the baby was a stroke of genius.
I don't follow you.
Well, I'm coming right to the point. We want you to start to work at once on animating Sally and Blimps for the talkies. And to call it The Blimps and Their Baby.
But I haven't done any work for...
There's no need of modesty, Mr. Beale. You are doing splendid work.
But I tell you...
And the syndicate is convinced that you can give them what they want. Not too much sentiment, not too much wisecracking. Just human, real, lovable...
What did you say your name was?
Carter.
Mrs. Carter, you've got things twisted some way or other.
I don't think so. You are the Leonard Beale who created the comic strip of Sally and Blimps, aren't you?
Sure.
Then nothing is, as you say, twisted. You've got what we want, and we're willing to pay for it.
Of course, you know that I'm blind.
What?
I said, of course you know that I'm blind.
We knew you'd had trouble with your eyes. We knew you stopped work for a month. Then we were tremendously relieved when we got your letter saying you were ready to start supplying us with Sally and Blimp strips again.
Mrs. Carter, I'm blind.
You mean it's come back?
I mean, I've been blind all the time.
Then who has been sending us the comic strips? Why, we've been sending you your weekly check. Without fail, we've been...
Gosh. You'd better let me think. Are you comfortable?
Quite.
Now, you say you've been continuing to receive Sally and Blimp strips. You've been paying me for them regularly?
Considering the amount of money we've sent you.
Oh, you've been sending me a lot of money?
Over $1,000 in the last month.
Oh, over $1,000. Mrs. Carter, will you do something for me?
Certainly.
Over there. It's in that corner. There's a pigskin chest.
Yes.
Would you mind opening it?
Certainly. Yes.
Are there some copper plates in it? Etchings?
Yes. Right here on top. A stack of them.
A stack? You mean 6?
No, they're more than 6. There are 12.
There can't be 12.
There are 12.
I don't suppose there's one of 3 pine trees?
Yes, right on top. Splendid. Did you do it, Mr. Beale?
Yes, I did it. Yes, it's mine. 3 pine trees. Good grief. Mrs. Carter.
Well?
How long will it take you to get me files of the last Sally and Blimp strips?
I have them right here.
Well, could you just sketch quickly for me the story? I mean, what's happening to them now?
Why, certainly. Blimps loses his job. Sally gets a job. Blimps won't marry her because he doesn't want to support him. Sally goes plodding ahead. Then she, practically runs away with Blimps and makes him marry her. Then Flips is born.
Flip?
That's the baby, Flip, with a wisp of hair sticking up on his head.
Flip?
Why do you say it that way?
Well, nobody knew about Flip but Joan and I. Joan is Miss Leonard. Flip was the name we gave to a tiny baby boy we saw one day in Lincoln Park, with a wisp of hair sticking up on his head. Flip. Why, don't you get it? Joan has been drawing the strips. A wonderful little kid. She never sold any of my etchings. Don't you see what it means? She's been supporting me all the time. She's been feeding me and lying to me. She said she sold my etchings and... Well, why don't you say something?
She's gone, Lonnie. I'm here.
What do you mean, she's gone?
I came in and heard. I motioned for her to go. She's gone.
Oh, so she's gone.
Don't look that way, Lonnie.
Oh, Joan. Joan, you had no right to. I do understand, and I do appreciate, but you had no right to.
Lonnie, I don't want to hear any more. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. I loved doing it. It was thrilling. I was sick of drawing pink sweaters for fat ladies. Sick of drawing snakeskin shoes. I knew I could carry on Sally and Blimps with the start and the training you'd given me.
I can't get it. You always said you were Sally and I was Blimps. And now you... Oh, I know your intentions were good. But you cheated me. Made me let you support me.
Somebody had to.
Said you'd sold the etchings. Pretended you had checks for them. Lied to me. And all the pretending you loved me. You never loved me. You were just sorry for me.
So I was only sorry for you.
And I don't want your sympathy. I want to be left alone.
only sorry for you. You fool. You think I could have drawn the story of Sally and Blimp? You and I? If I was only sorry for you? You think I would have drawn Flip? The baby we wanted, if I was just sorry for you? You think I could have put that on paper? That's me. Me, a part of me. And you sit there smugly and say I cheated you and lied to you and was sorry for you.
Joan!
Lonnie, listen to me. And don't interrupt me. You've always been able to think so clearly and wisely. Please try to now, darling. Lonnie, we're a team, you and I. We're going to work together. You always said that anybody could draw pictures if they learned how to hold a pencil and had anything to draw.
But...
Let me finish. All right. I've learned how to draw pictures. And you're just bubbling over with ideas. You build the story of Sally and Blimps and Flip. You plan the episodes and I'll draw the pictures. And Lonnie will go places. It'll be a break for me. Oh, can't you see that, you mutt? And I love you.
Joan, little fool, little idiot.
Oh, Lonnie, hold me closer. Don't let me ever get away from you. Oh, I wanted you to hold me this way. Can't you see? We are Sally and Blimps. And we can have Flip. Lonnie.
Darling. You have just heard the radio drama, The Comic Strip, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire, tonight at 9:30. The cast included Phyllis Newman as Joan, Dudley Manlove as Lonnie, Marcia Keat as Peggy, Gordon Connell as Fritz, Barbara Townsend as Mrs. Carter, and Jack Lewis as the old stage doorkeeper. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for Dad, the old stage doorkeeper, with his memories of the theater in San Francisco and his radio dramas. Tonight at 9:30 came to you from San Francisco's Radio City.
Well, sir, in all the years that I've been stage doorkeeper in San Francisco, I reckon I'm one of the few things that hasn't changed. Excepting that I haven't much hair anymore. But the plays have changed and the acting has changed. The old days when Nance O'Neill played Martha of the Lowlands with plenty of ranting and screaming, and the days when Mrs. Leslie Carter played Zaza, those days are gone. And Olga Nethersole and the second Mrs. Tancred. I guess not many of you remember that. And the days of the Central Theater when the Marie Corelli melodramas were popular. You young folks would just laugh if you saw one of them today. Plays like Thelma. But there's one kind of play you never do seem to get tired of. And that's the kind of play, so to speak, that we have for you tonight in our radio playhouse. A mystery thriller. Now, the idea of our play isn't a new one. It's been told in different ways by some of the finest writers. The setting is in a beautiful, sort of faded old California estate in the hills back of Carmel, out beyond the Carmel Valley. The kind of place Mr. John Steinbeck likes to write about. In a room of the big old house, an old man is talking to a young aviation captain. He's got sort of a tired face, the young fella has, but a strong face. And while he's listening to the old man talk, You can see he's got a steady hand. And he's sort of laughing at the rattling of the shutters and the noise of the wind.
Gloomy place, isn't it?
The curtains are always drawn, Captain Craig. The sun never comes into the room.
Well, let's have a little light. It gives me the shivers.
Yes, sir, Captain Craig. But I'm afraid there's not much sun today. It's a gloomy day, sir. I'll open the curtains.
Good.
That'll be a little better, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I don't like gloom.
No, sir. I dare say you saw all the gloom you wanted down in those Pacific Islands. And noise. There's worse noise than the rattling of shutters.
We won't talk about that. Do the shutters always rattle?
When the wind blows, Captain Craig, the house is in need of repair.
What's that?
Just a door swinging on its hinges, sir.
No wonder they call it a haunted house. Do you think it's haunted, Dawson?
I do not believe in ghosts, Captain Craig.
Neither do I. Why do they say it's haunted?
Legends get about, sir. Shadows in the windows at night, strange sounds and whisperings. All things that could be explained, no doubt, by natural causes. But, yes, sir?
That moaning, it gets me.
One gets used to it, sir.
No doubt.
Will you sit down, sir? The workmen will be here in a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks.
If I might offer you a glass of sherry while you're waiting.
Oh, don't bother.
I have it here, sir. Just a small glass and a biscuit.
Thanks, Dawson.
There you are, sir.
Oh, you have some too, Dawson.
If you don't mind, sir.
Oh, don't stand on ceremony.
Thank you, sir. Now, while we're waiting, I'd better explain, sir, why it was necessary for me to request you to come today. Your father was Mr. Ingar's attorney, and it was natural that I should think of you when a witness was required. It's just 20 years ago today, Captain Craig, since I have seen Mr. Ingar. January 19, 1925. He left orders that on January 19, 1945, that is today, I should call in workmen and have that brick wall torn down.
Looks like it'd been built right into the wall of the room.
It seals up a closet that was formerly in use, sir.
Crazy ideas men get. Tell me something about Ingar while we're waiting.
He was a Scandinavian, sir, a Norwegian. He was a very quiet man, Mr. Craig. He didn't talk. He was a scholar. He thought a great deal. I came to work for him just after he came to America. That was 25 years ago.
He was married, wasn't he?
He didn't marry for 4 years. Then he married Miss Mary.
She was Norwegian, too?
Her parents were, sir. She was born in California. She was much younger than Mr. Ingar.
Oh?
Yes, sir. He was past 50 when he married her. She was 20.
It wasn't a love match, then?
I believe he loved her very much, sir, in his way. Mr. Ingar spoke so little. One didn't know what he was thinking.
And he brought his bride to this huge old barn?
Yes, sir. It was lonely. Miss Mary used to walk in the rose garden. She'd talk to the flowers and the birds. You see, there was nobody her own age. It was lonely for a young girl, but she was very cheerful, sir. And if I may say so, we all loved her. There had been little youth in the house.
The pruners must be pruned. I'll tell Dawson. And the Marshall Neals need more sun. They're like little tiny babies. When they don't get sun, they weaken and grow pale. Oh, who are you?
I didn't know there was anyone here.
You see, this is a private garden.
Yes, I know. I've come to work for Mr. Nils Ingar. I'm going to work in his library. I'm going to catalog his...
I did not know.
You? Do you live here?
I am Mary Ingar.
Oh,
Mr. Ingar is my husband.
I see.
You look at me so strangely.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
Does Mr. Ingar know you have come?
Oh, yes. Yes, he had shown me to my room. He said I might walk in the gardens. You don't mind?
No.
He said we would not... That is, He said...
You started to say...
Yes, that we would not commence work until tomorrow.
Then I will show you the gardens. I'll show you the roses.
If you would. You're so young.
I am young?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
I am different than you had expected.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it.
Of course. You had come only to catalog the books.
Yes, the books.
Mr. Ingar has a very wonderful library.
Very wonderful.
You mustn't look at me that way, as if I was not there at all.
I was thinking of the books.
As if your eyes were looking through me.
It was his library that I was thinking of.
You are No.
You were going to say...
You are a strange young man.
Oh, I'm just...
I do not know your name.
My name is Ronald Bruce.
Ronald Bruce?
Yes.
Your hand is shaking.
Oh, a shiver. A ghost walking on my grave.
Oh, it is foolish to think such thoughts. Come, I'll show you the roses. I'll show you the gardens. The pool where the frogs make such a noise at night. There are water lilies in the frog pool. Coral pink.
Everything is beautiful here.
It is very peaceful and lonely.
The quiet.
One can almost hear the flowers opening. Sometimes I almost think they will talk to me.
You would understand them.
I think I would understand. Here is my husband. Nils, I have been meeting your young man.
I sent him into the gardens. He will be with us a considerable time.
I hope he will be comfortable while he is here.
I hope you will make him feel at home. I do not wish him to feel he is tied to his task.
I will leave you now, Nils. You will want to talk.
We will walk together. We will look at the roses. My wife makes flowers grow where not even weeds would grow before.
Yes.
I know so little.
There is an instinct, more than a knowledge, that guides one in making beautiful things grow. You will agree with me, Mr. Bruce?
I'm afraid I didn't hear what you said.
Quickly the roses fade, Ronald. When you came here, they were just beginning to bloom. Now they are almost gone.
6 months is a long time.
It has been a very happy 6 months.
Has it?
You have been happy, Ronald?
Oh, I have felt I would go mad at times.
You should be out in the sun more. You are pale and you've lost weight.
Perhaps one does need more sunlight. You, too. You are not well.
I am not well.
If you went away...
I cannot go away. I belong here. You must not say that, Ronald.
Mary,
I know, Ronald. Perhaps if you went away...
Well, there is no place I could go now.
The world is big and you are free.
Yes, I am free. Oh, your hair is so soft against the green of the trees.
The world is so beautiful. Why can't life be beautiful, too?
I try not to think of you. I try to think of you as Mrs. Nils Ingar.
I am the wife of Nils Ingar. Forever.
You're not his wife. You're a flower he has picked. He has put you in a vase and left you there, just as lightly as I pick this rose.
Nils loves me.
As an artist creates his art and says, I have created this, and it is mine to please me whenever I desire.
You must not be bitter.
No, I haven't even that right. Mary, you're trembling.
My poor Ronald, I am sorry.
You are sick.
I am not sick. And yet I think so much of death.
You are young, like a rosebud.
The roses fade.
What will become of us, Mary?
We will go on. Everything must go on as it always has gone on. Nothing changes.
Life would not be endurable.
I can't look at you when you gaze into my eyes that way.
They're soft and gray, like cold flames.
Look away, Ronald.
One looks at the flowers in the garden and doesn't harm them.
This was so foolish, Ronald.
I've never spoken.
You must never speak.
The things that are in us, we know they're there. Must we close our hearts to them and close our eyes to them?
Our hearts and our eyes are closed. Always. Forever. You wish to talk to me, Niels?
Yes. I brought you a wrap. You shouldn't be in the garden on winter nights.
I am warm.
You have been ill. The color is gone from your cheeks.
I am sorry, Niels.
I wish you to take care of yourself. You must be strong. Someday, I hope you will give me a strong son, Mary.
Is that what you wish to speak to me about, Niels?
That and other things.
I am listening, Niels. If you wish me to go away, Niels.
I do not wish you to go away. There is no thought of your going away. Why should you speak of going away?
I only wish to please you.
But that would give me no pleasure. You are so quick to seize on words I say and give them another meaning.
I am sorry.
It is the same with Ronald Bruce. Why do you start?
You were saying of Ronald Bruce.
He asks me a question. I answer him. He twists my answer into a meaning I had never intended, and then grows irritable in his talk, ready to flare, as though he were the employer and I the employee.
I am sure he means no harm, Niels.
Why are you sure he means no harm?
He is young.
He is old enough to play the man, not a petulant schoolboy.
You must try to understand him.
Do I understand that you are siding with him against your husband?
You know I wouldn't.
I know nothing. It's as if you were all conspiring against me.
Niels, don't.
My desire is to be a good husband and a good master.
Please.
I will not have my home disrupted by schemers.
Ronald is not a schemer.
So, you see, you do give him right and your husband wrong.
I only try to be fair.
What is Ronald Bruce to you?
Niels.
That you should make it your concern to be fair.
I am first and always your wife.
It would be well for you to remember that.
Have I forgotten, Niels?
I was wrong to let you marry me. I was old, and you were young.
You loved me, and do love me.
I shall always love you.
Then, Niels...
That is why I cannot let your young head be turned by this man.
Ronald Bruce has never forgotten that I am your wife.
Any man would forget. You are cursed with beauty.
If you feel he is this way because of me, you should speak to him. You should send him away.
And there is reason that he should go.
Only if you are dissatisfied.
If there is no cause, I will not need to send him away. If there is cause, I will not send him away.
Yes, Niels.
You will remember, always, that you are my wife. That is all.
Yes.
And now, come in. The night is damp.
I will follow you.
Barry, you mustn't.
You heard.
Only a few words.
Ronald, you must go away.
He wants me to go away?
No. I want you to go away. I want you to go while I still have strength to send you.
There'll be nothing left in life.
Life went on before you came here.
A year has changed all that. Your voice, your eyes, the touch of your foot on the gravel walks is a part of life now.
And that is why you must go away.
If I go, will it mean nothing to you?
You have no right to ask that.
Then I ask without the right. Will it mean nothing?
Heaven forgive me. Life will be ended.
And still, you want me to go?
You must go. Oh, Ronald, we must not spoil a beautiful thing. Go tonight, without a word to anyone. Go, I beg you. Go.
Yes, Mr. Ingar.
Were you walking through the halls?
No, sir.
I was in my room. I thought I heard someone walking through the halls.
Yes, sir.
No doubt it was my wife. She is ill. Does not sleep well. No doubt it was she.
Yes, sir.
I will see. You may go, Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Mary! Mary!
Yes, Nils?
I knocked 3 times.
I'm sorry, Nils. I did not hear.
Were you alone?
Alone? Yes. I was alone.
Why do you tremble?
I did not know I was trembling, Nils.
Close the door.
Yes, Nils.
Sit down.
Yes.
I told you to come in when I left you in the garden.
Yes.
I demand obedience from my wife at all times.
Yes.
Bruce joined you.
He was in the garden. He stopped to speak to me.
What was there he needed to discuss with you?
But, Nils, living as we do, it is as though he were a part of the family.
He is employed by me to catalogue my library.
I know.
He never made love to you?
You shall not say that to me.
Answer me! Did he make love to you?
No, never.
I do not believe you. He'd be a fool if he didn't try to make love to you.
Nils, he's going away.
Oh. He's going away.
I told him to go away.
Why should you tell him to go away?
Because I am your wife.
Then he did make love to you.
Never, I say.
What was that?
What, Nils?
Something moved.
I heard nothing.
Stand aside.
Nils, what are you doing?
There's someone in that closet.
You are mad.
I saw you watching the door all the time you were talking. I heard something move. There is someone in that closet, and I'm going to open the door.
Nils, don't open that door.
Why shouldn't I open the door?
Because I am your wife, and because I've said there is no one in the closet, and so you must believe me and not open the door.
I am master here.
I beg of you, Nils, if you love me and believe that I love you, do not open that door.
Aren't you making too much of it? If there is nothing, no one to hide?
When you open it, you will tell me your faith in me is dead.
Mary, you are sure there is no one in that closet?
There is no one.
You swear it?
I swear it by my faith.
Very well.
What are you going to do?
I shall remain here tonight. I shall be comfortable in this chair. You will sleep. And tomorrow we will talk further.
But I cannot sleep when you doubt me.
You have sworn by your faith.
I have sworn.
Then I must not doubt you. Who is there?
Dawson, sir.
Come in.
The man is here, Mr. Ingar.
He has the necessary materials.
He has everything, sir.
Wait outside the door with him until I call you.
Yes, sir.
Mary.
Yes, Nils. What are you going to do?
I asked you last night if there was anyone in that closet.
I swore there was no one.
So, there can be no one. But strangely enough, as you have heard, when I sent Dawson to find Ronald Bruce this morning, he was not to be found.
He said he would go away.
He has taken nothing, neither his clothes nor his possessions. His bed has not been slept in.
And so you still think...
I think what?
That he came here, that I hid him, that he is in there.
He couldn't be in there. You swore he was not in there.
What are you doing, Nils?
I am giving you one last chance to say you did not tell the truth. If you did not tell the truth.
I swore to you by my faith that there is no one in that closet.
Very well. Bring the man in, Dawson. Help him with his things.
Yes, sir.
I am afraid, my dear, this will upset your room. Mrs. Ingar is not feeling well, Dawson.
I'm sorry, sir.
She will remain in bed while the work is being done. She wishes, Dawson, to have that closet door walled up. A wall of bricks, Dawson. Then cement and plaster over it, so it will not disfigure the room. You can do that, my man?
Yes, sir.
You can start at once. I wish the work to be carefully done. You see, Mary, it will not disfigure the walls. Mary, I am speaking to you. I say it will not disfigure the walls.
Niels.
I hope you're feeling better this morning.
Yes, Niels.
But you must have some nourishment. Dawson, when the work is finished, prepare something tasty for Mrs. Ingar.
Yes, sir.
Bricks and mortar. That'll make a strong wall. Probably it will stand when the rest of the house begins to decay. Eh, Dawson?
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear something moving in the closet, did I, Dawson?
Perhaps a mouse in the wall, sir.
Yes. Probably a mouse in the wall. Mary, Dawson thinks there may be mice in the walls. It's just as well we're sealing up the closet. What is it, Mary?
Niels, come close to me.
Yes?
Niels, I can't stand it. I'm choking. I'll make him stop, Niels.
You mean make him stop sealing the closet?
I'm choking. I can't stand it.
Oh, now that's absurd, Mary. If you were in the closet and the door was being sealed, then you might have reason to choke. But you're here, and there's no one in the closet. You're sure there's no one in the closet.
I'll make him stop. I've sworn.
Having sworn was all that's necessary. There can be no one in the closet. But it's a closet of unpleasant memories. It would always haunt us. It's best that it should be sealed up.
You're torturing me. Trying to torture me. Cruel.
And you're acting like a child, my dear. Go right ahead with your work, my man. Mrs. Ingar is just suffering from a bad headache. I say you're acting like a child, Mary. You swear and maintain there's no one in the closet. But it chokes you to see the closet being sealed up. Sealed up quite airtight with bricks and mortar. What can it matter to you, since your conscience is clear?
You're sealing up our lives. You're sealing our hope of happiness behind that wall. Niels, you're sealing up our faith.
Our faith.
Our trust.
Trust.
You're killing my soul and my body.
You are hysterical. You need sleep. Oh, but of course you can't sleep with all this noise. The work will be finished very soon now. Just see how quickly the wall grows. Like magic. Almost finished, isn't it, Dawson?
Yes, sir.
And, of course, with the plaster on it, it will hardly show, will it, Dawson?
No, sir.
It's just as I told Mrs. Ingar. I said to her...
Mr. Ingar.
Well, Dawson?
The mistress. She's fainted.
Fainted? Oh, no, Dawson, you must be mistaken. She just dozed. Dawson.
Sir.
Do something. Quickly, do something.
Sir. She's dead.
Well, go ahead, Dawson. Go on with the story.
That's all, Captain Craig. He buried the young mistress in the rose garden. And the day he laid her away, he, too, went away. And before he went away, he ordered me to take charge of the house.
And you've been here ever since?
20 years, sir.
20 years? And I thought 6 months on Guadalcanal was a long time.
And now, sir, if you're ready, I'll have the workmen tear down the wall.
Yes. Yes, the wall's got to be torn down. Let me get going.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Start in.
Yes, sir.
Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Tell them to stop.
To stop?
I tell you to have them stop.
Stop the work, man. They've stopped, sir.
Send them away.
But the wall has to be torn down, Captain Craig. It was your father's orders, and Mr. Ingar's orders.
Dawson, Niels Ingar is dead. My father is dead. It looks like it's up to me from now on out. Dawson, I've had to be very realistic. War doesn't leave much softness in a man. But I hope I've got a little bit left. For the memory of Mary Egnar, we will never tear down that wall.
You have just heard the radio drama, The Ghost of the House of Ingar, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire, tonight at 9:30. The cast included Robert Fasson as Dawson, Ray Lewis as Captain Craig, Everett Glass as Nils Ingar, Julie Ferris as Mary Ingar, James Garthwaite as Ronald, and Earl Lee as the old stage doorkeeper. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for Dad, the old stage doorkeeper, with his memories of the theater in San Francisco and his radio dramas tonight at 9:30, coming to you from San Francisco's Radio City.
From San Francisco, station KPO presents Tonight at 9:30. The fourth in a new series of programs designed to bring into the spotlight the best in San Francisco radio talent. Music, comedy, drama. A different show each Saturday, presented from San Francisco on Tonight at 9:30. Tonight at 9:30, we present an original radio drama, a story of suspense and fear, of crime and remorse, titled The Devil is a Woman, written and directed by KPO producer George Snell. Our drama features in the stellar roles two of San Francisco's outstanding radio personalities, KPO announcer John Grover and the versatile young actress Yvonne Patey, heard on many local programs. Later we shall talk to them about their work. But now, the lights dim, the curtain rises, and the spotlight's on The Devil is a Woman.
I am William Burden. I've discovered that solitude is conducive to philosophy. Too bad some people have to go to prison to find solitude and philosophy. Like me. Yes, in prison a man has time to think. Plenty of time. And I've thought a good deal. What about? Oh, I've come to the conclusion that woman is the devil. But as I see it, what I have done is a long chain of inevitable deeds, one leading to another. It keeps going over in my mind, even now, when it's all over. It keeps turning in my head like wheels. I suppose I'm weak. How could I have done it? Sometimes I still can't believe that I really killed a man. Yes, it all began as twilight entered the bookshop. My shop, with its dusty books and its quiet. The bookshop of William Burden.
Is anyone here who can wait on me?
Good evening.
Oh, I was afraid nobody was in. I'm looking for something to read.
Well, what do you have in mind?
Oh, I don't know. Anything, a novel, something not too heavy.
You want a book from the lending library?
Oh, yes, I don't want to buy a book.
That's just the trouble. People never want to buy a book. Just step over this way, please.
Oh, here's one I've heard about. I'll take that.
All right, if you'll just give me your name and address for my records.
Yes, it's Irene Delamore, 36 Riverdale Apartments.
All right, Miss Delamore, thank you, and come again. Come again? Yes, she returned many times. And as time went on, I took to noticing her. The quick, intelligent way she responded to any suggestion about books. Her interest in many subjects. And, of course, her great physical charm. I'd been trying to study. I planned to write a book. But it became impossible. I thought of her. It was wrong, but I thought of her. Then one day she called me on the telephone.
Hello, Will?
Yes? Who is this?
Irene.
Oh.
I'm so sorry to trouble you. I haven't been feeling well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have 2 or 3 books that are terribly overdue, and I hate to keep them.
Well, that's all right. You don't have to worry about a little thing like that.
I know, but it's against my principles. Would it be too much to ask? Could you drop over for them?
Why...
After all, it would be nice to see you.
Well, all right. Yes, I'll come.
So you did come.
Yeah.
Come and sit down. I'd like to talk to you. You're not in a hurry.
No?
Sit down. Well, here we are together.
Yeah.
Well, for a man who reads and writes, you don't say much. Yes, no, yes.
Well, I'll admit I'm not exactly scintillating. You have beautiful hands.
No, they serve their purpose.
They're so well cared for. You don't use them much. What do you do?
Pass the time as painlessly as possible. Why? Do I look like a woman with a past?
Frankly, yes. You're certainly not usual.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for one thing, you come straight to the point.
I'm clairvoyant, too. I see you're a man who wants, maybe the moon.
I don't know about that.
Yes, you do. I can read you so easily.
I wish I could say the same about you. Who are you? Where do you come from? What do you do?
What is there to tell? I live here. I'm single, though I have been married. Well, what else do you want to know? Oh, just a minute. I better answer it. Hello? No, not at all. Oh, just sitting here reading. Yes, I was. Well, you needn't... Well, what about you? You hadn't better. I don't know what you're talking about. No, really, that isn't so. What about you? All right, I don't care what you think.
Well, who was that?
Oh, nobody. It was nothing at all. What am I thinking of? I haven't offered you a drink.
Well, it's been very pleasant here with you, but I'd better be going. Have you the books?
Oh, yes, the books. See, where did I put them? I'll get them for you, but why leave so soon? It's early. You'll make me think you didn't like it here.
Not at all. On the contrary,
Well, isn't this cozy?
Pete!
Who's your boyfriend? What kind of a game is this?
Let go of my arm. Who do you think you are?
You know. And if you don't, I'm going to teach you fast.
Why, you keep your hands off her.
So I got to keep my hands off her, huh? The little man tells me I gotta. That's a laugh.
I'd advise you to leave her alone.
He advised me to leave her alone.
Who is this fellow, Irene?
Ask her, little man. Now I'm going to take you apart.
You killed him. You killed him.
What happened?
You killed him. You smashed his head with the ashstand.
What?
Why did you do it?
Well, he attacked me. Who is he?
My husband. You did it. You did it on purpose.
Don't be a fool. He was trying to kill me. Oh, we got to get him to a doctor.
No.
Well, why not? He may not be dead.
You don't know who he is, who I am, or anything. Why did you do it?
Yeah. He's dead. No heartbeat. You and I are in serious trouble. We gotta think fast. Well, why did I come here tonight?
Yes, why?
I believe you invited me.
And you wouldn't want anybody to know you were here, would you?
No, I wouldn't. Now tell me about him. Who is he?
I hated it. Oh, it's so awful.
Stop it. Now control yourself. There's no time for hysterics. You've got to tell me about him now.
I swore to get even. We couldn't get along. He began seeing other women. I thought I could make him suffer the way he made me.
But who is he?
Don't you know? What a dope you are. Pete Snarr, the well-known gunman.
Snarr?
Sure. And I'm his wife. Now do you get it? Now why don't you call the cops?
No. Can't do that. We've got to get rid of him. What time is it? We've got to get him out of here. You're up to your neck in this, too, remember? It means prison for both of us. Manslaughter.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get him out of here. I'm going to get rid of him now.
His car's probably outside. He usually drives alone.
We'll put him in it, and I'll drive somewhere and leave him.
Hurry now. Take him away. What if somebody comes?
Why? Is somebody coming?
No, but you can't tell. Hurry.
I'll be seen. I can't go lugging a body around. It's only 10 o'clock. How'll I get him downstairs?
I don't know.
3 flights. I'll be sure to run into someone. Why didn't I think of that? I can't think straight. Who's that?
Come on. We know you're in there. Open up.
Don't make a sound.
What are you doing in there? Yeah, what are you doing? No, it just isn't home.
We saw that, didn't we?
Irene, open up now. We know you're there.
Ah, come on. She ain't there. Might as well go.
Turn out the lights. What was that?
I don't know. I can't imagine. Some party hounds.
Oh, what's this? Look at the rug. Blood. You'll have to scrub it. You'll have to clean this whole place. Pick up every piece of hair, even. You got any gloves? I gotta have gloves.
No, I don't know. Get him out of here.
I'm waiting. Wait till it gets late. Late. I smashed Snarr with the ashstand. I can't understand how I did it. He was choking me. But I couldn't be involved in this anyway. What had become of my life? I summoned strength from a reserve I didn't know I had. Snarr had driven up in his car. About 1 o'clock, Irene and I carried the body down. I put it in the back of his car and instructed Irene to keep away from me. Under no circumstances was she to get in touch with me. I drove away with the body. I was with Irene. Had she loved her husband, that hideous thing, Black... Oh, I couldn't trust her, could I? I was in her hands. But she was at my mercy, too. An accomplice. I could deny that I'd done it. As I drove, I felt easier. I would outwit them. I'd cover my tracks. I'd overlook nothing. Most dangerous part was behind me. For a few blocks, I drove straight along deserted streets, reveling in the thought that I was safely out of the apartment. A red stoplight loomed ahead. I jammed on the brakes. Seemed forever until the light turned green. But at last it did. I let the clutch out. The motor died. Oh, what if I couldn't start it? What if it wouldn't start? I tried the starter again. Nothing happened. I broke into a cold sweat. I tromped on the starter. And then I saw strolling toward me, swinging his club, a policeman.
Well, what's the trouble, buddy? Can't get her started?
No.
Well, probably flooded your carburetor. Well, you might as well get out. Roll her over at the curb and let her sit till she drains.
Probably start now. I'll try it.
No, she's flooded. You can't sit here in the street. Cramp your wheels. We'll push her over at the curb.
Well, I can't get out.
Huh?
I I can't do any heavy pushing.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Well, I can probably give you a shove. Well, there's a big car. There, she's coming. Boy, she's heavy enough. You'd think the back seat was full. Ain't got something hidden in there, have you?
Quite cold tonight, isn't it?
Cold? I think this is one of the hottest nights I ever seen for this time of year. Say, that's a swell job, this boat. These big cars really roll, don't they? Don't see many models like this one. Only 2 or 3 in town.
Think I'll try again.
You got a green light, buddy. Watch it now.
I was trembling so I could hardly hold the wheel. Where should I go? I remembered Pinewood Road up in the hills. Swung the car into Hillcrest Boulevard and began to climb. As I looked down into the canyon, my scalp crawled. One swerve, and I could imagine how the car would catapult end over end, mangling its quick and its dead in a heap at the bottom. But what if it rolled? Rolled without me? That was it. I slowed down, looking for a likely place. Soon in the path of the headlights, an observation point loomed, a place where sightseers stopped to look down the valley. Drove the car to the edge of that precipice and got out. I know what I'll do. I'll get it done. Then I won't be afraid anymore. Got no time to lose. What's that? Oh, thought it was a car coming. Gotta hurry. I'll look and see if the car will hit anything as it goes down. No, there's nothing but a shed or two. Now the body. Oh, getting stiff. I'll put my hand under the arms like this and pry the body out. Oh, the feet, they're tangled. Oh, this thing's horrible. Horrible and unwieldy. Can't manage it. Can I do it? Can't let myself think. Here, I'll shove. Shove it in the front seat like this, under the wheel. The arms, they won't go in. Get in there. Oh. Get in. Get in there. There. That's it. In now. Now take the brake off. There it goes. There. It's moving. It's going. Got to shove. There. There it goes. In the days that followed, I was haunted by what I'd done. What had I done? I killed a man. Had I left a clue? Had Irene kept faith with me? I lived through every moment of that horrible evening 1,000 times. Feverishly, I read the newspapers. They reported that a car had been found smashed up in the canyon. The driver had been killed in the accident. I breathed with relief, but only momentarily. Fear came back. What about Irene? I never wanted to see her again. I hoped she'd disappear forever. Then I remembered the library card. I'd destroy it. Where was it? Searched frantically. I'd lost it. I must have dropped it in her apartment. I turned the shop upside down. The card was not to be found. It was, I can't remember, 2 days, I think, after the thing happened, that she appeared in the shop.
Well, you don't seem very glad to see me.
What are you doing here? Don't talk so loud. Didn't I tell you not to come?
I must say you're not very polite.
All right, come in here. It's just as well you came after all. I must have dropped a card with your name on it at your place. Did you find it?
Do you mind if I smoke? Have a cigarette?
Did you find the card?
Take it easy. Guess who came to see me last night?
Oh, this is no time for guessing games.
All right. With Sonny Prandtl. But you wouldn't know him.
Go on.
I don't like snoopers, do you?
What do you mean?
Oh, people who go poking their noses into other people's business.
Irene, for heaven's sake, take this seriously. Talk straight.
I can do that, too. Only you may not like it.
I don't like any of this.
I didn't ask for any of it.
All right, big boy. Sonny Prandtl broke in on me and found your precious card. That's not all. He found a pencil with WB on it. Only I don't suppose it was yours.
Who is Prandtl?
A guy you wouldn't appreciate. One of Pete Snar's pals.
Did you give him the things?
Give him? Oh, sure. He coaxed me out of them.
Oh, you've got to get them back. Does he know anything?
No, not yet.
I've got to have them, Irene.
Well, I thought you ought to know. Forewarned is forearmed, they say. So long, big boy.
After she left, I was terrified. What had caused this change in her? I locked up the shop and walked. I walked miles. Should I pack and leave town? I was tempted to do that. But wouldn't it be better to confess and take my punishment? With time off for good behavior, there might be a few years left in which I could have peace of mind again. When the evening edition was on the street, I rushed to buy a copy. There it was. Police believe canyon accident may be murder. My eyes burned through the paper. Body and car identified as Pete Snar, notorious underworld character. Police grilling suspects, including a woman known to be associated with Snar. Goes by the name of Irene Smith or Delamore. I had to get away. I walked in a daze through crowded streets back to the shop. Should I run? Should I? I couldn't tell. I couldn't think. Yet I had to appear natural to anyone who might be watching me. And perhaps Irene would be stronger than I had thought. She would realize it was her neck as well as mine. I might win through yet. First, I had to find out what happened to Irene. I went to the phone and dialed her number. I waited. Then the operator said the phone had been disconnected. Strange thought crossed my mind. Prison might be good for me. I was cold, clammy with exhaustion. I was so tired when I returned to the shop I could hardly stand. I hardly knew what I was doing. My safe was a small one. Stood behind the counter. I'd take the bonds and the cash, get away. Trembling fingers, I bent over and twirled the dial on the safe and drew the door open. I was reaching for the money box when a voice said,
"All right, Mr. Burden, stand up. My name is Vincent. Do you know this woman?"
Irene. Oh, Will.
Looks like you know each other all right. This dame is taking a murder rap. There seems to have been some connection between you two.
No, I tell you there isn't. You promised if I confessed you'd make it easier for me.
Well, I'm a man of my word.
Then why do you want to bring me here for?
Just want to clear up a little matter. I'm curious about that library card and the pencil.
A pencil?
Yes, with the initials WB on it. But our friend Miss Delamore here can't explain how she got the pencil or the card, which I think came from your files.
I'm all confused.
It doesn't mean anything, though. This woman has confessed to the murder.
Irene, you didn't do it.
What's that?
Irene, I won't let you do this. I'll tell you. Yes, I'll tell you. I murdered Pete Snar.
Phew. Well, he said it. You see, Cowper, I told you he was the kind of screwball who wouldn't let a woman down.
You're as hard-boiled as they come, sister. All right, let's go, Burton. You have an appointment with the law.
And that's the story. Or almost all of the story. Later on, when I could think straight again, I found out what had happened. Vincent said,
"Burton, it's always been my principle to go the shortest way to my objective. After we traced Miss Delamore and subjected her to grilling, she agreed to turn state's evidence. Yes, she pinned the murder on you. But it occurred to me we could save ourselves a great deal of trouble if we could get a confession from you. By having Irene pretend she'd committed the murder and taking advantage of your strong moral sense, We went the shortest way to our objective.
Irene hadn't taken the guilt on herself? She was lying all the time?
Yes. But it was only a matter of time until we'd have had sufficient evidence to arrest you. We'd had our eyes on you ever since the pencil and card turned up in her apartment. There were probably fingerprints on the car. And through Irene, we had a source of information by which we could check every detail. But it's all much simpler if we have a confession.
Yes. There's just one question I want to ask.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think I have a strong moral sense?
Well, sir, I'll tell you. Because Irene was technically as guilty as you are. But you wouldn't let a woman take the rap.
And now the lights are on again, and we have just a few moments in which to talk with our stars this evening, Yvonne Patey and John Grover. How do you like playing such roles as the one you took tonight, Yvonne?
Very much, Hal. The more dramatic, the better.
Well, I imagine many of our listeners will be surprised to know that you play a very different role every afternoon on KPO.
You mean Barbara Tate?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I hope those who tune me in at 4:30 Mondays through Fridays will think of me as Barbara Tate rather than of Irene.
Well, I'm sure they'll get a truer picture of you that way, Yvonne. And now, John Grover, how did you like your part as William Burden, the conscience-stricken bookseller?
Well, I felt sorry for the man, Hal, but it was a nice fat part.
You're right there. And for the record, we want to tell everybody that you do the smooth announcing job on the Standard Hour, the Standard School. And, let's see, aren't you the one with the peculiar family, Uncle Bagsaddle, Wilberforce, Hysteria, and all the rest?
Sure am, Hal. You've been listening to Barbara Tate, too, I think.
Well, who doesn't? Well, John, you and Yvonne have really proved your versatility again tonight at 9:30, and thanks for a fine performance. Tonight at 9:30 has featured an original radio drama, The Devil is a Woman, written and produced by George Snell, with Yvonne Patey and John Grover in the starring roles. Included in tonight's cast were Lou Tobin, Dick Ellers, and Bert Horton. Next Saturday night, we will present a special dramatic program celebrating the 99th anniversary of the birth of Thomas A. Edison. A feature will be a demonstration of Edison's earliest phonograph record. Be sure to listen. Friends, the war years have taught us that human life is expendable with tragic ease. With the return of peace, we are apt to think that no longer will life be wasted so cheaply. Yet the fact is, more lives are lost through accidents on our streets and our highways than are or have been lost in war. A little care, a little forethought can reduce this appalling toll of life. When you drive your car, drive carefully. Observe traffic regulations. Make sure that the safety factors of your car have been checked. Then drive safely. We can defeat the specter that haunts our highways if we will join with determination in an all-out effort to drive safely. Tonight at 9:30, a weekly Saturday night feature on KPO came to you from the NBC studios in San Francisco. Al Wolf speaking.
Now here's Dad, the old stage doorkeeper, to tell you about tonight's play.
Well, sir, tonight's play is the kind that's just cut to my measure, as William Shakespeare might have said. It's the story of an old-time actress. And bless them, there's not many of that kind left. Ladies like May Robeson and Marie Dressler and Trixie Fraganza. I remember when Trixie came here to the Orpheum years ago. That was in the days when the San Francisco Orpheum was likely the most popular house in the country. You couldn't get seats front of the 17th row ever. The regulars had all the other seats. And you could sit in comfort and smoke your cigar. No cigarettes in those days. And you'd split your sides, laughing at the juggler who broke dishes, and the piano movers, and the four Cohans. And Trixie did a sort of burlesque of Kismet. She wore a ballet dress made of pink tissue paper, and fell into the harem swimming pool and came out looking like nothing in this world. But about tonight's play. It's the story of old Mrs. Blauden. In her day, she was the greatest Clytemnestra, and a wonderful Cleopatra, and a beautiful Juliet. Right now, as the curtain goes up, she's in her boarding house reading Lady Macduff with her grandson.
Sirrah, and what will you do now? How will you live?
As birds do, Mother.
With worms and flies?
With what I get. And so do they.
Poor bird. Thou'dst never fear the net nor lime.
Why should I, Mother?
Let me finish my speech.
I'm sorry.
Thou'dst never fear the net nor lime, the pitfalls and all the gin.
Why should I, Mother? Poor birds, they are not set for.
Poor birds, they are not set for. What's that mean? Poor birds, they are not set for. Read the lines as they're meant. They are not set for poor birds.
Poor birds, they are not set for.
How wilt then do for a father?
Nay, how will you do for a husband?
Why, I can buy me 20 in any market.
I'll bet more than 21 to marry you.
You stick to your lines and never mind about me.
I'll bet 100 wanted to, didn't they, Lizzie?
At least 100.
You got snuff on your chin.
No. Go on with your lines.
I'm tired of reading lines. Lizzie, were you beautiful?
King Edward said I was.
He thought all actresses were beautiful.
He said I was as beautiful as Lily Langtry.
Was he married to Lily Langtry?
Now, you mind your business. Oh, ow.
Something hurt you?
No.
Are you hungry?
No.
You didn't eat any dinner.
When I feel like eating, I'll eat.
You had no right to make me eat your share.
It's my stomach, isn't it? When a woman passes 70, she doesn't need food to keep the fires burning.
Last week you told me you were 50.
Well, last week isn't now. You talk too much. Now, get back to your lines.
I don't want to read lines. You read to me.
Oh, then you like my reading. You think the Blauden can still read lines.
Go on, read. What do you want?
My snuff. Wasted on you, this. Pearl before swine.
You got it all over your dress.
Oh. Mind your own business. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. What are you looking at?
Your face. It changes when you read.
You never mind my face. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely, as men strive for right. I love thee purely, as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saints.
Can't you go on?
Yes, I'm going on. Hold your tongue.
Was it that pain again?
It's indigestion. I love
Lizzie,
thee.
I guess there weren't many people in the world like us.
Very different, huh?
Well, other people have relatives, and if they don't have relatives, they have friends.
Well, I had friends. Friends don't count. I had more than you could shake a stick at.
Well, it'd be nice if there came a knock at the door and their old friends came to see the Blauden again.
I'd slam it in their faces.
Well, it's...
You hold your tongue. It's Scroggins.
We gotta let him in.
You can't. You answer him and say I've called.
Who is it?
Open the door.
My grandmother isn't here.
Open the door, I say.
What'll I say?
Tell him to wait. I've got to hide.
Is it Mr. Scroggins?
That's who it is.
I'll open it. Wait a minute till I get my clothes on. Quick, get under the bed. It'll kill me.
Push.
Well, keep your head down. Get it down, Lizzie.
Push, you little fool. Push.
I am, aren't I? Get your leg in.
Hurry up, I haven't got all day.
Just a second, Mr. Scroggins.
Get
your leg in further. I can't breathe under here. Now keep still, Lizzie. All right, Mr. Scroggins.
Who are you talking to?
I was reading lines.
Now, what do you mean, reading lines?
I was studying Shakespeare.
With no clothes on, huh?
I was Puck in Midsummer Night's Dream.
Without any clothes?
I guess you've never seen Puck in Midsummer Night's Dream, Mr. Scroggins.
Where's your grandmother?
She's gone downtown, Mr. Scroggins.
What's she going downtown for?
To get work, Mr. Scroggins. She's been promised a part, Mr. Scroggins.
Oh, she's been promised a part, has she? On the stage, I suppose. She'd do better scrubbing floors.
No, sir. She's trying to get a part in the movies.
I thought you said she was promised a part.
Yes, sir. That's what she's trying to get, a part in the movies, and she got it.
And what's that?
My stomach. I guess my stomach's talking.
Oh, your stomach, is it? Well, listen to me, young man.
Yes, sir.
I got a message for you to give your grandma when she comes home.
Yes, sir.
Tell your grandma I want my money tonight or out you go, the two of you. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell her that.
But she won't have the money tonight, Mr. Scroggins.
Well, you said she got a part, didn't you? In the movies?
Yes, sir, but she won't be paid right away.
All right. I've waited as long as I intend to. And if you're looking for advice, stop running around reciting and sell newspapers.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Come on out. I can't get out. Roll out.
How am I going to roll out? Pull me.
Well, stick your leg out.
I am sticking it out.
Now.
Come on. Pull, you little fool.
Come on. Oh, ye gods, Lizzie, you weigh a ton.
Oh, never mind what I weigh. You mind your manners. I gotta have some snuff.
Oh, look out you don't scatter it all over.
I said you mind your manners. What are we going to do?
We'll have to get some money.
Or get out. Or I'll have to take to scrubbing floors and you'll sell newspapers.
I'll not have you scrubbing floors.
Why? Why shouldn't I scrub floors? Aren't I good enough to scrub floors?
Lizzie, you're crazy. What would people say? The great Mrs. Blauden scrubbing floors? Think of your public.
The public be... Excuse me.
It's all right. It's all right. Go right ahead.
Bobby, we've got to do something. We can't stay here. I'll not stay here to be put out.
Oh, as I see it, the only thing to do is sneak out the back way. Lizzie.
Yes, laddie.
I'm cold.
Yes, one gets cold sleeping on benches in the park.
Did you ever sleep on a bench in the park before, Lizzie?
No, laddie. This is my first experience.
You like it?
No. No, I don't like it. I'll see if you can go back to sleep again a while.
It was nice and warm till I woke up. There's something very warm and comforting about you, Lizzie.
I've had gentlemen tell me that before.
Lizzie.
Now, don't keep yourself and me awake talking.
It must be a fine thing to have people love you. To have people cheering you and throwing flowers to you. I don't suppose, for instance, people ever threw flowers to you.
And is there any good reason for your supposing otherwise?
Tell me, did they?
Now, Bobby, don't go jumping up like that all of a sudden. You're going to capsize the two of us off this bench, but... Now, I've got to have a pinch of snuff. Bless me.
Did they?
Did they what?
Throw flowers at you, Lizzie.
They heaped the stage with flowers around my feet. And the men stood up and waved their silk hats. And the ladies tossed violets to me and roses. That was when I played Marta of the Lowlands. And then when I did Mrs. Tanqueray, they cheered and they came down to the orchestra pit to cheer me. And they loved my Zaza and my Sappho.
You made them cry, didn't you?
Ah, they cried the most at Camille. Oh, Bobby, I wish you could have seen my dying in Camille. You'd have cried, too.
I wouldn't have cried. I know it was only a play.
Then you'd cry to see how beautifully I did it. One doesn't only cry because of the sadness.
Or being hungry or cold. Oh, talk some more about when you were great.
It was all so very different. In those days, the stage was real life, and the rest of the world was just acting. They say the stage will come back. It'll never come back. Not as it was. There's no time for them now.
For who?
All those that are gone. Old Nat Goodwin, Henry Miller, Herbert Kelsey, and little Effie Shannon, and John Drew. Fine gentleman that he was. And William Crane. Old William Crane. I can see him now. Little, not too good looking, but an actor. And Raymond Hitchcock. Bobby, don't talk to me about your comedians today. There are no Willie Colliers and Raymond Hitchcocks and Eddie Foys. Oh, laddie, it's seeing the old friends again. Just thinking about them. Olga Nethersoll. She called me a she-devil because I stole her leading man. And I sent her my leading man the next day in exchange. And that was the year that Leslie Carter played to Barry in Jersey City. And I was playing it on Broadway. Oh, my word, the fuss they made over it. The police closed us, and we opened. And they closed us again, and we opened again. But you couldn't keep the audience away. Oh, no. David Velasco, he stood in the wings, and he said...
I'm cold, Lizzie.
Huh? What?
I'm cold.
Oh, laddie. Here, now. Get up closer, and I'll put my skirt around you.
Oh, you'll be cold then.
Oh, my body's too old to feel the cold, laddie. Be quiet. Here comes an officer. Sit up straight. Straight and quiet.
He didn't look at us.
He didn't see us.
Well, they wouldn't care if people slept on the benches if they had no place to go.
So we'll have a place to go soon, laddie. Tomorrow we'll answer that advertisement of Mr. Hartman, and then...
You haven't lost the advertisement, Lizzie.
If I had lost it, wouldn't matter. I remember my lines. Wanted, a middle-aged woman, good salary, apply room 142 Rialto Block, Hartman Theatrical Agency.
Maybe you'll be too old.
A real actress is never too old. And you're impudent, and you stop fidgeting.
Oh, tell me some more of the old days, Lizzie.
No, I'm not in the mood anymore. Daniel Frohman once said to me, Elizabeth, he said, you're the most temperamental actress of all the great actresses that have ever come through that door. When you want to deliver the goods, he said, there's nobody in the world can surpass you. And when you're not in the humor, it's a waste of time to talk to you. He was a good man, too, Daniel was. Nice eye for a good wine and a pretty woman. You can well believe he looked twice at me. Well, don't you believe me? Oh, bless the lamb pie. He's gone to sleep again. Sound asleep. And there are the bells. to tell me it's a long time till morning?
As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand, and as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the line.
Mr. Hartman, believe me, that girl's set for a big time.
I shouldn't wonder, Manny.
Do I send you many?
Oh, babe, you're in the groove.
You're good, Violet, and what I mean is good.
You're telling me?
What would we do without our shrinking Violet, huh?
Miss DeLong, to you, sugar.
You tell her, baby. You tell her. What I always say is... Great Caesar's ghost. What have we here?
Mr. Hartman?
It's not a ghost. It talks.
May we come in, Mr. Hartman?
Come on, Grandma. The more the merrier.
Shut up, Violet. Yeah, I'm Mr. Hartman. What
Bobby,
do you want?
child, sit down on the bench, please. Mr. Hartman.
Well?
I am, Mrs. Blauden.
So what?
Apparently you do not recognize the name.
Should I have?
Well, it doesn't matter. I didn't expect it. I repeat, I am Mrs. Blauden.
Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Blauden. Make you acquainted with Miss DeLong, Miss Violet DeLong, and Mr. McCoy, the Mr. McCoy.
Pleased to meet you.
How to do?
Now, ma'am, what can I do for you?
Well, I have come in answer to your advertisement.
I see. What experience have you had?
What experience have I had? Why, sir, my life has been experience. My years have been years of experience.
Yeah. But are you clean?
Am I clean?
You heard me. Are you clean?
You nasty man.
Shut up, you two. Go over there and sit down and get out.
Well, you don't need to be so disagreeable about it. May I sit next to you, my little man?
If you wish.
If I wish. You funny little man. Now, don't go putting your icky, sticky hands on me.
Look, ma'am. I suppose you understand what the job is.
What the job is?
Say, what do you think I advertise for?
Oh, you simply stated a middle-aged woman.
Well?
Well, I am past middle age, but I have not lost my art.
Ma'am, you don't need art to keep these offices clean. I want a janitress.
A janitress? I've got to have some snuff.
I guess we better go, Lizzie.
Now, you keep still. Do I understand, sir, that you are offering me a position as a janitress?
Look, lady, I'm not offering you anything. I didn't ask you to come in. You just came.
I wonder if you know to whom you are talking. Mr. Hartman, I am Mrs. Blauden.
So you said before.
Well, does perhaps the name Elizabeth Blauden mean more to you?
Elizabeth? I suppose you're going to tell me you're the Blauden of the Purple 90s.
I was called the Blauden?
Listen, are you telling me...
I'm telling you that I was known from London to Times Square as the Blauden.
Well, what's the idea of you hunting a job as a janitress?
Well, your advertisement said nothing about janitorial duties. You see, I am planning a return to the legitimate stage after a long retirement. I wish a part and assumed you sought an actress, a middle-aged actress. May I sit down?
Yes, sit down.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I apologize. I have heard of you. There's a picture of you in my father's scrapbook. Sit down. But we have no part for you.
Oh, of course you'll understand I'd be satisfied with a small part. My idea is just to return to the stage.
In the first place, I'm not booking for the stage. I'm booking for Hollywood.
Say, Manny, I'm not going to park on this bench all day.
We slept on a bench in the park all night.
You what?
We slept.
Oh, keep still, Lizzie.
We slept on a bench in the park all night. Mr. Hartman, I want a part. Any part. If I can't be given a line, if you won't let me walk on, then I will accept the position of janitress. We've got to eat.
You'll take the job.
Well, naturally, I would not wish to be known as Mrs. Blauden, but that can be arranged.
Go ahead, give her some lines.
What for?
Go on, Manny. Go on. It's going to be a riot.
I assure you, young lady, it will not be a riot.
Look here. Do you want to read something? Now, I don't think it'll mean anything,
If
but...
you wish.
Here, Manny, get a script. There's a bunch of them in the trash bag.
I hardly think I need a script, if you will allow me.
Oh. Why, yes. Go ahead.
Yet here's a spot. Oh, damn it, spot. Out, I say. 1, 2. Why, then 'tis time to do it. Hell is murky. Fie, my lord, fie! A soldier interfered? What need we fear? Who knows it, when none can call our power to account? Yet, who would have thought the old man to have so much blood in him?
Is she kidding?
The Thane of Fife had a wife. Where is she now? What? Will these hands ne'er be clean? No more of that, my lord. No more of that. You mar all with this starting. Here's the smell of blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand.
Hooray! Bravo! Hooray!
You liked it.
My gosh, what do you call that, Raven?
You're killing me.
Then you did. You don't think...
Oh, brother, this is where I came in.
Shut up, McCoy. And you too, Violet. Another word out of either of you and you go out in your ear. Oh, Mrs. Blauden.
Yes, Mr. Hartman.
Ma'am, I don't know what to say. You've taken me back 1,000,000 years. We don't have actresses like that anymore. There's just no place for them. The world's moving too fast. Don't you see, you just can't give Lady Macbeth to fools like these two here. They think you're kidding them.
For crying out loud, it was terrible. What do you call it anyway?
That was Lady Macbeth. That was a sleepwalking scene.
Bobby, dear, sit down.
I'll not sit down. That was Lady Macbeth. That's what it was. Lady Macbeth. And you're all such fools. You don't know anything great when you see it. You think Lizzie can't act, and you think she's not an actress. You don't know what a great actress is. She's had no food, no sleep, and you sit there and laugh at her. And she's the greatest actress that ever lived. She's my grandmother. She played Sappho, and she played DeBarry, and she played Fedry and Clemenstra, and you laughed at her, and the men threw their hats in the air when she played, and the ladies threw their flowers at her, and King Edward was in love with her.
Bobby, my lad.
Come around, boys. This is getting good.
Shut up. Shut up, I say. Do you hear me? Shut up. Come here, you.
Me?
Come here.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you learn to do that?
What?
Act like that.
I wasn't acting.
Oh, you weren't acting.
No, sir. They had no right to laugh.
All right. Let me hear you say that again.
I don't know what you mean.
I'll not sit down. That was Lady Macbeth. Say that again. Say it again.
Well, it was. It was Lady Macbeth.
Shut up, Manny. Go ahead, boy. Go ahead.
It's a wonderful play and a wonderful part, and nobody in all the world can play it as wonderful as Lizzie. And you fools just laugh and laugh because it's too good for you. I wish she hadn't done it. I wish she'd never let you hear her. I do. I wish we'd never come here to be laughed at. I hate you. I hate every one of you. You think We're ashamed because we had to sleep in the park and we don't have enough food. Well, we're not. We're proud that we're Blaudens. Someday you're going to be ashamed that you laughed to see Blauden. She's my grandmother, and she's the greatest.
That's enough. That's enough. Manny, get on the phone. Get Monarch Studios. Get Levy. Tell them I've got his juvenile. Better than any of them. Cries like a fire hose. Wonderful. Marvelous. Tell them to hold all shots. Tell them to get over here in a cab quick. Tell them the name is... Tell them it's Harrison Fountainville.
My name's Bobby Blauden.
Keep still. His name is Harrison Fountainville.
I'm Bobby Blauden of the Blaudens.
Tell him his name is Bobby Blauden, and tell him to hurry.
You have just heard the radio drama, The Return of the Blauden, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire, tonight at 9:30. The cast in tonight's play included Corey Burdick as the Blauden, Bobby Dean as Bobby, Earl Lee as the landlord, Ted Maxwell as Mr. Hartman, Ray Lewis as Manny McCoy, Barbara Lee as Violet, and Earl Lee as the old stage doorkeeper. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for the old stage doorkeeper with his memories of the theater in San Francisco and his radio dramas tonight at 9:30, coming to you from San Francisco's Radio City.
I hope you're enjoying these great stories from tonight at 9:30. In the last batch of shows, we have Nervous Indigestion, a light comedy starring Marcia Kent, Earl Lee, and R.G. Hunter, among others. It's about two women who are in love with the same man, Mr. Rodney Gray, an architect, Kay, his secretary, who he's having an affair with, and his wife. This one is a tad predictable, but it's still a good story. Next is by Rocks and Rills, a drama that tells the story of the Curtis family, starting in present-day Philadelphia and going back to their history in Boston in 1776. This one actually does star an actress that had bit parts in a couple of CBS Radio Mystery Theater episodes, Phyllis Newman. It also starred Kenneth Clark, Mary Barnett, and Everett Glass. I like this one a lot. As usual, really good acting and an intriguing historical human drama story. Then we have The Black Market Murder, which is a classic murder mystery. It begins in the home of the deceased, Gregory Porter, where the homicide detectives are going over the crime scene. In the process of interviewing suspects, Mrs. Porter, the maid, the family doctor, it becomes known that Mr. Porter was actually a bad man who had a history of illegal business dealings, and he hurt a lot of people. Lots of motives by lots of people to want him dead. It's a good story with some surprising twists, although I will admit the writing and acting in this one is probably not up to the par of the other ones. Next, The Road to Decosel, about a woman of faith, Mrs. Laville, in 1918 with a disabled child waiting for her husband Pierre to return from the war, and then finding out that he has died. She travels to the town of Decosel to pray for her child before a statue of Christ. A moving drama that, like many of the stories in this series, are about the strength of the human spirit, hope, and the power of faith and love. And in The Revolution, a wealthy San Francisco family views the world as ruled by their class, the rich, and the rest of the masses are poor serfs meant to serve them. Their daughter Ruth meets a young soldier who is a part of that lower class that her family looks down upon, and she falls in love with him. The actors in this episode include many of the ones from previous episodes, such as Corey Burdick and Phyllis Newman. And then lastly, we have The Major, a psychological drama about an assassin for hire known as the Major, played by Bud Heidi. The Major is awaiting his execution in prison after being convicted of a murder that was paid for by politician Burt Webb, played by Lou Tobin. This is a really intriguing and dark story with top-notch acting, quite a bit different from the other stories in this series. All right, let's listen. I hope you enjoyed these shows, and I want to thank you very much for watching. I'll see you on the next one.
now here's Dad, the old stage doorkeeper, to tell you about tonight's play.
Well, sir, our show tonight is called Nervous Indigestion. It's one of those light, frothy comedies of two ladies in love with the same man. And that's been a favorite theme in the theater right back to the days when in a more serious show at the old Columbia, Mr. Frederick Ward played Othello to the Iago of Mr. James. And that Shakespeare show is still so popular that it's going to be playing next week in San Francisco with another wonderful cast. We always did go for a good, solid theater in San Francisco. Yes, sir. Ever since the days that Edwin Booth played Hamlet down on Montgomery Street. In the beautiful days when Richard Mansfield played Shylock and David Garrick. But now, about tonight's comedy, Nervous Indigestion. I'm not feeling the need of telling you anything about it, further than to say we hope you're going to enjoy it. The scene is in the office of an architect, Mr. Rodney Gray.
Right to Blairsdale Chamber of Commerce. Gentlemen, we are in receipt of yours of 24th instant with suggested changes for hallway and main stairs, period. Same will have attention of our drafting department as soon as WPB grants priorities. As per your request, we will forward your specimens of travertine marble. We will send you specimens of travertine marble by express. I'll make that we are sending, not we will send. Kind regards to you, Mr. Holmes. Sincerely, Harrison Gray, etc., etc. That'll be all, Miss Rogers. That was 5 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to stay a few minutes, Miss Latham. There are one or two things on those Springville library plans.
Yes, Mr. Gray.
Get that letter out first thing in the morning, Miss Rogers.
Yes, Mr. Gray. Good night.
Good night. Now, where's the file?
Here.
I've never known it to fail when you have to deal with a women's committee. They want a library. They've got $50,000 to spend. And then expect a petite Trianon. I love you, Kay.
Oh, Rodney.
That's tough, isn't it?
It's rotten.
I'm getting so I can't dictate a letter without stumbling.
You can't do it, Rod.
It's all right to say I can't do it, but I am doing it. It's just in my blood. And it's not funny.
Don't you realize, darling, the whole office force will be talking?
You don't think they're talking already?
Are they?
Well, of course they are. And having a swell time. Just waiting to get something on us. A little Rogers fool saying, "Good night, Mr. Gray." Sweet as molasses, with her tongue in her cheek.
I don't mind their talk.
Well, I do. I love everything about you. The finest thing that has ever come into my life. I'll not have it put on the basis of a cheap, rotten office affair. I'll not have it sordid.
They can't make it sordid, darling.
They can. Do you think they'd dream for a minute that we want to be married? That they put any but the worst interpretation on it?
I don't care. Doesn't matter. There's only one thing.
What?
If the gossip should get to your wife.
That would be the finishing touch. Kay, what are we going to do?
Come here, Rod.
You're so darned lovely.
Don't. Not now. Rod, don't you realize your wife's going to have to know?
What good will it do?
We can't marry unless she lets you go.
She'll never do it.
Then it's all hopeless, is it?
It can't be hopeless. I'll not let it be.
We keep going round and round in a circle.
Well, what are we going to do?
You'll hate my saying this. It is up to you, isn't it, darling?
I'll do anything you say. If you'll only tell me what.
Do you love your wife, Rod?
No, I don't. Not really.
You married her.
As a kid, I was infatuated. Oh, there was something. Ecstasy or something in the beginning. That never lasts. Now there's nothing. Do we have to go into this?
Yes, these are the things I've been afraid to say to you, but we've got to say them. We can't keep going on this way.
Rod, doesn't she love you?
I've told you a dozen times, no. Not what we call love. Well, of course, when a man and woman have lived together for 10 years...
But if she doesn't love you, then she'll be willing to give you a divorce.
Never. She's like a dog in a manger. She'll say, if I can't have him, no one else can.
Well, that's that.
What do you mean?
Just this. I can't go on this way. Meeting you in restaurant booths, finding excuses to stay after the office closes so we can be together for a few stolen minutes. You see, Rod, I love you just as much as you love me, and it's just as hard for me. If we can't ever belong to each other, then we've got to stop teasing ourselves.
I'd rather die than give you up.
Words, Rod. Just words. Oh, I despise women like your wife. Self-centered, utterly selfless creatures. Righteous, virtuous, and without a spark of human understanding.
Hey.
I can hear her justifying herself by saying, we are married and marriage is for always. She looks at you like a book or something she's collected. She's read you. She doesn't want to read you again, but she sticks you away in her bookcase and marks you with her bookplate. Rod, is she pretty?
You've seen her picture.
Pictures don't tell anything.
She's... I suppose you'd call it patrician.
I know. Disdainfully superior. I hate her. Rod.
What, darling?
You're sure she'd refuse if you asked her to divorce you?
Positively.
Well, supposing I asked her.
You mean you would go to her
Well, I'm
then...
not afraid.
Oh, it's not the being afraid. She'd crush you. She'd patronize you. She'd be a perfect lady and then laugh at you. Oh, it's rotten of me to talk about her that way, but can't you see how it would be?
She's the kind you read about in books.
Well, not altogether. I suppose she's really a pretty good sort. It's just we don't click. I don't suppose we ever have.
But why are you so positive that she would say no?
Well, in the first place, Kay, she wouldn't understand. Don't pull away, darling. It's not her nature to understand. She'd be shocked. I mean really shocked. She never has let herself think that I could ever look at anybody else. A shock to her pride would be awful.
Somebody's got to be hurt, darling.
Well, I'm not going to have it be you. I sit at the window at night after she's gone to bed, staring out into space, staring across the housetops, trying to reach out to you, longing for you, aching for you.
Don't talk like that now.
Like what?
Sentimental. We've got to be realistic. We've got to think.
You call loving you being sentimental?
Please, Rod, I love you. I'm sorry.
Oh, we'll be so happy together, Kay. We like the same things. We think the same thoughts. We understand each other. Life will be such a grand adventure.
I don't want it to be an adventure. I just want to belong to you, to be peaceful and happy with you, and to have my work to do. That's all I want.
It's so simple.
It's so complicated. So unnecessary. All we want is to be happy.
I've never really been happy. I've blamed it on myself. I've said I never had the capacity for loving deeply, completely. I thought there was something wrong with me. Then you came along, and I know now that it wasn't me. It makes everything seem so different. I mean, it changes one's philosophy. Oh, I can't tell you what I mean. I'm so incoherent when I try to tell you that...
Don't try, Rod. I understand.
Well, you always understand everything.
I understand that life is a stupid mess, and that we have a right to love, and that your wife, and that...
That was the telephone.
I'll answer it.
No, you can't answer it. Hello? Yes? Oh, I feel pretty good, dear. Got a lot of work to do. No, don't wait up. I'll rush out and get a bite to eat and work late. You know I can't get anything done when there's a mob in the office. But, dear, I haven't got the patience to sit through a movie. I've got work to do. Oh, now, don't be absurd. I am relaxed. Well, then you go. Did you send my gray suit to the cleaners? Now, darling, I particularly told you to attend to it. Well, if you've got so much to attend to that you can't remember little things like... I know you do, but good grief. Well, I'm sorry. I've got to work. Goodbye. That was my wife.
So it would appear.
Now, don't be bitter, Kay.
I am bitter, darn bitter.
Well, you see the situation. She hasn't a thing to do all day, and she gets so on her own nerves that she clutters everything up and gets nothing done. She's neurotic.
Rod, let's go out.
Where?
Anywhere. Down along the docks or up on a hill. I want to be alone with you.
You always think of the right thing.
I wonder. I want so much more than that. I can't understand people's point of view. If you don't love your wife, if she doesn't love you, why should she hold you? If she does love you, then one would think your happiness would mean more to her than her selfish interests. It means your happiness and my happiness, and she has nothing to lose.
She'd never see that.
I suppose not. Wait while I powder my nose.
Now, what are you so tired about, Minnie?
You would be tired, too, if your boyfriend was jealous of you and making scenes all the time. Just because I went to a movie with Freddie Wilkins. Not that it was as if I was going steady with Bert. I told him plainly, Bert, I said, I don't mind being your girlfriend and vice versa, but no going steady, that's out.
I can't say that I see the difference.
You're so antiquated, Myrtle Rogers. Every girl has a boyfriend, but when you're going steady, well, you just give up your freedom. Now, I don't mind telling you that I'm not ready to go steady with any boy, not while the Navy's in town.
Don't be crude.
There's nothing crude about that, dearie, and don't go getting funny ideas. Just because a girl likes to have a good time, that's one thing. Taking it seriously is something else again.
What did Bert do? Sail into him?
Bert isn't the sailing kind. He just got down in the dumps and said I had to choose between them, as if I would. And that if I really loved him, I'd give up everything for him.
I suppose he'd give up everything for you.
Well, he did cut down to 1 pack of cigarettes a day to save up so we could go out Saturday nights and was lucky to get them. I told him, Bert, you're screwy. I love you madly, passionately, if you know what I mean, I told him. But if you haven't got the money to take me to shows, then there's no need of being a martyr about it, I told him. Somebody else will.
I guess he didn't like that.
I guess you're right. He said I didn't know the meaning of the word love.
And what did you do about it?
Went to the show with Freddie. Oh, look out, here comes old man Harrison. Gee, is he a dark cloud, or is he? He's been marching into Gray's office and marching out of Gray's office and marching into Gray's office.
You'd better get busy.
Lady, something's going to pop around here, and I want to be on hand to see the fireworks.
What do you know?
I don't know anything. I guess you've heard that last night Harrison saw Mr. Rodney Gray with Kay Latham dancing at the Palais.
How did you find out?
Everybody knows. Mrs. Huggins was emptying the trash baskets in Harrison's office. And she heard Harrison say to Gray, I don't care what you do away from business, but as long as you're a partner of mine or something, I'm not going to have you mixing business with pleasure.
What did Gray say?
He said, Nerds.
The nerve of him talking that way to the senior partner.
Well, if you ask me, it's a nerve about Harrison. I know just as sure as there are little fishes that Kay's in love with him, and he's in love with her, and I think it's beautiful. I just get goose flesh watching them watching each other.
It's a lucky thing you're not Kay Latham.
I wish I was, sister.
That's because you've got no morals.
Listen, you can't talk that way to me. Morals is one thing and love's another. I'd marry him.
How'd you get rid of his wife?
Make her divorce him.
Anytime she'd do that.
There's more than one way to fry an egg. You don't suppose I'd go tell her about it, do you?
I was just wondering.
Myrtle, honest, for a girl who's been self-supporting for 1,000,000 years, you're as naive or what have you as a schoolgirl. You just don't know people. Why, if anybody was to ask the swell Mrs. Gray for a divorce, she'd just look burned and hold on with all her teeth. She'd fight for what was hers.
But if she doesn't want him herself?
Don't be funny. She doesn't know she hasn't got him. You just need to look at her picture to know she's a sap. But she'd fight, and believe me, dearie, she'd break dishes.
I don't know how you know so much about life, Minnie.
Oh, it's easy. Reading books, going to movies, I keep cultured. I have figured it out, that a girl doesn't need culture if she's married or going around with boys. But when she's out to get a husband, no matter what they want, they think they like culture. And I'll give it to them, wrapped up in cellophane.
Supposing you don't want to get married.
There is no such animal. Uh-oh, that's her now. I'll tell you what I find out. Yeah, Miss Latham. Something you want?
Yes, Minnie, will you file these Blaisdell blueprints?
Yeah, okay.
And tell Miss Rogers to get me a Hunt and Rand catalog.
Yeah. You want some aspirin?
Aspirin?
I only meant you looked like you had a headache.
I have got a headache.
Well, it's none of my business, but I'm not surprised.
What do you mean?
Nothing. I'll get you the catalog.
Come here.
Okay.
What did you mean you're not surprised?
Now, gee, Miss Latham, I didn't mean anything. Only with Mr. Harrison looking like he's ready to blow up a bank or something.
Well, you'd better attend to your business.
Well, I was just going. Want the aspirin?
No. What are they saying out in the office?
Nothing.
Well, I know they are, and you might as well tell me.
They said you looked like you had a headache.
What else are they saying?
Nothing.
Tell me, Minnie. After all, I'm sort of out of the picture here, and I need friends. More than I've ever needed them before.
Are they going to fire Mr. Gray?
Don't be a fool.
I was only asking.
I'm sorry. No, they're not going to fire Mr. Gray. There's no reason why anybody should fire Mr. Gray.
I don't mind telling you if I didn't feel I was a friend of yours, I wouldn't tell you this. Somebody, I ain't going to say who, somebody told somebody in the office, and it got back to me and all around the place, that Harrison saw you and somebody dancing at the Palais, and he said he wasn't going to have business and pleasure mixed up.
What I do away from the office is my own affair, and I assure you that if there was a question of anybody being fired, it would be me.
Sure, I know that. I didn't take it serious, but you started it. Miss Latham, do you mind if I say something?
No, go ahead.
It's this. Of course, it's none of our business, but we all like R.G., and we're all strong for you.
Well, I'm glad, Minnie.
Then why don't you marry him?
Because he's got one wife, and that's all the law allows.
There's such things as divorces.
As you say, it's none of your business, but Mrs. Gray would not divorce her husband.
That's what I told Myrtle Rogers.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, then why discuss it?
Listen, Miss Latham, do you mind if I talk right out loud?
No.
All right, I will.
Go on. Light a cigarette. Everybody's gone to lunch.
Thanks.
Now, go ahead.
All right. Now, here's the situation in a nutshell. You know, a girl like me does a lot of thinking about life, whether or not you'd believe it.
I believe it.
Well, that's that. Now, the next thing is, take two people. I don't mean anybody in particular exactly, just two people. One's a man, the other's a woman. They're in love, and the man has a wife. Do you think that wife is going to give them a divorce if they ask for it? I'll say she's not. Why not? Because she's got them where she wants them. She probably thinks the man is a sap.
What?
Oh, of course, I'm talking about people in general. Then she has the girl's number, too. She figures her for a little ratty nobody out to get what she can, a gold digger. Of course, she doesn't know that gold digging is out of fashion. But she says, he's my man, and he's not much good, but he's a man. What?
Nothing.
So she holds on.
Well, this is all very interesting, Minnie, and I can see you've given a lot of thought to the situation. But if it's hopeless, why talk any more about it?
But that's the point. Is it hopeless?
Isn't it?
I don't know. Now, here's the proposition. They go to the wife and say, darling, we want a divorce. And what does she say? She says no, and plenty loud. Then the only thing to do is to get her so mad that she'll think of divorce herself.
What?
Of course, I don't know if it'll always work, but going to movies and reading good books, one gets these ideas.
Minnie, you've really got a scheme.
Oh, it might work and it might not. Now, supposing the girl wrote the wife a letter, and an anonymous letter.
They're vile.
They sure are. And in it you said, Dear Mrs. Anybody, I'm writing to you to tell you your husband is in love with one of the girls in the place he works. It's a scandal. The whole organization is talking about it, and it's public property. Of course, you could spell some of the words wrong and make it sort of bad English so she wouldn't be on to who wrote it. Then you could go on and give her some facts.
There are no facts.
Well, you could make some up. Then you could give the girl's name and tell the wife you're just writing because you think she should know. And sign yourself a well-wisher.
Minnie, what a horrible idea.
Oh, it's just an idea, and maybe it wouldn't work.
You really think if this girl was to write such a letter, anonymous, that the wife would be so angry she'd get a divorce?
Sister, she'd be so mad she'd hit the ceiling and not know it.
Good night, Miss Latham.
Good night, Miss Rogers.
There's nothing else you want me to attend to?
Nothing, thanks. Mr. Gray will be back from Blairsdale tomorrow, and I just want to get a couple of things cleaned up in his desk before I go home.
Well, good night.
Good night. Come in?
May I come in?
I'm afraid everyone's gone for the day. Is there anything I can do for...
I'm Mrs. Gray.
Yes.
So long since I've been in the office, not even the elevator man knew me.
Is there anything I can attend to for you? If not, I was just leaving.
Are you...
I'm Kay Latham.
Is it all right if I put my fur on the desk here? I wouldn't dare if my husband were here.
Certainly.
Thanks.
Did you perhaps wish to use the phone? If you did,
No. I want to talk to you. Do you mind?
I know.
You see, I've had such an unpleasant thing happen. I felt I had to speak about it. I mean, I needed somebody else's reaction. I'm just rambling and you don't know what I'm talking about.
Mrs. Gray,
The fact is, it concerns you as much as it does me.
It concerns me?
And I felt it'd be only fair to tell you about it. You see, I don't know whether to discuss it with my husband or not. I wonder if I might have a cigarette. Thanks so much. Miss Latham, I've had an anonymous letter. I despise them. I believe we all do.
Yes, I think so.
And yet, do you know, once I wrote an anonymous letter to my next-door neighbor. Her son played the radio far into the night, hot jazz bands, dance records. I thought we'd go mad. Well, I couldn't go to the police about it, and I hated to antagonize her by going directly to her, so I wrote a regular blackhand letter, skull and crossbones, beware in big letters, and then, warning, if that noise doesn't stop, look out. Choose your radio or your life.
What happened?
Well, after that, they played louder and longer. I'll never write another anonymous letter. This letter is much more serious. It's from a person who signs herself a well-wisher.
They usually do.
It's a fact, isn't it? This well-wisher accuses my husband of being in love with you. Says it's a scandal and everybody knows about it. The letter's badly written. I mean, misspelled and without punctuation. That's another peculiarity of anonymous letter writers. They always disguise themselves with illiteracy, don't you know?
May I see the letter?
I burned it at once. I felt dirty when I touched it. I just burned it and scrubbed my hands.
Then why do you tell me about it?
Because I felt it was your right to know. You see, it concerns you even more than it does me. And it concerns Rodney. And if someone with a malicious desire to hurt him is spreading such gossip, then I've got to know what to do to protect him.
You don't ask me if it's true or not.
I know it's not true.
But you don't know me.
I don't know you, but I know Rodney. And I assure you, Miss Latham, he wouldn't have the courage to have an affair. I mean, really seriously.
Are you sure?
Quite. Not that he might not have the inclination. He might even talk about it. He probably has told any number of girls that he adores them. I don't know, even loves them. But that's all. You see, I've lived with Rodney and loved him for 10 years.
I wonder if you're being fair to him.
Probably not. Wives are so complacent. We take our husbands for granted, and of course we're simply furious if we find they even live a life apart in their thoughts, to say nothing of their actions. And yet we women do the same thing.
Do you mean that you live a double life?
In my thoughts, goodness, yes. I'd not dare let any husband of mine know my real instincts and desires. The only things we dare show are our longings for material things.
That's strange. But I don't see why you came to me. Frankly, I'm not interested and rather embarrassed.
Won't you help me?
I don't know how I can be of help.
You see, Rod's such a child. He revels in being moody. He likes his doctor to tell him he has inhibitions and complexes. Of course, it's his stomach. He eats so fast and always has indigestion. But I give him bicarb and try not to talk when he complains, and he hates to be sympathized with. Of course, all this has nothing to do with it.
It's very interesting.
It is, in a way. You see, when he gets indigestion badly, he's likely to think it's almost anything. All he knows is he wants relief. So he takes bicarb, or spends a lot of money, or falls in love. And the funny part is whatever he does seems to help. Human makeup's a funny thing, isn't it?
Screamingly.
But in a way, it isn't so funny. You see, he does have affairs. I mean, innocuous ones, and while he's having one, he hates me. Completely forgets to love me. In fact, I think he forgets he ever did love me. And then all of a sudden it blows over, and he comes trailing home and snuggles against me and says he's ashamed. If I don't stop him, he confesses everything.
But you stop him?
Of course I stop him. It's just torture to me to think he's been making love to someone else. But I can't let him see that, and there's no reason why I should let him jab knives in me and twist them around by telling me he's been making such a fool of himself.
You're rather a peach, aren't you?
What?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I was interested in what you're telling me. There's one thing I want to ask you, if I may. May I?
Why, anything.
It's none of my concern, but you have told me these things, and I wonder, supposing someday he should really fall in love with someone else, would you give him a divorce?
Indeed, I would not. He loves me. He doesn't realize it, but he does. I'd not let him thrill to a few days or a few months with someone else and then have him come back to me. And he would come back. You see, ecstasy dies very quickly. But 10 years of marriage is pretty much of a habit.
Gee, you're brave to say that.
No, I like being a habit. Kay Latham, you're very lovely.
Thank you.
You are. I'd give a great deal to be young and lovely as you are. I don't suppose it would make much difference.
Why do you say that?
Oh, one finds that husbands tire of their beautiful wives just as quickly as they do of the more commonplace, homely ones. It's change they want. And when they get a change, they think they're getting sympathy and understanding. They're so funny. And now?
And now?
I came in here not knowing what to do, not knowing whether or not to tell my husband about this anonymous letter. Now I know. I just needed to discuss it out loud. Of course, I'll not tell him why it would give him terrible indigestion again.
I want to say, I think you're very wonderful.
All wives are, Kay. I wonder if you'd come home and have dinner with me.
I'd love to.
I was just going to straighten up the desk, Miss Latham, and what have you before Mr. Gray comes back.
That'll be fine. Be sure and turn out the lights and lock the door when you leave.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Gray. This is Minnie Baum. Minnie, this is Mr. Gray's wife.
Mr. Gray's wife? Has anything happened to Mr. Gray?
No, Minnie. He's just had a slight attack of nervous indigestion.
You have just heard the comedy drama Nervous Indigestion, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire tonight at 9:30. The cast this evening included Monty Margetts as Mrs. Gray, Ray Lewis as Mr. Gray, R.G. Hunter as Kay Latham, Natalie Masters as Minnie, Marcia Keat as Rogers, and Earl Lee as the old stage door keeper. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for the old stage door keeper with his memories of the theater in San Francisco and his radio dramas tonight at 9:30. Our program was presented from San Francisco's Radio City. Our play tonight might be called A March of Time. Its name is By Rocks and Rills. It commences in the home of John Curtis in Philadelphia in 1776, and it ends in the home of another John Curtis in San Francisco on March 9th, 1945.
It's
Bad luck, John. Da bad luck.
Bad luck, Patience?
To see thy bride in her wedding dress on the wedding eve.
Patience, there's no place in my heart for old wives' tales tonight.
They do say that...
They say this and that, but the world is too full of mighty things to have room for foolish gossip. Tomorrow we'll be wed. Tonight, the streets of Philadelphia ring with the cries of excited men.
They've accepted it, John?
Aye, they've accepted it. Listen, and you'll hear them in the streets now. Tomorrow they'll sign. Like a lot of excited school lads. John Adams of Massachusetts. John Hancock, a long gangling lad from Virginia they call Tom Jefferson. Good men and bad men.
Bad men?
Well, they do say Hancock's a smuggler, but that's neither here nor there. But the words are fine words. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds...
They're too important sounding words for me to understand, John. If you say they're good, then I'll believe you.
Good? They're the boldest words ever spoken by bold men. They tell powerful King George to stick to his island and leave us to plant the roots of our new nation.
And if King George heeds not the warning?
Then we fight.
And when we've planted the roots of this fine new nation?
Then we'll plant the roots of our family.
I love the fine sound of your words, but I love more to hear you tell me that you love me.
I love you exceedingly.
Is that very much?
Oh, you're a bold wench to ask a man to say thus and so, I love thee.
But we're to wed before another sun has set.
I've serious thoughts on my mind tonight, Patience.
What can be more serious than our love?
To help plant the roots of this nation of ours. And then to plant the roots of our family tree. Look, Patience, here's the manner that it will grow. John William Curtis I am, and I am the trunk of the tree. And it will be written, wedded... the 4th day of July in the year of our Lord 1776, to Patience, daughter of Robert and Rachel Winterspoon of the colony of Pennsylvania.
July 4th, in the year of our Lord 1776.
And the tree will put out strong branches. We'll have 4 or 5 or 6 fine sons.
I'm to have 6 sons, my love?
Maybe more.
I'd like a woman child to be a daughter to me, too.
That may be. But it's going to be a man's world, Patience. We're going to need brawn and sinews, strong men.
To fight and be killed.
To drive the plow, to till the soil, to plant deep the roots of the Curtis family tree. And this will be their home, to go away from and always to return to.
I'd like...
Yes?
A short, small while, that we might forget matters of great import and be happy in each other.
That time will come, Patience. And you shall have a life of ease and comfort.
Raising your 6 sons. Oh, John, it's going to be a busy life. And I'll ask for little ease so long as I can serve you. But you must love me always, John.
I shall. What do you listen for, Patience?
Listen?
You turned as though to listen.
I thought I heard the ringing of a bell.
You did. Throughout the day it will ring, softly and slowly, to tell the people that solemn business is afoot behind the walls of Faneuil Hall. But tomorrow...
Tomorrow?
When the last name is signed and the colonists have declared their freedom from the tyrant's rule, then the bell will ring loud and fast, and there'll be great rejoicing.
And mayhap sadness.
Sadness? That we're to be free?
Sorrow, that some must die that others may be free.
There's none of us would not die, if by dying we made our children free. To live as good men, to worship God as they see fit. It's a fine new world we're looking to.
And that fine new world will be the world of our children, yours and mine. They must be strong, our children.
Strong trees grow in virgin soil.
Tell me more, John, of this Curtis family tree.
It'll put out its branches, and its seed will fall about it, and new shoots will spring from the earth.
And what of the seeds that are carried away to plant themselves in far places?
They'll always return.
I think not. In the spring of the year, the birds nest and raise their young. And when the young have wings, the parent birds thrust them from the nest, and they flutter away and never return. No, John. Each man is his own master when he has learned to fly. And then he lives his own life.
I'll not have it so. This shall be the trunk of the tree. Our young will be about it always. My threshold will be their threshold, and my roof their roof. And if vagrant winds carry them a short space of time, they'll always return and say, "This is where I belong."
I
pray you're right. Listen, John. The bell rings more eagerly.
I'm hearing it. It's pounding in my head and pounding in my blood, but it hasn't reached its fullness yet. Tomorrow it will ring as no bell in all the years of time has rung.
And while it's ringing, John...
While it's ringing...
My hand will be in yours, and the bells of our wedding will ring.
And as the roots of our family tree are planted, so the roots of liberty will put forth their branches.
I can hear our wedding bell now.
I can hear the bells of liberty.
Robert?
Come away from the clavichord and talk to me, Mother.
You're just as high-handed as your father was when I married him more than 30 years ago. When he said, "Patience, do this or do that," I simply obeyed without argument. Now, why are you so excited?
A man doesn't get married every day. I've been to the Reverend Dr. Humphrey. I warned him to make the ceremony short.
What did he say to that?
He laughed and said he had been marrying young people for 30 years, and they all wanted the ceremony short. In the end, he always did exactly as he pleased.
It's only a few minutes in a long lifetime, Robbie.
Yes, but the sooner it's over, the sooner Rebecca and I can be on our way to our new home in the wilderness of Ohio. I'm restless.
It seems to me this America of ours is restless. In the beginning, men labored and fought so they could have peace. Your father, to the day of his death, dreamed of peace and of a home where he could raise his family.
That's what I'm going to do. Build a home where I can raise my family.
Your father hoped that this house would be the home of his children and his children's children.
Father had many old-fashioned ideas. This is 1812. We're living in a modern world where things move.
Sometimes I'm glad he didn't live to see the end of his dreams.
New dreams take the place of old dreams. I dream, Mother. Fine dreams. I'm going to plant the Curtis family tree out in the new world of Ohio. I'll have a tribe of children and grandchildren, fine sons to bear the name of Curtis.
Those were almost the words your father spoke to me 35 years ago, on the eve of our wedding. He'd plant deep the roots of the tree, and it'd put out fine branches.
Don't start remembering, Mother.
There were branches. Our first son, young John. You hardly remember him, Robbie.
I was pretty young when he died.
He was restless like you, eager, strong. And before this hair on his chin, he needs must be off fighting the Indians on the shores of Lake Champlain. When word came of his death, I wanted to die, too.
You were too strong and brave to die.
I couldn't die, because John was only one, and I had 5 sons. No sooner had I found courage to live, and word came of the death of Edwin.
Edwin was born wild. If he hadn't died fighting the French, he'd have died fighting somebody else.
You toss it off all so lightly, Bob. I didn't bear 5 sons to see them die in wars. And then Richard, to die in foreign lands. What had we Americans to do with wars in Tripoli?
I've never known it to anger you before.
I've earned the right to anger. There's much I keep locked up in me, and much I do not say. But I thought when I'd sent your father out to fight the redcoats and had him back with his arm shot off, but still a man, I did think we'd seen the last of fighting.
You still got 2 of us, Mother.
Yes, 2 of you. Samuel off hunting to fight the British again with Mr. Jackson.
Andy Jackson's a good man.
An ungodly man, a man with a cursing tongue.
It takes strong words to command strong men.
No, it takes wisdom and knowledge of men, and dignity. So Samuel fights with Mr. Jackson, and now you'll march off to the savage wilderness.
Would you rather that I'd stay behind? Thread your needle for you? Hold your yarn?
No, Robbie. I want you to go because you're your father's son. He'd have you go.
I'm going because I'm your son, with your blood in my veins.
And I'll stay behind and wait Sam's homecoming, and wait the day when a rider will come from the wilderness to tell me Rebecca has given you a son, and me a grandson. Then I'll be willing to die.
No, you'll not. Then you'll want to live the more to get your hands on my son.
It's so long since I've held a baby in my arms, Robbie. You were the last one.
I must have been a handsome infant.
A little red-faced, puling creature, always crying, always colicky. You were a beautiful baby, Bob.
I sound sadly terrible. What is it, Mother?
Nothing. A passing chill.
I'll fetch you a shawl.
No, it's gone. Now you've stayed long enough. Go to your bride and kiss her for me. And tell her I'm proud she's to be of our family.
A branch of the Curtis family tree.
Go now, and bless you. Robert, I am cold. As though a cold hand had grasped my heart.
Mother.
It's all right.
I'll order the servants to bring hot bricks. I'll fetch warm drinks.
No, Robbie. Come back. It's not that kind of cold. It's a feeling of... I don't know. Rob, come sit by me again. Hold my hands. Your hand is strong like your father's. Now, tell me about this fine new land you're going to.
They say the ground is black and rich, and all good things will grow in it. There are fine forests and rivers. The land of the Ohio stretches mile on mile, and there's no end to it.
Rocks and Rills, calling to the adventurous. What do you do for clothing, Bob? And for comfort?
What did Grandfather Curtis do? We'll do as they did. Have what we have and do without what we haven't. It made strong men of them. It'll not harm us.
And when you've turned the wild land into a homeland, then you'll be restless again.
No. I'll stay there always. It'll be the place to plant the roots of my family tree. Mother, what is it?
I heard the clatter of hooves on the cobbled street.
There are always riders that pass our door.
But this one stopped before the door.
Then it's a messenger come to wish well to Rebecca and me, or the bootmaker with my wedding boots.
Robert, see what it is, son.
Oh, Mother, you're full of alarms as a mother hen. Well, then I'll see. And you're to sit here at your clavichord and not move until I return.
Robert.
It was a messenger, Mother. A messenger has come.
Samuel.
The message.
Yes, my son.
Mother, you must prepare yourself for sad tidings.
Sad tidings have come ere this. I need no preparing. Samuel is dead.
Yes.
Read me the message, Robert.
It is a message from New Orleans.
Read me the message.
Regret to inform you, your son, in brave discharge of his duties, died honorably and in the cause of the United States of America. It is signed Andrew Jackson. Mother.
I'm all right, Robert.
I must go to Rebecca. I must tell her our wedding must be postponed, that now we cannot go to Ohio.
Not go to Ohio?
Now I'm the only one left. My place is here, by you.
Robert, tomorrow you shall wed Rebecca Adams, and you will go to Ohio to turn your rich wild land into a homeland. You will plant the roots of your family tree, as your father would wish.
But
I wish to be alone now, Robert. Go to Rebecca.
What's the date, John?
Hmm?
John Curtis, pay attention. What's the date?
March 9th, 1945. Why?
I've got to send a check to the Forum.
Yes, I've got to pay my income tax.
Oh, and don't forget the Red Cross.
I've attended to it.
John, I'm sure the bank made a mistake in my balance this month.
Oh, sure. They do that all the time. Make a practice of it.
Don't be sarcastic, dear.
Oh, dear.
And don't go to sleep when I'm talking to you.
The fire makes me dopey.
That's very nice. I'm so glad we found an apartment with an open fireplace. As a matter of fact, we're lucky to have an apartment at all these days. I don't know what they expect people to raise families when there are no homes for them. I've never seen San Francisco so crowded. Oh, John, you're not paying any attention to me. Please put down that newspaper.
I wasn't reading it. Nothing in it anyway.
War, war, war.
Good old-fashioned murder would make interesting reading.
Don't talk that way. I do wish the war would get over. I'm so restless.
Shall I turn on the radio?
No, there's nothing but dance music at this time of night. John, will you please put down that newspaper and pay some attention to me?
Well, now, out with it. What do you want to ask me?
Nothing at all. I just want you to pay some attention. Johnny getting married tomorrow, and here we sit staring into the fire.
What do you want to do? Have a serious talk with him? On what a prospective husband living on the salary of a second lieutenant should know?
Oh.
I assure you he knows much more than we knew when we got married. Probably more than we do right now.
Well, it wouldn't hurt him to spend an hour with his grandparents on the eve of his wedding.
Well, he probably figures his wedding is his business.
Oh, it's very important to us, too. We may be great-grandparents in another year.
Not with the kids these days. Not when there's a war on.
Our grandparents had children when there were wars. Of course, she seems to be a nice child.
Who?
Now, haven't I been talking about Johnny and Betty Ann?
Oh, you sort of changed your ideas about her, haven't you, Mother?
John, she's going to be Johnny's wife.
Sure.
Of course, for a child of no background, she has plenty of poise.
Well, most kids have today.
Although goodness knows where she gets it. Of course, she sticks to her silly expressions. And the latest is repulsive. Everything's repulsive. War's repulsive. Nightclubs are repulsive. Chocolate milkshakes are repulsive. The 12 o'clock curfew is repulsive. Absurd expression.
Well, we had a few in our day, too. 23 skidoo.
I never said that in my life. John.
Yes, dear.
Do you think they can be happy?
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. There's no security in anything today.
Was there ever?
Well, Johnny's never had a proper home.
Well, I think we've given him a pretty good home.
Oh, I know, but it's not the same. A boy whose parents are divorced, and neither of them very much concerned about him. Oh, dear, those things didn't happen when we were young.
Didn't they?
Divorce? In the Curtis family? Oh. Your grandfather would turn in his grave if he knew. Family meant everything to him. What are you doing?
Getting this. Haven't looked at this for a dozen years.
Oh, the Curtis family tree.
We'll have to do some more writing in it.
John William Curtis, son of Calverton and Ruth Curtis, and Betty Ann. Elizabeth Ann Smith, married March 10, 1945. Smith. A distinguished name.
Well, there have been some very nice Smiths in history.
Oh, I know. Captain John Smith.
And the cough drops.
I'm not narrow, John. I don't object to the name, but just who are the Smiths? I mean, Betty Ann's parents. Well, I'll wager they don't even remember the name of their maternal grandmother.
Well, I guess those things don't matter very much anymore.
Nothing matters anymore.
You're very bitter tonight, Mother.
Yes, I'm bitter. Let me see the book.
Here you are.
John Curtis and Patience. Wed 1776. July 4th, 1776. The day the Declaration was signed.
Mm-hmm.
Then the 5 sons of John and Patience. John, Edward, Richard, Samuel. All died in the wars. Robert married 1812 to Rebecca. Then Robert and Rebecca's son. He was the one who came west in the 50s to California, and his wife died on the plains of Colorado, leaving one son.
Mm-hmm.
Your father. 1872, and he married Susan Calverton. Every generation had sons.
Of course.
To carry on the family name. We had a son, and he had Johnny. And now we'll write John Calverton Curtis and Elizabeth Ann Smith, wed 1945. And if they don't have a son, the Curtis name will die out.
Well, does it matter?
Does it matter?
We're living in a realistic age. No time for sentimental fancies.
Sentimental fancies. They're dreams, John, of strong men. I can picture your great-grandfather planning his family, building the place that was to be the family home for generations. And what have we left?
Well, a comfortable apartment with central heat and a fireplace, tiled bathrooms and Venetian blinds. Johnny'll have his apartment, including the very important electric refrigerator. There's no time for dreams in this mad world.
As Betty Ann would say, it's repulsive.
Sometimes life is repulsive.
Dismally. Pass me the chocolates. All the great strength that went into the building of this land of ours. And what's the ultimate goal?
I don't know.
I'm rather glad we haven't an awfully long time to live. I don't want to see where the next generation is going.
Well, I do. And I want this talk stopped. You're morbid.
Well, what is there to look forward to, John?
I don't know.
Life isn't worth living when there are no dreams.
Well, Sally, we've still got each other. As long as we live, we've still got each other. That's something.
Yes, darling. I ought to be spanked.
We can still sit in front of the fire and hold hands like two old fools. And if we can't live in the dreams of tomorrow, we can live in the memories of yesterday. And that's one thing the kids haven't got. By the way, where is Johnny?
Now, just where do you think he is? With Betty Ann, of course. Do you think the fact that they're going to be married tomorrow is going to keep them apart tonight? Traditions don't mean anything. They're probably parked up on Twin Peaks in his coupe.
Yes, I suppose so. No. Don't pull away, Mother.
And undoubtedly, Betty Ann is telling him how repulsive life is.
Hello, Repulsive.
Oh, Toad.
I love you.
Well, I love you.
Johnny, isn't the world gorgeous?
Terrific.
Keep still, I see a shooting star.
Wish.
I did.
What?
I won't tell you.
Well, anyway, we're going to name the first one John.
Be quiet. See, you're handsome in your uniform, Johnny.
That's what all the girls tell me.
Heel.
But I love you exceedingly.
Is that good?
It's terrific.
I hate you. Johnny.
Yes, honey?
Come here. Put your arms around me. Oh, gee. No. Tell me you love me.
I worship you.
That's perfect. It's a beautiful world, Johnny.
Is it?
Oh, it is. It's a beautiful country, an exciting country. Johnny, what are rills?
Rills?
Rills.
Some kind of a machine tool?
Isn't it funny the way we learn things in schools? Words, and they don't tell us what they mean. I love thy rocks and rills, thy woods and templed hills.
That's funny. I never thought of that. Sure, a rill is a little stream.
One of the little streams that flows into the great rivers. Oh, it's exciting. Johnny.
Yes, darling?
Look down there. The lights of the city. 1 million homes with 1 million people. Do you think any of them are as happy as we are?
I imagine so. They've all got dreams. Everybody has dreams. When you've got dreams, well, then life's good.
Tell me your dreams, Johnny. I mean, for us.
Well, first I have a chance to make use of this uniform I'm wearing and help get the war over quickly and finally.
I know, but us, Johnny, us.
We'll be married tomorrow. Nice, short, crisp ceremony. Not a lot of talk, Then we'll be on our own. We'll make our home. We'll have kids, a big family.
2.
Oh, maybe 3. And then we'll start making good Americans out of them.
Go ahead.
That's all.
No, tell me more. The things that are way down deep inside you. I want to hear them tonight.
Way down deep inside me? Hold my hand, darling.
Yeah.
We'll have our family. American kids. We'll see them grow, little by little, till they're men and women, and have youngsters of their own. And our home will be their home. And when they have grandchildren, the home we build will still be their home, till our tribe gathers around us, like the prophets in the Old Testament. I think if God looks down on what we're doing, he'll be pleased. He'll look down at the Curtis family tree we've planted, and he'll say, "That's a job well done." Well?
I love you.
You have just heard the radio drama, Thy Rocks and Rills, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire tonight at 9:30. The cast included Ethel Sterling as Patience, Ray Lewis as her husband, Kenneth Clark as Robert, Everett Glass as the contemporary John Curtis, Mary Barnett as his wife Sarah, Phyllis Newman as Betty, and Ray Lewis as Johnny. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for another in the series of radio dramas, Tonight at 9:30, coming to you from San Francisco's Radio City. Our drama tonight is a murder mystery, the story of the death of an unpleasant individual named Gregory Porter. It is called The Black Market Murder. The scene is the Porter home in San Francisco. It is, of course, understood that any similarity in names of places and characters in our drama to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. In the living room of the Porter home, we find Inspector Collins of the Homicide Squad and Police Officer George Haynes.
Yeah, that blankety-blank clock gives me the willies.
Yeah?
Yeah. We're going to have to park here all day?
Calm down, Hayes. Put the lid on your nerves.
I ain't got nerves.
No?
No. There's no percentage sitting in a room with a dead man. Yeah, what'd they leave him there for? Why didn't the coroner take him away?
Because I told him not to.
Oh? Well, if you ask me, it's barbaric. Leaving a dead man lying on the floor all day. With a sheet over his face.
Maybe you'd like it better if the sheet wasn't over his face?
Sure I would. At least I could see what he was thinking.
Uh-huh. Georgie, you just haven't been on the force long enough.
Look, don't go thinking I've got a weak stomach or anything.
No, you just don't like the ticking of the clock.
That's right. Who do you think done it, Inspector?
Did it.
That's what I said.
Maybe his wife.
Oh, now look, Inspector.
Why, you asked me.
I know. But his wife's a lady.
Listen, George, if I knew who did it, I wouldn't be sitting here chewing the fat with you. Shut up.
Mrs. Porter says she'll be down in a couple of minutes.
Come on in.
Me? You mean you want me to come in?
Well, surely, why not?
With him? With it lying there?
Haven't you ever seen a dead man before?
Never mind what I've seen.
All right, come in anyway. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Come ahead. That's better. Now, just what are you scared of?
Never mind what I'm scared of.
Maybe she'd like it better with a sheet off his face, Inspector.
No, don't do it.
All right. Nobody's going to do nothing.
Anything.
That's what I said.
Look, sister, how long have you been working here?
6 months.
Do you like it here?
Sure, I like it here.
Do you like your mistress?
Sure, I like her.
Do you like him?
Now, look, you're not going to hang anything on me.
Nobody's hanging anything on anybody. Just answer my question.
I won't talk.
Nice pearls those are around your neck. They real?
Sure, they're real. They cost $10.
Did he give them to you?
Did who give them to me?
Him.
I'll say he didn't give them to me. As if I'd take them off him. And what's more, I'm not talking.
She's not talking, Georgie.
Maybe she'd talk if I took the sheet off his face.
Don't do it! Don't do it!
How's about it, Inspector?
Shut up, Haynes. Here comes Mrs. Porter.
Inspector Collins?
Yes, Mrs. Porter. I'm Inspector Collins. Come away from that piano, George. Haven't you got any feeling?
For what, Inspector?
Well, respect for the dead.
For him?
I tell you, get off that piano. Here comes the doctor down the stairs. Come on in, Dr. Grayson.
Well, Inspector, this is all very shocking.
Uh-huh. How's Mrs. Porter?
She's all right. It's quite natural that she should faint. I believe it was the first time since the murder that she entered the room. She's lying down. I gave her something for her nerves. I'd rather you didn't question her any more than necessary at present.
You've been the family doctor quite a while, haven't you?
I was Mrs. Porter's physician before she married.
That's
20 years. She was considerably younger than her husband.
Uh-huh. You just said this was the first time she'd entered the room since the murder.
That's what Mrs. Porter told me after I had revived her.
How do you know it was murder?
Well, there's the evidence on the floor.
Couldn't it have been suicide?
Do you think it was suicide, Inspector?
If you don't mind, I'll ask the questions. Do you think it was suicide?
No.
Why not?
Porter was a selfish, ruthless man. Not the kind for suicide.
Well, it wasn't suicide. It was murder.
Now, is it all right if I ask, how do you know?
The bullet entered his head from the rear.
Oh.
Were they happily married?
Hmm?
Was the marriage a happy one?
I'd rather not answer that.
Do you think anybody married to Porter could have been happy?
No.
Thanks. I had that figured already.
The inspector's sharp.
Haynes, get away from that piano. Look here, Doctor. You're the Porter family doctor. Apparently a good friend of Mrs. Porter's. You're going to protect her interests and not answer any questions unless you have to.
Do you criticize that?
Not at all. But I'm going to tell you a few things about Porter. Did you know that during the Depression, Porter made a fortune in Chicago as the head of a ring of bootleggers? That he came west after he'd made his pile?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Mrs. Porter wanted to leave him in those days, but she didn't because they had a child, a little boy.
Oh, I didn't know that. Where's the boy now?
With the Air Force in the Pacific. Luzon, I believe.
Did you know that at one time the federal authorities were on Porter's trail for traffic in narcotics, but couldn't prove anything on him?
I did.
Oh, you did?
I told you I had been the family doctor for more than 20 years.
Well, did you know the FBI has had an eye on him right now?
No, that I didn't know. Look here, Inspector. For Mrs. Porter's sake, I am naturally going to be as much help to you as possible. And I'm perfectly willing to answer any questions I can. As long as they don't incriminate her.
Why should they incriminate her?
Why do you say it that way, Inspector?
Because I think Mrs. Porter murdered her husband.
Oh, that's utterly absurd.
Somebody murdered him.
Yes?
There was nobody in the house but Porter, Mrs. Porter, and the maid Ruby when he was shot to death last night.
Somebody could have come in.
The front and rear doors of the house were locked.
There are windows.
We've examined the ground under the windows. It rained yesterday. The ground is heavy. There are no footprints.
That still doesn't prove...
I'm not making any charges, Dr. Grayson. I'm just expressing an opinion. The only people in the house were Mrs. Porter and the maid Ruby and Porter. Wait a minute. What are you doing here?
Ruby.
I didn't do it. I didn't, I say. You can't hang it on me. I didn't do it. I didn't.
All right now, sister, just calm down. We're going to talk.
I had nothing to do with it.
Listen to me, Ruby. You've known me quite a while, haven't you?
Yes, Dr. Grayson.
You know you can trust me.
Yes.
Well, I'd answer the inspector's questions if I were you.
But I didn't kill him, Dr. Grayson.
All right. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. Why were you listening at the door?
Wouldn't you? If you thought people were talking about you?
No, I would not. Shut up, Haynes. All right, now. Where were you last night at 11 o'clock?
In bed.
In bed?
Yes, in bed.
Asleep?
Of course.
Go ahead. Tell us what happened.
What do you mean?
What woke you up?
I heard a noise.
Like a gunshot?
I don't know. I was dreaming, and I heard a noise. I woke up, and then I ducked under the covers.
Why?
I don't know. I thought something happened.
Why?
I don't know. How should I know? I heard the noise, and I was scared, and I ducked under the covers. And...
Quit yanking at those pearl beads. You'll bust them.
Ruby, you heard the noise. You hid your head under the covers. But then you got up.
I heard a
Why?
noise in the hall. And it was Mrs. Porter. She said, Ruby, get up. Something has happened. Something has happened to Mr. Porter. It's awful, she said. It's terrible. She was crying, and she said, we've got to send for the police.
And then?
And then she phoned for the police.
There, she done it. She bust your beads.
Leave them be. Ruby, I think you're lying to us.
I'm not, I'd say. I'm not going to talk anymore.
I think you will. Haynes, come here.
Yeah?
Uncover him.
You mean take the sheet off him?
Yes.
No.
Go ahead, George.
Hey.
And don't you go fainting. Pick him up, Haynes.
What is this, Inspector?
Pick him up and prop him in that chair.
Inspector Collins, I object. The body should not be moved.
I'm in charge here. Put him in that chair.
He's heavy, Inspector.
Do as I say.
Inspector Collins, as a friend of the Porter family, may I ask what you plan to do?
I'm going to show you how he was murdered.
How can you do that when you don't know who killed him?
I know who killed him.
You're positive?
I'll say I'm positive.
Who?
This woman, right here.
I tell you, I didn't. I was in bed. My head under the covers. I didn't do it. I didn't.
Keep still. From now on, I'll do the talking.
I didn't do it.
One more word out of you, and I'll have you gagged.
I didn't do it.
I think she's going to cork out, Inspector.
Inspector Collins, you're changing your mind quickly. Short time ago, you said you thought Mrs. Porter murdered her husband.
I don't always say what I really think. She didn't.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind. She couldn't have done it. Now, you've got every right to take any steps you see fit. And I suppose I have no right to question you. But will you tell me what proof you have that this girl did it?
Sure. First, I've got the motive.
Well, that's important.
I'll say it is.
And what, may I ask, was the motive?
This.
You give me that.
What is it, Inspector?
A package I found in this girl's room while you and she were attending Mrs. Porter after she fainted.
What is it?
100,000 gasoline ration coupons.
What?
I told you the FBI was ready to move in on him. He was a black market gas rat.
What? The girl?
She distributed them to his agents.
Look here, Ruby. Is this true?
What if it is? I didn't kill him.
It doesn't necessarily prove that she killed him.
No, that doesn't. But it ties her in with him. And other things prove that she did. Haynes.
Yeah?
Straighten him up in that chair.
It seems to me that this is very unnecessary and unethical.
I'll be the judge of that. Straighten him up. There. Now you come here.
Me?
Hurry up.
I didn't do it.
Sit down here in this chair.
I don't want to sit down.
You'd better do what he says, Ruby.
That's better. Now watch. I don't know what argument you had with Porter. We'll find that out later. But some way or other, he double-crossed you.
He always double-crossed everybody.
You're telling me. Now, just don't do any more talking and watch. You came downstairs at a few minutes before 11 to argue with him. You came in the door, right here. He was sitting just like he's sitting now with his back to the door. You crossed the room and began to argue with him. You couldn't talk loud because you were afraid Mrs. Porter would hear you.
You're making it all up.
You argued with him, and he argued with you, and then he got tough, ordered you back to your room, and probably threatened your life if you crossed him up. So you started back to your room.
It's not true. None of it is true.
He sat there in the chair. You went past him going to the door. And when you got in back of him, you fired point blank at the back of his head. And he fell out of the chair flat on his face this way. Straighten him out, George, the way he was before.
Okay, Inspector.
Oh, this is fantastic. You haven't even got a gun to prove.
Oh, yes, I have. Right here.
Where did you get that gun?
Why do you ask that way?
Because that's Mrs. Porter's pearl-handled revolver. I've seen it often.
Oh, that's interesting, but not particularly important right now.
Where did you get it?
The same place I got the pack of gas stamps, under the covers in this girl's room.
It's a lie. I didn't shoot him. I never did. I could have killed him lots of times. Lots of times I wished he was dead. But I was afraid of him. He had the goods on me.
And you had it on him, sister.
He was stronger than me. Stronger than anybody in the world. I was scared of him all the time. All the time I wanted to quit, and I couldn't because he wouldn't let me. I hated him. I'm glad he's dead, but I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Officer Haynes.
Yeah?
Put the bracelets on her.
Yeah.
No.
Inspector, Mrs. Porter.
Ma'am?
Inspector Collins, let the girl go. She didn't do it. I killed my husband. I shot him to death.
Sit down, Haynes. Stop fidgeting.
Okay. The clock gets in my hair. Always ticking.
That's what they're supposed to do.
I think Mrs. Porter is all right now, Inspector.
I'm quite all right, Dr. Grayson.
Oh, you've got nothing but time. When you're ready, you start talking. Start in.
I'm ready.
I don't want anybody else to do any talking. What are you doing, Haynes?
Picking up another pearl.
Here's another one.
Leave those pearls alone. You too, Doc. You've been picking up pearls for the last 10 minutes. You can buy a string for $25 at the 5 and dime.
You cannot.
I said leave the pearls alone.
Here's another one.
Drop it and sit down. Now start in, Mrs. Porter.
Inspector Collins, I shot my husband to death.
You seem to be mighty calm about it.
Dr. Grayson.
I think I'd let her tell it in her own way. Mrs. Porter has gone through a great deal. Science shows that after a maximum amount of suffering, the human machine no longer...
Yeah, very interesting. We're not here to listen to a speech.
Please, may I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Inspector Collins, I married Mr. Porter 20 years ago.
I was very young. He was almost 20 years older than I. My parents objected terribly. I've been alienated from them ever since. He was a fascinating man, and
And you were very young.
My parents were right, and I was wrong. After a year of marriage, I knew they were right.
What made you change your mind?
I found out what kind of a man he was. I'd been fascinated by what I thought was his adventurous, romantic ways. It wasn't adventure. It wasn't romance. He was evil.
Why didn't you leave him?
She was going to have a child, Inspector. I don't see why Mrs. Porter has to be tortured going through all this.
I'd rather tell all of it, Doctor.
Now, let's understand each other, all of you. Mrs. Porter has confessed to murder. Up to now, she hasn't established any reason for particular consideration. When it comes time for her to make a sworn statement to the district attorney, she can decide how much she wants to say and how much not. Right now, if she's got any ground to stand on, she'd better tell the whole story.
Thank you. Inspector Collins, for 19 years I've lived a lie. I mean, I've tried to hide from the world the real truth. Because my boy was born.
Don't torture yourself, Mrs. Porter.
I'm all right, Dr. Grayson. My boy was born.
Take your time. We've got all day.
For 19 years, I've tried to hide from the world, and most of all from my son, that Gregory Porter was an enemy of the law, an unscrupulous, dishonest, ruthless, cruel man. Dr. Grayson, you've known some of it, not all. You've known about his ring of his activities during Prohibition, of his narcotic activities, of all his wicked, inhuman...
Please, Mrs. Porter.
I'm quite all right, Dr. Grayson. Inspector Collins, the only redeeming quality my husband had was a deep devotion to our boy. Even that was a selfish devotion. But it was there. It's one of the things that's hard to understand. That a man so cruel, so wicked...
Look, Mrs. Porter, I said we had all day, but let's not go into a discussion of opinions. Just stick to the facts of your story. Here, what are you doing?
Picking up a pearl.
I told you to leave those pearls alone. Go ahead, ma'am.
Inspector Collins, my boy was lost in the Pacific 5 weeks ago.
What?
It's true, Dr. Grayson.
But we've talked about him frequently. You always said everything was just fine.
I've had to say that, to make myself believe it. And I did believe it up to last night.
Did your husband know the boy is dead?
He's not dead. I still don't believe he's dead. But my husband knew. Inspector Collins, for the last 5 weeks I've been as if my mind was frozen. I've felt nothing. Last night, I went down to the living room to speak to my husband. I went into the room, and he was sitting there, in that chair. He'd been drinking. He always drank a great deal. He never was sober at night. I came into the room. He was sitting with his back to the door.
There, what'd I tell you?
I spoke to him. I said, Gregory.
Well, what is it?
Gregory, I want to talk to you.
What's the matter? Getting bored? Tired of your own company? You don't often honor me by coming down here at night.
I have to ask you something.
I'm listening. You want a drink?
Please, Gregory. Certainly not.
Well, excuse me while I fix myself one. Go ahead.
Gregory, I found this on the floor in your dressing room. Is it yours?
What is it?
Won't you please turn around and pay attention to me?
Well, what is it?
An envelope with 105-gallon gasoline ration stamps.
Do you mind telling me why you should open an envelope in my dressing room?
It wasn't sealed. It had no writing on it. I opened it to see if it was something important.
Well, it's very important. 100 gas stamps.
Are they yours, Gregory?
Naturally, they're mine. I'm glad I didn't lose them. Thanks, I'll take them.
Gregory, how do you happen to have 500 gallons of gasoline stamps?
The important thing is that I have them. And they're mighty useful these days.
Gregory, nobody is rationed that much gas.
Now, look here. You sticking your nose into my affairs?
Then you had no right to have them. It's another of your...
Would you mind tending to your own business?
Gregory, answer me. You had no right to have them.
I told you to mind your own business.
It is my business. Gregory, where did you get them?
Keep your nose out of my affairs.
Gregory.
Well?
Nobody has issued 500 gallons of gasoline.
That's right.
Then you bought them. You bought them. In a black market.
And if I did?
You did. You bought them in a black market when...
When what?
When... You bought them. And...
Oh, do you have to be a fool all your life? No, I didn't buy them.
Oh, thank goodness.
I didn't buy 500 gallons of gas stamps. No. Wait a minute. Let me show you something. There. What do you think of that?
Gregory.
500,000 gallons of gas. More where these came from. And they'll be sold. Not at the market price, no. Not at market. But 50 cents a gallon. $1 a gallon. Maybe more. Now, don't go looking that way. It doesn't impress me.
You would do that. You'd sell your soul and your heart and your world for money. You'd sell your own flesh and blood for money. So you deal in human life. Gas stamps. Millions of gallons of gas stamps. And my boy was lost because he didn't have enough gas to bring him home, back to his base. And you'd sell stolen ration stamps to make money. You killed him, the only thing I had to live for. You killed him and I could kill you. I could kill you, Gregory Porter. I could kill you. He sat there staring at me, Inspector Collins. I walked out of the room. I went upstairs. I don't know how I got upstairs. I sat there in my room, and I couldn't see anything. It was as though I was blind. I sat there. I tried to think. I couldn't think. Then I took the small pistol I've always had in my desk. I walked down the stairs. I went into the living room.
You came up behind your husband, seated in his chair. You held the gun to his head, fired.
No, you're wrong. He was not sitting in his chair. He was lying there on the floor, drunk. Lying on the floor, face down, drunk. And I stood over him and shot him. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad.
Well, I'll be darned.
Shut up, Hames. Well, Doc, this sort of makes a different picture.
Not at all. I knew he was on the floor when he was shot.
How could you know that?
I found the bullet hole in the floor when I was looking for the pearl beads.
Oh, that's what you were doing.
That's what I was doing, Inspector. Looking for the bullet hole. And now what?
Well, now obviously Mrs. Porter will have to consider herself under arrest. From here on, it's a case for the district attorney. Not that I think it's likely to go hard with you, madam. There are a lot of angles to this case. But you'll have to come along with me now.
I'm ready, Inspector Collins.
Just a minute, Inspector.
Now, look, Doctor, there's no need you're interfering now. The law must take its course. Mrs. Porter has confessed to murdering her husband.
She did not murder her husband.
What are you talking about? She's just confessed to the killing. Whether you call it murder or not, she's confessed to the killing.
Mrs. Porter did not kill her husband.
Dr. Grayson, I did kill him.
Mrs. Porter did not kill her husband, Inspector Collins.
You're crazy.
No, she did not kill him. He was dead when she entered the living room. He'd fallen from his chair and died of a heart attack. You observe that there's no blood around the wound, Inspector. Mrs. Porter shot her husband after he was dead.
You have just heard the radio drama, The Black Market Murder, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire tonight at 9:30. The cast included Everett Glass as Gregory Porter, Yvonne Patey as Mrs. Porter, Lou Tobin as Inspector Collins, Ray Lewis as Officer Watson, Earl Lee as Dr. Grayson, and Marcia Keat as Ruby. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for another in the series of radio dramas Tonight at 9:30, which come to you from San Francisco's Radio City. Tonight, as we approach the spiritual climax of Holy Week, we bring you a simple story, a story of a faith that approached the sublime. The story is called The Road to Decosel. It came, this story of sublime faith, from a peasant in France, and from old Loriot, the half-blind sexton of a little church in Decosel, and from wayfarers on the high road. It began, this tale of Jean Leviel and her faith, in November of 1918, when she was awaiting the return of her husband, Pierre, when the war should have come to an end. And meanwhile, Jean stayed in her little cottage in Dormier with her baby son, a tragic little child of the war, paralyzed at birth.
If you would only smile, my baby. If you would only smile, Mama Legault. He lies there all day and he can't move his tiny arms and legs. He doesn't cry, but he never smiles. Babies should cry and smile, Mama Legault.
It is heaven's will. If the bon Dieu willed that the baby should smile, then he would smile. You would see.
If le bon Dieu does not want my baby to smile, then he is angry with my baby. But look you, Mama Legault, one cannot be angry with a baby. It must be me he is angry with. And that is what frightens me so. I think he is angry because Pierre and I were too happy. It is not right that people should be so happy. It is the punishment.
He is happy when his children are happy. He does not punish them for being happy.
Then why doesn't my baby smile? Why doesn't he move his little arms and legs like other babies?
Bon Dieu does not explain or give his reasons for the things he does. Oh, come now. There are beets to be made ready for the meal.
Before Pierre went away the last time, he laughed at me. He said, Jean, you watch. Someday you will turn your head, and when you again look, baby will be crawling, kicking his feet and waving his arms and crawling, falling down on his fat little belly and crawling, Pierre said.
Oh, Pierre is a fool. Come fix the beets.
Pierre is not a fool. Pierre is my husband. If he were here, he would not let you talk so.
Pierre is not here.
He said, if doctors cannot make baby well, faith can, Pierre said. And he said, when this war is over, we'll travel all over the world till we find somebody who can teach baby to move his hands and feet.
Travel all over the world. With no money to travel from here to Noiret. When the war is over. The war will never be over. Fix the beets.
Sometimes I think it will never be over. All night the guns keep on.
I would like it if they would be quiet. I don't like the noise.
Someday they will stop. And there will be no more wars. My Pierre will come home then, and baby will be well. Look, Lagros, on the calendar it is November 1st. In less than 2 months it will be another Christmas. Maybe Pierre will come before that. I have prayed that we could be together at Christmas.
There. It is the goat man for his supper, and you have not fixed the beets. I will open it. I will open it. While you sit and dream about that Pierre of yours. Come in. Oh, it is not the goat man.
Is this the house of Pierre Leviel?
It is the house of Pierre Leviel.
I am looking for the wife of Pierre Leviel.
I am the wife of Pierre Leviel.
I am a friend of Pierre. Pierre sent me to tell you that you should make a fine man of his son. Pierre said to me, and these were his words, he made me say them over and over, so I would not forget. Andre, he said, you must tell Jeanne, who is my wife, that she must be happy and not cry.
Please. Please.
And you must say to her, have faith, and someday our baby will be a big, strong man. As strong as I am, Pierre said.
Pierre said, I must have faith.
Tell her, he said, that my son is an innocent baby, and the innocent are not punished. It is the wicked that make war, he said. Have faith, he said. And then he died.
And then he died. All night I have walked, Lagros. I walked out to where the noise of the guns was loudest. I said Pierre would be somewhere out there. I cut my legs on wires, and once I fell into a deep hole. I lay there and thought, maybe a shell will fall and kill me. Then I will be with Pierre.
It does no good to talk.
One must talk.
There is work to do. The baby is hungry.
I will feed him and bathe him. Lagros, I walked all night. At daybreak, when the heavy guns had stopped, I came to a hut on the edge of the wood. There was an old man there with 2 goats and a dog. He gave me milk, Lagros, and bathed the wounds on my legs. And then we talked, and I told him about Pierre and how I loved him.
The child is hungry.
Then I told him about baby and how he had never moved his hands or his feet since he was born. And Lagros, the old man, said my baby could be well.
He gave you a tea of herbs, I suppose.
He told of a Christ child in the little church in Decosel. He said if one came to the Christ child when the midnight bells were ringing and touched the hands, he would answer one's prayers. He said he knew cases of the lame that had been made to walk, and of aching teeth that had been made to stop, and diseased skin that had been made clean and pure.
A stupid legend. An old wives' tale.
It is the Christ child.
And what has he to do with me and you?
I will take my baby to him. I will say to him, my baby is innocent. He has done nothing wrong. And I will say, you love little children and are happy when they are happy. And I will ask him to make my baby well.
It is more than 100 kilometers to Decosel.
I will take my baby and we will go to Decosel.
You will borrow the automobile of a general, perhaps. Or go by airplane. Money you have none.
We will go to Decosel. I will carry the baby.
You are mad.
I will feed the baby now.
More than 100 kilometers. Across fields where men are fighting. Through villages that burn. It will take you months. It will take you a year.
The child will live. I have faith.
Faith. You talk of faith with your Pierre lying buried in a shell hole. Faith with your child that cannot move its limbs. Faith with men killing one another by the million.
faith when men think there is virtue in war. And you think the Christ child has time for your miserable little twisted baby.
We will go to Decosel.
And Jean Lovielle, with her infant in her arms, started on her journey. It was 150 kilometers to Decosel, through war-ridden country, along roads that had been torn by shot and shell, into black forests where grim shadows made the night terrible, out into the rain that beat down on the fields and made the motions of mud heavy on the feet. With 2 ropes and a ragged blanket, she made a cradle to hang beneath her shoulders, and there the sick baby slept, awakening only to whimper for food, to be fed, and then to sleep again. On the evening of the 3rd day, Jean came to a village, stripped by the marching host, deserted, save for an ancient priest nursing a fire that glowed in a charcoal brazier before the roofless remains of his school.
Father, I am hungry.
Ah? I was dreaming. My fire would have gone out. You say...
I am hungry.
Hunger is everywhere, and sorrow. My child, you are wet with the rain, and your feet are bleeding.
I have come far.
You must have rest.
I must go to Decosel. My baby is sick.
Your baby? A child? Come, my arm is not so old, but it can bear your weight. In here, this is my sanctuary, this garden where the flowers used to bloom. Sit here, then, on this pile of straw. Nurse the child, for it is hungry. Its eyes are big with hunger. And eat of this. The bread is hard and dry, but there is strength in it. Eat, and wash it down with this wine. It is my supper, but I have already eaten today.
He is so quiet when I walk. He sleeps. And an hour ago, when I stopped to rest, I held him in my arms. It was as though he were trying to smile. He never smiles.
You must not travel farther with him.
I must go on.
Oh, he is sick. He will die.
He will not die. We are going to Decosel.
There is nothing for you in Decosel.
In Decosel there is a church. A little church with a Christ child above the altar. I will pray to the Christ child.
And you believe a prayer to the Christ child will heal your little one?
Father, the Christ child loves little children.
Loves little children. Ah, yes, yes. And your husband. Tell me of him.
My husband is Pierre Leviel. You knew him, Father?
No, I knew him not.
Pierre and I grew up together. We were always sweethearts. You see, we lived in Noiret.
I see.
When we were little, we played together. Pierre used to make believe. We would pretend that he was a soldier fighting for France, and I was his sweetheart waiting for him to come home. Pierre wanted to fight for the Maid of Orleans. He said there was nothing so fine in the world as faith.
He was wise, for one so young.
Pierre was very wise. Only, when he grew older, he no longer wanted to be a soldier. He said war was bad and wicked.
But he went to war.
He had to go, Father. It was for France, and he had to go. He said there would never be another war.
Ah, we said that when the Germans marched through Alsace 50 years ago.
Then we used to go into the hills together. Pierre was very strong, and when I was tired, he would carry me. He said I was a sack of potatoes, and he would sling me over his shoulder.
A strong, fine man.
He would talk about when we would have children. He said we would have 50 children.
And what did you say to that?
I said no. Not me. I'd have 4 children and no more. 2 boys and 2 girls.
And so you got married.
And so we got married.
Then the little one came.
Pierre was away when the baby came. He's only seen him a couple of times. I was afraid to let him see him at first. I was afraid he would be angry with me because the baby couldn't move. But Pierre packed the 2 of us into a camion, and we went to the doctor at Amiens. And the doctor said nothing can be done for the baby. He would always be like that. And Pierre said, doctors know nothing. He said it like that.
So you take the little one now to Decosel.
We are going to Decosel.
You are poor. You must eat.
People are very good, Father. They will feed us. It makes it so strange that they should fight when they are good.
It is because they are children, too.
What are you doing, Father?
I am bathing your feet. They are swollen and sore, and will never carry you to Decosel thus.
I must reach Decosel. You believe that, Father?
You must reach Decosel.
Some to whom I have told where I'm going laugh. They say it is a legend and a fairy story, and the Christ child will not bother with my baby. They say he is only a plaster figure. But I must go to Decosel.
You must go to Decosel. But now you are weary. You shall rest here by my fire and keep your baby warm. And in the morning you shall go on.
In the morning I shall go on to Decosel.
It was on the evening of the 3rd day that Jean came to the garden of the priest and rested before his charcoal fire. And the old schoolmaster was only one of the many that eased the path for the young girl, nourished her body with bread and with wine, and nourished her soul with renewed faith. There was the night when she slept in a tavern where roistering soldiers quieted their revelry when they saw that strange, steady light in her tired eyes. There was the day that a painted creature traveling from the battlefront to Paris gave her a handful of silver. Her body aching, starved, her skin dry and parched and bleeding, her apron in rags, she struggled on, kilometer and kilometer, until on the night of the 8th day, she became lost in a dense forest. Fighting her way through the brush, beating aside the branches that threatened to crush her baby, she staggered to where lights were bright and the thundering guns were loudest, staggered and stumbled, and fell into the arms of a German officer who brought her before the general in command.
Herr General.
Well? A woman, Herr General.
You say a woman?
A spy.
Bring her here.
She is here, Herr General. Enter.
Who are you? Come, I'm speaking to you. Who are you?
She is French, Herr General.
French? What is she doing here?
We don't know, Herr General. She is a spy.
Speak, woman. Your name?
I do not understand.
French, eh? Well, my French is not any too good. Come, answer me then. What is your name?
Jean, monsieur.
What are you doing here?
I am going to Decosel, monsieur.
Why are you going to Decosel?
Monsieur?
I say, why are you going to Decosel? You're going to Decosel for what?
Monsieur, I am taking my baby to Decosel.
Your baby?
My baby. He is here, monsieur. See, monsieur.
What are you doing in the German lines with a baby?
She is crazy, Herr General.
Silence! Go and close the door after you. Now, come here. Take that child off your back. So, put it on the floor. You are going, you say you are going to Decosel.
Yes, monsieur.
You are a spy.
No, monsieur.
You lie. You come to headquarters, you bring a child. You think you can make fools of us that way.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. I say you bring a child here to make fools of us.
Monsieur, my baby, he is sick.
Listen to me. Listen to what I say. I am not a fool. Do you know what we do to French spies?
Yes, monsieur. No, monsieur.
We shoot them. We kill them.
Yes, monsieur.
You sit there saying yes, monsieur, and no, monsieur, like a wooden doll. Perhaps you think I'm crazy.
No, monsieur.
No, monsieur.
No.
You come here into the German lines. You bring a child because you think German officers are sorry for children. Now tell me the truth. Where are you going?
To Decosel, monsieur.
What are you going to Decosel for? Speak.
Monsieur, my baby, he is sick. Look, he cannot move his hands, his feet. He has always been that way. Monsieur, when my Pierre died, an old man told me of a Christ child in a church at Decosel.
A Christ child? It is blasphemy. You shall not say it.
Yes, monsieur. A Christ child over the altar. And if I bring my baby to him, when the midnight bells ring, monsieur, then he will make him well.
You shall not say it! You are clever, you French. You come to spy, and you think we are foolish, we Germans. That maybe we are soft-hearted. You come with your lies and your lies and your lies.
I speak the truth.
Silence! You think that you can deceive us, men of culture? But for such as you, we have the answer. Do you know what we do?
I do not know.
We break you. We kill you like I step on this worm. So, you do not like that. Come now, the truth. You have been sent into the German lines to learn our strength, so that you may return to your little soldiers and say to them, on the 10th day of November 1918, I go into the German lines. There are this many soldiers, this many cannon, this many horses. You come to learn our plans for victory, the victory of the Reich.
It is not true.
No, it is not true. Because tonight I shall have you shot. You and that baby you carry on your back to cheat the German officer. Well, are you not frightened?
Monsieur, I have come from Dormier. More than 100 kilometers. I could not have done that if it was not meant that I should do so.
Silence!
I have seen men hungry and women lonely and weeping and children so thin that they were just bones. And they have helped me. Because the little Christ child in the church at Decosel wished them to.
Silence, you hear me?
When I have brought my baby into the church at midnight, he will smile. He has never smiled, monsieur. And he will be able to raise his little hands and feet the way Pierre said. Monsieur, I must go to Decosel.
Enough! I have heard all I will hear. Halt! Halt!
Herr General, I come to report...
Take this woman!
I come to report, Herr General.
This woman is to die. The woman and the child.
Herr General, I must report. Orders have come.
Orders? What orders?
The enemy is advancing, Herr General. We cannot stop them. We must fall back. A column of Americans have entered the forest.
I will not have it so.
Yes, Herr General. But the orders, Herr General, from General Vogelmann.
General Vogelmann? Give me my sword. I shall go to General Vogelmann. Take the woman away.
Hey, where you going? I asked you where you going.
Monsieur?
You heard me.
You are German?
No, Brooklyn.
Monsieur?
Brooklyn, USA, United States of America. You saw me there? Where you heading?
I go to Decosel, monsieur.
You hike up to Decosel? Well, I'll be a jumping cootie. What do you got there in that bundle?
My baby, monsieur.
Your what? Hey, just what is this? What are you doing in these woods anyway?
Monsieur, I go to the Christ child in Decosel with my baby.
To the Decosel?
Monsieur, the Germans, I have escaped from their lines. They would shoot me and my baby. But a message did come that the Germans must retreat. There is much confusion, monsieur. Everybody forgot about me and my baby, and I escaped.
How long ago was that?
6 hours, monsieur.
And you've been walking ever since?
Many days and many nights I have walked, monsieur.
And you're going to Decosel?
Monsieur, I must go to Decosel.
Well, sister, this has me stopped. Honest it has. I don't know what to say, but you can't walk to Decosel.
I must walk to Decosel, monsieur.
Don't argue with me. This will probably mean 10 days in the guardhouse for me, but get into the colonel's car, lady. I'll take you to Decosel.
My daughter, listen to me.
Yes, Brother Loriot?
For 4 years now, I have not been able to hear the bells of Decosel. Only the guns firing. They've stopped, my child. It's very peaceful.
Yes.
Almost I'd lost faith at times. But the Lord gave me courage. Today He has answered our prayers.
Yes, Brother Loriot.
My eyes are closed, and I cannot see. But once more I can hear the birds singing. I can be happy, feeling the grass beneath my feet.
It is greener this morning.
The flowers will grow again. Child, take my hand. Lead me to the window of the church. I had visitors last night. Strange visitors who would enter to pray. With your child's eyes, let me see into my church.
Yes, brother.
Slowly now. I'm old and must not hurry. The sun is shining today, is it not?
As it never has shone before.
And where are we now? The bells sound soft and far away.
We are at the church window, Brother Loriot.
It is well. Look then, and tell me what your child eyes see.
Yes, Brother Loriot. Brother, there is a woman asleep before the altar. She is smiling, Brother Loriot.
Yes. Tell me more. It is good.
Brother, I think it is the Holy Mother. There's a strange light about her head as she sleeps. She's breathing so softly. Oh.
What is it, my child?
Brother Loriot, there is a tiny baby in her arms. He is laughing and kicking his little feet and waving his tiny hands. Oh, Brother Loriot, he looks like the Christ child.
You have heard The Road to Decosel, written and directed by Samuel Dixon, with the following cast of KPO players: Natalie Park as Jean Leviel, Mary Barnett as Mama Legros, Everett Glass as the schoolteacher priest, Lew Tobin as the German general, Ray Lewis as the American soldier, Earl Lee as Brother Loriot, Julie Ferris as the child, and Bud Heide as your narrator. Our drama tonight is called The Revolution. And as the title implies, it is a story of the world revolution that thinking men tell us is sweeping the social order. The scene is the living room of the Potter home on Russian Hill in San Francisco. It is Sunday afternoon, and Mrs. William Potter and her mother, Mrs. Henry Potter, are entertaining a guest.
Of course, whether we approve or not, we've got to face the fact, don't we, Mr. Blanding?
Indubitably.
The world changes, and we must accept.
Indubitably.
We see evidence of it on every side. We go into a shop, and the help patronizes us, deigns to wait on us. The lower class has lost all sense of respect and propriety.
Unquestionably.
People crowd you on the streetcars and use vulgar language. In a word, Mr. Blanding, it is a revolution.
Precisely.
But of one thing I am sure. When this terrible war is ended, the world will return to normal again. There will always be an upper class and a lower class. The ruling class and the other class.
Indubitably.
What did you say, Mother?
Indubitably.
Exactly. May I give you another cup of tea, Mr. Blanding?
Thank you. It's very delicious.
Yes, we were fortunate in ordering a large supply from Ceylon just before the war commenced. The quality of the tea in the market today is so inferior.
Everything is inferior.
But one finds one must grow used to almost anything.
Yes, indeed.
Indubitably.
What, Mother?
I said indubitably.
And yet I suppose we mustn't complain. We had a letter from dear John today. He's been in France and now Germany, as you know, for almost 2 years without a furlough. And he's so brave about it all. He writes, Mother, one can become used to almost anything. But 2 years, it really doesn't seem fair.
John is a fine boy. You may well be proud of him. A real man.
Well, if he isn't, they'll make one of him before he comes back.
You mustn't mind, Mother. She doesn't mean anything.
I'll have another cup of tea.
Do you think you should, dear?
I said I'll have another cup of tea.
Then, of course, there's that other terrible aspect of this so-called revolution. The younger generation. Juvenile delinquency. One reads such shocking things in the newspapers. Words one would not speak aloud. Young girls, too. It's really very terrible. You've noticed, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. Young girls were not that way when I was young. When I was a young man...
Just a moment, Mr. Blanding. I hear Ruth coming. We never discuss these things in front of Ruth.
No.
Ruth!
Yes, Mother. I was just coming in. I've been to the library. How do you do, Mr. Blanding?
My dear, you're a very charming young lady.
You mustn't say such things to Ruth, Mr. Blanding. We don't believe in flattery.
Rub your cheeks, child. You've got no color in them.
Please, Grandma. Mother, I'm in luck. They had a copy of Virginia Woolf's latest book at the library.
How fortunate.
Did you get any murder in the canteen?
Grandma, no. I was ashamed to ask for it.
Ruth reads very good books, Mr. Blanding, an omnivorous reader, and I approve. I always say, read good books and you can keep aloof from the unpleasant things of life.
Indubitably.
Life can be so beautiful. I remember when I was a young girl. It's the telephone, dear.
Yes? No, this is Mrs. Potter's daughter. May I ask who's calling? Yes. Yes. Mother? Just a moment, please. Mother, it's a young man from John's company.
Ruth!
Wait, Mother. Hello? Yes? Yes? Mother, he's here on furlough. He wants to come and tell us all about John. Hello? Well, wouldn't you come over now? Have dinner with us. Oh, that would be so very nice. John's well, isn't he? Oh, that's splendid. Well, please come very soon. We're so anxious to hear everything.
How do you stand it?
I don't know what you mean, Lieutenant Jones.
No? Okay, skip it. Swell night, isn't it?
Did you mean, How do we stand John being away so long?
No, I didn't mean how do you stand Johnny being away. There are about 50 million other American families with Johnny away, and they're all standing it.
Then what did you mean?
I said skip it.
Very well.
Okay, as long as you give in so easy, I'll tell you. How do you stand that family of yours?
Lieutenant Jones, I don't understand.
They're smothering you.
Oh, no, really?
They're smothered themselves. Smothered in cotton wool. That old fuddle-duddy Mr. Blanding. Indubitably Mr. Blanding. Your mother finding it so very interesting to see how the other half lives. Interesting and terrible. Boy, what the other half would think about them.
You're terribly bitter, aren't you?
Heck no. Did you ever go to a movie before?
Why, certainly, frequently.
I'm surprised. Didn't your ma think they'd contaminate you?
Lieutenant Jones,
Yes, Miss Porter.
I really cannot let you criticize my home. It was very kind of you to call and tell us about John. It meant a great deal to us.
Not so much your grandma. I think she thinks Johnny's a dope.
And I appreciate your taking me to the movie. I enjoyed it very much.
And now here we are at your front door, and here's my hat, and watch my hurry.
Unless you'd care to come in for a few minutes.
Thanks, no. Once in an evening is enough.
You're really the rudest young man I've ever met.
That's what's the matter. You haven't met many.
Really, you're impossible.
Yeah, to hear me when I really get going. Good night.
Yes?
Miss Potter?
This is Miss Potter speaking.
This is Bill Jones.
Oh. Good morning, Lieutenant Jones.
I'm phoning to apologize.
You didn't have to do that. I think I understand.
I question that.
But I do, having just come home.
Now listen, don't start that. I was a heel, for which I apologize. How's your grandma?
Why, my grandma's all right.
I'll say she is. Give her my love.
Thank you. And I do appreciate your phoning. It was thoughtful.
Okay. How's the revolution?
Lieutenant Jones, if you're going to commence that again, I'm going to hang up.
Don't hang up yet. I've got something else I want to ask you. Are you listening?
Yes.
Well, how's about going out with me tonight?
Lieutenant Jones.
Remember what I told you?
Bill.
That's better.
Why did you bring me here? I mean, why did you choose this particular little restaurant?
Because it's quiet. Don't you like it?
Very much, but...
But you didn't think I would. You figured I'd like a place with bright lights and lots of people. Swing orchestra and a floor show. Maybe a bubble dancer. Did you ever see a bubble dancer?
Certainly not.
You should. It's quite an education.
Thank you, I don't care for that kind of education.
Yeah, your mother certainly wouldn't approve. And do you know you have beautiful eyes?
Please. You're making me very self-conscious.
Good grief. Didn't anybody ever tell you that you had beautiful eyes before?
Certainly not.
No. No, you haven't been raised in cotton wool. You've been raised in a padded cell. You know that you're beautiful? Or maybe I shouldn't say that. Did anybody ever tell you that you're beautiful?
Please, Bill.
What's more, you're attractive. I'll be specific. I go for that soft down on your neck. It's like transparent gold. You know, that's rather poetical. Transparent gold.
Bill, Lieutenant Jones, would you mind talking about yourself for a while? Tell me about some of the things you saw over there.
Honey, you couldn't take it.
I think I could.
Well, I saw a grave in northern Germany with 200 murdered dead thrown in it. The odor was ghastly.
Don't.
And I saw a white-haired old woman in Luxembourg planting carnations in a garden. A house had been blown to smithereens and been patched up again, and she was living there alone, planting carnations in the garden. She was smiling so happily.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes. She'd lost 2 sons and 3 grandsons in the war.
You've been terribly hurt, haven't you?
No, I don't think so. I've just been seeing how the other half lives. Ruth,
Yes?
Do something for me.
Yes, if I can.
Go see a bubble dancer with me.
Why, no. Why, I couldn't. You've no right to ask.
Okay, skip it.
You really shouldn't ask. I mean, you don't understand. People just don't do those things.
I said skip it, didn't I?
Hello, child.
Grandma, what in the world are you doing up at this hour?
Don't talk so loud or you'll wake your mother.
You ought to be in bed.
Stop it, nonsense. I want to know where you've been with your young man. So I waited up. Now I'm having me a glass of milk and some strong cheese. Hey, you want some?
No, thank you.
You look nice, child. You got color in your cheeks. Where'd he take you?
We went to dinner. He took me to the house that Jack built.
Never heard of it. And take off your hat.
It's nice. Very quiet and good food.
He must have been bored to death. What else did you do?
That's practically all.
Huh.
Grandma, he took me to see a bubble dancer.
That's interesting. Was she good?
She was lovely.
Probably wouldn't have had the job if she wasn't.
No, you don't understand. Bill knew her. He had gone to school with her. When the music stopped, she came to our table and sat with us. She was so terribly tired.
Yeah, I can imagine it's a fatiguing occupation. The bubbles and all.
She's only 20 years old.
So?
Grandma, isn't it terrible?
What?
People having to live like that. Couldn't she find a better way to support herself?
Perhaps not. The older I get, the less sure I am what's right for other people. If she's happy, that's the important thing. Now, tell me about your young man.
He isn't my young man. You mustn't say things like that, Grandma.
I'll say whatever I please. When are you seeing him again?
I didn't say I was going to.
Yeah, but when are you?
Tomorrow is Sunday. We're going to church together.
Well, Bill, I'm glad you and Miss Potter came.
You know I wouldn't come to San Francisco without coming to hear you spout, Father.
You're terrible, Bill.
He has no respect for the cloth, Miss Potter. Exactly the same when he used to come out here to North Beach to Sunday school. He demoralized the school.
Yeah, and I was the best teacher you ever had in the Bible class.
Says you, my boy, says you.
Says me.
They never learned a thing from you.
They learned that all men are human beings.
Bill, I just can't picture you teaching Sunday school.
There are many things that are hard to picture, Miss Potter. And the older I get, not that I'm old.
75.
70. The less I know which things are wise and which aren't. I taught them prayers. He told them jokes. But they never played hooky from his class.
I suppose they don't have a great deal of pleasure.
Just what do you mean by that?
Well, poor neighborhood, poor people, many of them immigrants.
My child, I've preached on Fifth Avenue in New York City, and I've preached in Bayswater in Boston, where the Cabots won't talk to the lodges. And I've never had a happier congregation than right here on North Beach.
But they know so much suffering.
Didn't you ever suffer?
I don't believe so.
You're unfortunate.
Ruth, what Father O'Connor means...
I mean that everybody, no matter what their station in life, has his share of suffering and of happiness. It's the fortunate ones that can enjoy the full measure of their happiness. Here now, I'm preaching a sermon again, and it's time for my dinner. Will you join me?
We'd love to.
But we're not going to. I'm showing Ruth the city.
She's lived here all her life and didn't know there was a city at her front door.
I've a roast of lamb today.
You should think more of your parishioners and less of your stomach. And what's more, you don't even know how to carve a leg of lamb.
If you showed some respect for my 70 years, I wouldn't have to box your ears so often.
The last time you did it, I put you flat on your back. Yeah. Come on, Ruth, we're going places.
Why did you bring me down here?
Why not?
It's so sordid.
What did you expect to find on Skid Row? Persian carpets?
But all these men, they look so terribly down and out.
Don't let them hear you say that.
But many of them are, Bill.
Sure. And lots of them wouldn't change places with you for all the rice in China.
But they shouldn't have to live in such a terrible district.
Maybe I can arrange to have a bunch of them move in with you. And your ma.
Please don't be sarcastic, Bill.
Don't worry, they wouldn't go. Look, honey. Excuse me. Look, Ruth. The only tragedy you don't see on the surface down here on Howard Street is loneliness. That's the most tragic thing in the world, loneliness. And it's worse than Sundays. Unless your day off is some other day. Sunday, you just stand on the sidewalk and wait for the day to end. Lean against a pole and wait. You don't know what for. You just wait. It's bad. It's rotten.
But they could go to movies. They could go to the library or to the park.
Looks like you're going to try to revolutionize the world, sister. Well, let's go.
Well, it was really a very busy day. Ruth, dear, are you listening to me?
Yes, Mother.
You're such a strange child. You just live in a world apart, don't you, darling? Always dreaming.
I'm sorry. I was thinking, Mother.
Well, in these troubled times, it's not good to think too much. What are you thinking of, dear?
Nothing.
But a very silly thing to think of. Tell me, Ruth, that young man, have you seen him lately? I mean Lieutenant Jones, the young man who brought us word of John.
No. I haven't seen him for a week, Mother. Not since last Sunday.
Well, I think it's just as well.
Why do you say that?
I don't know, dear. We know nothing about him, his background, his family.
His father is a farmer in the San Joaquin Valley.
Really? Oh, interesting. Farmers are very worthy people. But as I say, one must be careful. One cannot afford to let strangers get on too friendly a basis, can one?
No, Mother.
Although I was glad to see my little girl have company. You're alone too much. I think I must invite some young people in. It's so long since you've had a party. Would you like a party, dear?
What kind of a party, Mother?
Well, let me see now. I understand folk dancing is very popular. We might have an old-time orchestra and dance some native peasant dances. I don't like to see you so quiet, dear. You've hardly spoken all week. Oh, will you answer the phone, darling?
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I'd love to. Yes. I think that would be very nice, Lieutenant Jones. Why did you bring me back here, Bill?
You like the house that Jack built?
I loved it.
So, here we are. Doesn't the food look good?
Uh-huh. I'm not very hungry.
Neither am I.
Why, Bill?
Why what?
Why didn't I hear from you all week?
Well, because I had to do some thinking.
Mother says it's not good to think much.
Don't quote your mother to me.
Ruth, I love you.
Oh, dear.
Why do you say that?
You swoop so.
I've been fighting it out with myself all week, and it's typical. I've got to tell it to you across a table in a restaurant. Even if we are almost the only people in the place. I want to hold you in my arms and look into your eyes and tell you. I want to squeeze the life out of you.
Couldn't we go some other place, Bill?
Well, it was very nice of you to drop in and see us tonight, Lieutenant Jones. You know, there's so much more I want to know about John. And I know you're busy. After all, this is your furlough, and there's so many things a young man wants to do. You've been so kind to my little girl, too. We all do appreciate it.
Mrs. Potter, I love Ruth.
Yes, she's a dear child. What did you say, Lieutenant Jones?
I love Ruth.
We want to be married, Mother.
Ruth, please do not interrupt. Lieutenant Jones, I feel you've taken advantage of us. We've welcomed you into our home naturally. But Ruth is a child, you don't realize.
Mother, I'm 20 years old.
Ruth is a child. Dear, I think you'd better leave us for a few minutes. Lieutenant and I are going to have a very serious talk.
If you don't mind, Mrs. Potter, I have a feeling that inasmuch as the talk concerns Ruth, she should be here.
I'm afraid that is a decision for me to make, Lieutenant.
I'm staying, Mother.
Ruth.
You don't seem to realize, Mrs. Potter. We're really in love.
I question if either of you know the meaning of the word. But we'll not go into that. Lieutenant Jones, I'm going to be very frank with you. We Potters are a very old, I won't say distinguished, but a very old family.
Mm-hmm. So are we Joneses. My father and my grandfather, my great-grandfather were all farmers.
Well, so was my grandfather.
Mother, please.
Oh, don't try to shush me, Clara. When I have something to say, I say it. So you two children are in love. Well, when are you going to get married?
They are not going to be married.
Ah, don't be absurd, Clara. You ought to have your ears boxed. If they're in love, of course they're going to get married.
How can they know they're in love?
Huh? You married your husband?
William and I were betrothed for 2 years before our nuptials, and we hardly even kissed in all that time.
Oh, how terribly dull. William always was dull. Just like John.
Mother.
Oh, now don't try to stop me, Clara. If you can't anymore, you can stop those two. You brought Ruth into this world, and now she's got a right to live her own life and even make mistakes if she wants to.
We're not making a mistake, Mrs. Potter.
No. No. You don't look to me like the kind that makes mistakes.
This is what I've been saying all along. It's a part of the revolution that's sweeping the world. I am only Ruth's mother. I have nothing more to say. Ruth, where are you going?
Where are we going, Bill?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Potter, we're going out. I want to show Ruth a revolution.
Darling.
Yes, my sweet.
Why did you bring me up here?
Don't you like Twin Peaks?
It's beautiful. The lights. Millions of lights. Like a god has taken a bushel of diamonds and rubies and sapphires and flung them into the sun.
That's rather nice, honey.
It's such a beautiful, beautiful city. Listen, Bill. Music.
Mm-hmm. Somebody's radio.
Bill.
Yes, darling?
Why did you bring me up here?
You really want to know?
Yes.
Because I love you.
Please, Bill.
Okay. I'll tell you. I brought you up to see the revolution.
Honey, please be serious.
I was never more serious in my life. Look down there. That's the revolution your mother and all the world we know has been talking about. A revolution of 1 million people under those lights. A revolution to make life better. It's been going on for 2,000 years, maybe more. And it's making life better. Don't argue that the skeptics say it's not better. It is. I know it is.
I love you so, Bill.
Would you please pay attention when I'm being profound?
Yes, darling.
All right. Let me say it this way. And don't try to find any fancy differences between the words revolution and evolution. I'm talking about revolution. The churning, the fighting inside us. The constant throbbing, pulsing conflict with life that makes us see red. That makes us say, it is going to be a better life. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, Bill.
What?
There's been a revolution in me.
A beautiful revolution that made you come alive. Be what you were meant to be. Indubitably.
Indubitably.
You have just heard the radio drama The Revolution, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO repertoire tonight at 9:30. The cast included Carrie Burdick as Mrs. Henry Potter, Yvonne Patey as Mrs. William Potter, Phyllis Newman as Ruth Potter, Everett Glass as Mr. Blanding, Lou Tobin as Father O'Connor, and Ray Lewis as Lieutenant Bill Jones. The music was arranged and directed by Carl Collar.
Comedy, drama. A different show each Saturday, presented from San Francisco on Tonight at 9:30. Tonight at 9:30, we bring you a psychological drama of retribution and fear, The Major, produced and directed by Don Thompson and starring two well-known San Francisco radio performers. Lou Tobin, who for years has been heard on most of the dramatic programs in the Bay Area, a dialectician and a character actor. And Bud Heidi, well-known announcer heard on many shows over KPO, each appearing tonight in a different type of role than is his usual radio assignment. In tonight's drama of fear, we star Lou Tobin and Bud Heidi. Lou Tobin will appear as Bert Webb, a ward heeler politician, and Bud Heidi will portray the title role of the Major. Tonight, at 9:30, presents The Major, starring Lou Tobin and Bud Heidi. Gray walls rise out of the night, forbidding walls shrouded in mist. A street lamp glimmers with a leprous flush at its base, swirling shadows across barred windows. An isolated sepulchre, entombing isolated souls. And over an archway, grim letters carved in the damp stone. State, prison. Yes, a living tomb, filled with the death of dreams. And there to one side, a small square building housing men who await a more tangible dissolution. The Death House.
How's the Major taking it?
Calm as a fish. To see him, you wouldn't think he was due to fry in an hour. He's a grisly little rat. Not a hair on his head, not even eyelashes. And that wrinkled face? I'd hate to meet him outside in the dark.
Yeah, well, you might be afraid. He's a born killer. Loves to kill.
Where do you ever get that name, the Major?
I don't know. They say he was what they call a soldier of fortune. Gun runner and things like that. Fought as a major in some rebel army in South America before he settled down to working as a hired killer in this country.
It gives me the creeps sometimes, working in the death house like this. Taking chow to men I know will be dead in a few hours, but not this time. I'll be relieved when he walks through that door and the lights dim and flicker. He ain't fit to live.
Yeah, Prosecutor Webb sure did the state a favor when he convicted the Major.
Wonder how he feels about it tonight, knowing he sent a man to the chair.
Webb? Oh, he's got iron nerves. Did you know he used to be a musician? Yeah, one of those composer fellas. Webb always stays home on execution nights. Be handy to the phone if a reprieve comes up. He's at home now, over in town. Probably playing at the piano.
One more hour and it'll be over. One more hour and I can breathe freely. See here, Birdweb, get hold of yourself. There's nothing to worry about. The Major's behind bars. There are guards with machine guns on the wall. What if he did glare at you with lidless eyes that day in court when the judge pronounced sentence? What if he wouldn't talk at the trial? The Major was a fool. He thought he'd get away, settle his own debts. But they watched him in the state prison, watched him day and night. And now, in one more hour, it'll be over. So, Webb, get hold of yourself. Sure, the Major will be dead in just an hour, so forget him. I remember the first time I saw him, grinning like an evil little monkey. Wrinkled face, thin lips writhing back from snagged teeth. Beady eyes glittering under lashless lids. Not a hair on his head. A tiny, wizened, evil brown monkey. Sully Ward brought him. It was night. Sully said,
Mr. Webb, this is the Major, the man I told you about.
It's a nice evening, Mr. Webb. A lovely evening. A fine evening for my work.
Sully has told you...
Only that you have a job for me and that you wish to pay. Oh, yes, Sully and I are old friends. He mentioned a man's name.
That's all I told him, Mr. Webb. Just the man's name.
But of course, I understand perfectly. This man, Langhorne, he has made threats. A man should not make threats, not to another man such as you, Mr. Webb.
He must be silenced.
Oh, but of course that is what I am saying. The Major is a fine teacher. His pupils learn their lessons well. They learn them forever.
Why beat about the bush? Are you prepared to do the job? You know what it is. You're to kill Langhorne.
Kill, that is a harsh word. Let us say I shall remove him.
I'll say what you like, just so you don't fail.
The Major does not fail. Before I settled down in this country, sometimes my job was easy. I had only to send word, the Major is coming for you. Only to send the word, and there was no more trouble. Oh, I kept my word if the subject remained obstinate. But after one or two examples, the others behaved. You may not believe me, but there was a Brazilian general, a general, mind you. He was giving some trouble to a friend of mine. I sent word to the general, just a note saying, the Major is coming for you, and the general dropped dead. But of course he had a weak heart.
Well, Langhorne hasn't a weak heart. Don't depend on that.
Alas, no. In this country, where the law puts so much value on human lives, a warning is not enough. Men ignore warnings here. I must finish the job. It makes my work harder, but such is life.
If you're caught, I can't help you.
I will not be caught. I understand. But should such be the case, the Major takes care of himself. He does not betray his clients. If they betray him, that too he attends to in his own way.
Sully, you've settled the price?
Yes, 1,000 now, 1,000 after...
After the job is done. It is little enough, that you know, but alas, in these times, there is competition. I, the Major, am an artist, but I must work for the same pay as the stupidest craftsman.
It's agreed, then. There'll be no slip-up.
There'll be no slip-up. Work done swiftly and confidentially. That is the Major's code. One understands. This Langhorne, it would be regrettable now on the eve of election, an election in which you have so great an interest, if he told the world about a certain bribe. A bribe given him when he was a juror.
How did you know that? Sully, I told you
help
not...
me, Mr. Webb. I didn't say a word about it. I only told him the name.
It is my business to know these things, Mr. Webb. But have no fear. I do not talk. And Langhorne will not talk again.
Oh. The method. It must look like an accident.
But of course, I do not carry weapons. True, I have a knife. A so sharp knife. And a gun. But I do not carry them. Them I leave hidden in a place no one will ever find. They are for an emergency. And only in an emergency will they ever be used. Such an emergency, shall we say, as would arise should someone betray me. No, Langhorne will not be killed. He will meet with an accident. A so regrettable accident from which he will not recover.
You can pull that off all right.
Oh, but of course, accidents are, well, part of my business. Already since the good Sully talked to me, I've been studying Langhorne's habits. He drives a great deal in his car. But then it is better you know no more about it. You might worry. Do not worry, Mr. Webb. Go to bed and sleep. Sleep well tonight. And tomorrow, read your morning paper.
Extra, local man killed in auto crash. J.S. Langhorne dead in freak accident. Extra, read all about it.
I read all about it in the taxi on the way downtown the next morning. And when I walked into my office, I saw that Jean had read all about it, too. Jean Pearson had been my secretary for 3 years. She was blonde, tall, smart, smooth as a mannequin, but an efficient secretary. She accompanied me on all my trips, conventions, campaigning, that sort of thing. Yes, she was a good secretary, but sometimes indiscreet. That morning she said,
Bert, have you seen the paper? It's wonderful. That man Langhorne who was threatening you got himself killed.
Jean, will you never learn? What a thing to say.
But, darling, with him out of the way, your man's a cinch to be elected.
And how many times must I tell you it's Mr. Webb in the office?
Now, Bert, don't be cross.
I'm not cross. I'm just careful. Now, see here, Jean. Let's understand each other once and for all. We must be discreet. I'm in the public eye. One breath of scandal will ruin me.
I'm sorry. I was just so relieved about Langhorne. He could have ruined your chances.
Good morning, Mr. Webb.
Oh,
How'd you get in here?
The outer door was open. I walked in.
Oh, yes. You may go, Miss Pearson.
Yes, Mr. Webb.
What are you doing pussyfooting into my office like this?
There was a small matter of $1,000, remember? 1,000 down, 1,000 when the job was done. You have read the paper? Oh, but of course the charming lady was
Never mind that. You shouldn't have come here. I would have sent you the money by Sully Ward.
The Major collects his own money and pays his own debts.
But if someone saw you come here...
You didn't hear me come in. No one saw me come in.
I don't like it. Ward would have brought you the money later.
I prefer it now. Money is such a temptation. The good Sully might even find use for $1,000. I will take the money now, before you have time to conveniently forget it. That might lead to unpleasantness.
I paid him. I kept several $1,000s in cash in my wall safe for emergencies. A man never knows when emergencies may arise. I paid him, and when he had gone, I breathed a sigh of relief. His very presence in the room had sent cold chills down my back. There was something about him, the way his lashless eyes stared unblinking, the way his stained teeth showed under his too short upper lip. I was glad Jean had closed the door when she went out. The inner office was soundproof. She couldn't hear our conversation. Well, I'd better call her in, make some vague reference to the Major as a client. I reached over to switch on the inner office communication set. It was already turned on. If Jean was at her desk, she could have heard every word. I raced into the outer office. Jean wasn't there. Jean wasn't there. Had she heard my talk with the Major? I couldn't ask her when she came back. But it seemed to me she was over-anxious to explain her absence. She said,
I went out for a cup of coffee. I hadn't had any breakfast. I went out right after that strange-looking man came in.
Why had she been so anxious to tell me she left right after the Major came in? She avoided my eyes, too, wouldn't look me in the face. But there was nothing I could do. Sully Ward came in shortly afterward, and I was busy all the rest of the day. The rest of the week went fast. Then it was election day. And as Jean had said, it was a cinch for us. We carried every precinct. Election night, we had a victory party at campaign headquarters.
He's a jolly good fellow.
Quiet, everybody. I want to propose a toast.
Yeah.
I give you Bert Webb, the man who swung the election for us.
Good evening, Mr. Webb.
What are you doing here? Come into the other room. Now.
I came to help you celebrate your triumph. The Major is always proud when his friends succeed, especially when he has contributed in even so small a way to that success.
You shouldn't have come here.
But the Major is a conscientious workman. True, the little job is done, but the Major believes in assuring satisfaction to a client. For both client and the Major, it would be bad if there was an aftermath.
What do you mean?
This blonde girl, your secretary, do you know that she sees a great deal of the estimable Sully Ward?
Jean and Sully?
Oh, she knows a great deal about your business. And Ward knows of our little transaction. It is not good that too many people know too much.
What are you driving at?
Even Caesar had a traitor in his court. Here, I have written down a telephone number. If you should need the Major again, call that number and say, tell Garcia his cousin is in town. I will get the message.
But see here,
The number is a payphone in a drugstore. I ask there every day for any messages for Garcia. It is, what you call it, a gag. But I will get the message.
What makes you think?
The Major does not think. He knows. You will be needing me.
I watched Jean after that. Even on our business trips, I watched her. And it seemed that she was watching me. It was 3 months before I was sure of what I had to do. That was the day I found the note. Jean was out to lunch. I went through her desk. The note was from Sully. It amused me. I'd never imagined Sully as a romantic figure, but it angered me, too. And Sully was due in to see me at 1:30. I switched on the mic on Jean's desk so I could hear in the inner office. I jammed the switch so it couldn't be turned off. And when Jean came back from lunch at 1, I locked the inner office door and went out, saying I'd be back in an hour or so, to have Sully wait. Then I went around the corner of the hall and let myself back into the inner office through a private entrance. I sat at my desk beside the little box of the inner office set, listening.
Hello, beautiful. The big shot in?
No, he went out a few minutes ago. Said he'd be back in an hour or so. Said to have you wait.
Well, how do you like that? I have an appointment with him, and he stands me up. He's beginning to believe his own publicity, getting too big for his britches. Look, honey, I think it's time we trimmed him down a little.
Not yet, Sully. Use your head. The bigger they grow, the harder they fall.
He's got an independent fortune. We could tap him for enough to live easy the rest of our lives.
Of course. But let him get established. Then he'll be even more reluctant to chance a murder rap.
All right, darling, you're the boss. But I don't like this hiding out business that we have to go through.
When we shake Bert down, we'll go away together. Till then, we'll have to be careful.
When will I see you again?
Come to my house tonight at 9. Come in the side door. It's never locked.
But Bert might come out to your place.
Not tonight. He's going to an alumni dinner. He'll be there with the boys till all hours.
Okay, you're the brains of this team.
Just remember that, and we'll be in clover for the rest of our lives.
In clover or under clover. Somehow I let myself out through the private entrance, came back in the front way. Somehow I managed to act natural with them both. But when Sully had gone, I shut myself in my inner office and picked up the receiver of my private line that doesn't run through the switchboard on Jean's desk. I dialed a number. And waited.
Hello?
I have a message for Garcia.
This time, Major, it can't look like an accident. You understand that?
Oh, but of course. When the good Sully and the girl are silenced, I leave this fragment of note beside them. It is convenient, this note. How did you persuade him to write it?
I didn't. It's torn from the end of a letter to Jean, which I found in her desk.
We can't go on like this, he says. And sign, too. That is good. But the girl, you understand, of course, that where women are concerned, the rates are slightly higher.
I don't care about that. Just so there's no slip-up.
The Major never bungled.
And this gun of yours, it can't be traced?
I got it from a patriot in the Argentine. The patriot was dead. He had objected to my taking his gun.
You have the address of Jean's house. It stands at the end of the block. No other houses near. No one will hear the shots.
Have no fear of that. I have a silencer for this gun.
But that won't do.
Afterwards, I will remove the silencer. No one will know.
Well, very well. Well, the side door is never locked. The lock is broken. Sully is due there at 9.
And I will be waiting for him.
You will go there before he gets there?
I will go early. The girl will be alone. She I will attend to first. It will be easier that way. And when Sully comes to the arms of his loved one, he will come to the arms of death.
Then you leave the gun in Sully's hand, the note on the floor between them.
And then, is there anything of yours there that I must recover? Any letters?
I don't write letters of that kind. There's nothing there to connect me with the place.
My price is $5,000. Half now.
Here, I have it here, all of it. I'd prefer to pay you now. It's better if we have no contacts after this. Better if you leave town.
Oh, but it is profitable for the Major in this town.
I'll make it profitable to leave. 5,000 now and 5,000 mailed you tonight to general delivery in Los Angeles.
I have heard the orange groves of California are beautiful at this time of year. Yes, 5,000 now and 5,000 mailed to me to be picked up when I get there. That is a good arrangement. I will feast my eyes on the orange blossoms. I will fill my nostrils with their perfume. $5,000 worth.
Of course, I didn't mail the 5,000. And that night at 9, I slipped away from the dinner party long enough to call the police from a payphone. I said I was Sully Ward. I gave them Jean's address. I said there was a prowler lurking about the house, and for the police to come quietly without using their sirens. And then I went back in to dinner. And it was a good dinner.
Jean, darling.
Jean. Oh, my darling, Jean.
Good evening, Mr. Sully Ward.
Major. What? You've killed her.
Let us say silenced her. No, my good Sully, don't move. That's better. I shoot rather well, you know.
But why?
There was a poet, I don't remember his name. He wrote something about ours but to do and die. That is the way it is. Mine but to do, yours, Sully, but to die.
But I'm your friend.
We have no friends in business.
You wouldn't dare to shoot me, Major. Someone would hear. You'd hang.
This gun speaks quietly. It is a very genteel gun.
You'll never get away with it.
I have a note in your handwriting that says, we can't go on like this. That I will leave behind. When this gun has spoken, you will speak no more.
Webb. Bert Webb. He hired you to do this, and I brought you to him.
You shall have your commission, my good Sully. Judas had 30 pieces of silver. You will have to be content with 1 piece of lead.
Look, I'll pay you. I'll pay you money, lots of money.
Too late, Sully. The Major serves but one man at a time.
You'll hang, Major. You can't make this look like an accident.
No accident. Something more romantic. When I go, you will lie here together. You and your Jean. What do you say? A suicide pact. The note. It will be there between you. The gun will be in your hand. The authorities, they will not spend much time on it. They will say, he shot her and then himself.
I'll fix you.
Good. Good, you have fallen just right. Now the note. And the gun.
Drop that gun. Drop it, I say.
The police. How interesting. You came so quietly, and you You shoot so well. A bullet through my arm. The Major could not have done better himself.
The Major wouldn't talk. Even at the trial, he wouldn't talk, and that was bad for him. But even if he had talked, no one would have believed him. The police had caught him red-handed in murder. No, the Major was stubborn and silent at the trial. And when the judge sentenced him to death, he only glared at me, as any criminal might glare at the person who had convicted him. And now, a very few minutes are left before the Major walks through the little green door into eternity. A very few minutes, and it will all be over. So get hold of yourself, Webb. What if he did say once?
I have a knife. I keep it for an emergency. Such an emergency as, shall we say, should someone betray me, I pay my own debts.
What if he did say...
I have only to send the word. The Major is coming for you.
It should be over now. I'll turn on the radio.
The most sensational escape from prison ever accomplished. Within minutes of the hour of his execution, the Major escaped tonight from the Death House State Prison. No details are yet available.
Well, what does it matter? There are police around my house. Police here to protect me. A gnat couldn't slip through, the chief said. But the Major will slip through. The Major pays his debts. And I can only wait. It burns in my brain. I know. Tonight, the Major is coming for me.
Radio station KPO has brought you the second in the series, Tonight at 9:30. A variety of programs designed to present the best in San Francisco radio talent. Locally written, produced, and performed. Tonight we heard the psychological drama of fear and retribution, The Major, starring Lou Tobin as Bert Webb and Bud Heide as the Major. The production was produced and directed by Don Thompson. The music was by Carl Kalish and his orchestra, with Frank Denke at the piano. In just a moment, we'll tell you something about next week's show. But first, we bring back to the microphone our stars for tonight, Bud Heide and Lou Tobin. Bud, how did it seem to be playing a psychopathic killer?
Well, I enjoyed it very much, but now that it's over, I hope the listeners to my other programs won't think I'm really that sort of a person.
Well, Lou, I imagine it was a relief not to have to wrestle with dialect for a change.
Well, yes, but I can tell you reading lines and playing the piano at the same time was quite a job.
Come off, Lou. Come off. Everybody here in the studio knows Frank Denke did the piano work.
Well, it was tough anyway.
Trust an actor to have the last word.
Well, I think Bud has a word he'd like to say, too.
Yes, I have. Friends, this week marked the opening of another March of Dimes campaign. A campaign to provide funds to battle epidemics of infantile paralysis. Your county chapter of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis is a shock trooper in this battle. It stands ready at all times to give every possible aid to medical and health authorities and to provide funds, equipment, and professional aid whenever needed.
It costs so little, but to you it might mean so much. Join the March of Dimes campaign today to guarantee your family protection against infantile paralysis.
Send your donation to the headquarters of the March of Dimes in your county.
Thank you, Bud Heide and Lou Tobin, for two fine performances and for leaving us with this charitable thought. Next Saturday night at 9:30, radio station KPO will bring you a new and different program on Tonight at 9:30. A special musical program in tribute to the famous American composer, Harry von Telser, and featuring some of his melodies that we have loved and sung through the years. Join us next Saturday for Tonight at 9:30. Your announcer, Hal Wolf.